been a little bit up and down for Magnus Carlsen so far in the preliminaries of the Aimchess Rapid. 2 losses, but he still is in second place. On top of the table, though, is an 18-year-old Nodirbek Abdusattorov is playing some great chess, and today these two will be up against each other. Magnus Carlsen, he has to deal with 2 extremely strong teenagers today, so he needs to bring his youthfulness. And in the studio, they're not quite teenagers, but they are youthful and ready to bring you the action from day 3 of the Aimchess Rapid.
This move I have never seen before.
It's now or never for Giri. You've got to call that Prag style.
They're playing like stockfish.
But he's gone for it.
White hanging on, and he's dropped a bishop.
Dropped his bishop.
Handsome mistake.
This is so difficult.
Whoa!
No way!
Magnus has logged off. What has happened?
Magnus has resigned.
Magnus Carlsen, he is the winner of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. And he did beat Arjun Erigaisi to win the final in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, Magnus Carlsen. But yesterday, he lost to Arjun, who got his revenge against the world #1. And today, Magnus again has to deal with some teenagers in the studio. Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Jovanka Houska, and International Master Lawrence Trent. So it's going to be a lot about the teenagers today. Lawrence, did you enjoy being a teenager?
Yeah, I did. You know, I used to be very happy just kicking a ball around and, you know, enjoying the little things in life. But then chess became quite a... It was already, when I was prepubescent, quite important, and then started to get quite good around that age. So chess kind of took over, and I did enjoy those years.
Yeah? How about you, David? Were you a fan of being a teenager, or was it hard years?
Yeah, youth is wasted on the young. Misspent youth, playing a lot of chess like Lawrence, traveling a lot for chess, and I think I enjoyed it more in hindsight. I didn't really embrace it at the time, but these guys, they're embracing the moment, and I mean, it's just incredible how strong they are at such a young age.
Definitely. And Arjun yesterday, what a performance. He lost in devastating fashion a month ago to Magnus, but yesterday, what a game by him, and it's being noticed in India.
It certainly has made the news in India, and lots of famous celebrities came out to congratulate Arjun. And one of them was cricketer Ashwin Ravichandran. And he says, fantastic, fantastic achievement. The final moments of the game were gripping to watch, even on some reviews. And yet another proud moment for Indian chess. And it's so lovely, actually, to see the Indian chess community and the community in general just getting behind their superstars and cheering on for Arjun. And what a special moment for the teenager.
It reminds me of when Prag beat Magnus. A similar message from the Indian superstars came to congratulate him. And today, Magnus, in the first round, is up against Gukesh. Do you think he's a little nervous? He is struggling with Indian teenagers, David.
Yeah, Magnus has a score to settle, but for Gukesh, you feel like he's missing out. Prag has done it now, Arjun's done it. He'll want to beat Magnus too. It's going to be a real battle, that game.
But first, you guys, let's look back to day 2 of the Aimchess Rapid. It was a day packed with the decided games. Only 10 out of 32 games ended up with draws.
Mysterious move. Feels completely wrong.
Ooh.
Look at Vincent. He reacted there. He was surprised as well.
There we go.
That is the killer blow.
He hits the queen, and the one move that scared me was the move that Shaq's just played. And
Bishop C3.
oh wow, Vincent's just so strong.
He's putting it in the bank.
Cynical way, just offering a trade of queens.
It's over. Yep, a win for Vincent Keimer. Oh!
I'm extremely surprised by this move. Okay, Magnus was threatening the knight, but surely you flick in the check to make the black knight go passive first and then play knight h4. This is totally weird what Rapport is doing, and it doesn't surprise me at all that the bar has gone completely insane.
Look at that move that's just appeared on the board.
What is... what?
Looks like a mouse slip. Oh, what a classy move.
Yeah.
Really sophisticated, just defending the black queen. You're ready to make a new one anytime you want in the rush.
3 points for Magnus against Richard Report.
It looks winning for Erigaisi.
Is he getting his revenge?
It might be.
Looks that way.
I want to put, wow, I would never play this move in a million years.
This looks hopeless, doesn't it, for Magnus, really?
Do you think he knows? Just that's his expression, leaning forward. He knows it's all out of control, at least. I mean, he's just trying to make things messy at the moment.
And the footy is off, you guys.
He means business. Oh, but he's getting all the rooks off the board now, and Magnus reacts. Surely this is winning for white.
Look at Magnus. He is so upset. Angry with himself. And there it is.
Yeah.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen. He loses to 19-year-old Arjun Erigaisi. And that means Arjun Erigaisi is inside top 8 in 5th place with 15 points, same as Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Magnus Carlsen, he has stacked up 16 points and is ensured 2nd place together with Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, who's been playing some super entertaining chess. And he is in 2nd place. On top of the table, though, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, 17 points. He is playing some very impressive chess. Anish Giri, yesterday he was able to get inside top 8, 12 points, same as Gukesh in that crucial 8th place. Remember, it is only the top 8 that goes through to the knockout stage. So looking at this table, David, today, second to last day in the preliminaries, who really needs to fight hard today to get inside top 8?
So I'm looking around the middle of the table, from 6th place downwards, essentially, and also 9th, 10th place. They're chasing, they're slightly behind, they need to start racking up the wins. But for players like Gukesh, who we'll follow, for Anish Giri, who we followed yesterday, for Vincent Keimer, they still need to bring their A game. Otherwise, they will be caught up, they will be overtaken. Nobody's safe at the moment, not even the players on the top of the table.
And we also notice in 11th place, Aditya Mittal, he is 800 something in the world, an international master. It would be an absolute sensation if he made it through. What chances do you give him right now?
Yeah, it won't be easy for Mittal. He has, however, played some of the strongest opposition.
Yeah.
He has already taken a draw off Magnus Carlsen. He's played some of the top guys at the table, so I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a few decent results, but to be this consistent, especially when the nerves come, it's the more experienced players who tend to be a bit strong on the final day. So it's going to be difficult for Mittal, but I think we're all cheering for him to make that breakthrough.
Yeah. And Anish Giri, he is also fighting hard to qualify for the knockout stage. He is the 2nd highest rated player in this tournament. He's not really consistent, right, Anish? He's losing some, he's winning some, a lot of draws.
Yeah.
What is up with Anish?
So Anish, this season, he has lacked a bit of killer instinct. In rapid chess, that's especially important. Anish, his understanding is still perfect. His preparation is still fantastic. He's still one of the classiest players out there. But compared to maybe the likes of Magnus, who do take their chances every time they seem to come, Anish, he's let a lot of chances slip. And I think that's something he's tried to remedy this tournament. He was very happy with his play yesterday, where he did manage to capitalize on those winning positions. And he needs to do more of the same, because consistency, you're right, it has been a big issue for him.
Mm-hmm. And Magnus, 16 points, 2nd place. It's looking very solid, but he doesn't seem happy with his play. What do you think about his games?
Yeah, Magnus yesterday was a step up. Day 1 was very shaky from the world champion, but the top players, they're very self-critical. That's why they're so good, and he has perfected the art of grinding out results even when he's not at his best. So despite the fact that Magnus has been struggling in his play compared to his usual standards, I think the signs are there that he's going to start improving day on day. So I think reasons to be optimistic for Magnus.
Yeah. But with 2 losses so far, Magnus Carlsen has not been very happy. Yesterday he was playing with his hoodie on, didn't seem to be quite in his best shape, and he actually described his play as atrocious.
I thought my performance yesterday was atrocious, maybe the worst I've played on one day in on the tour. I mean, the score wasn't that bad, but the play was simply very, very bad. Today wasn't great either, but it was a little bit better.
I'm going to ask a question that I know a lot of people are dying to know. Magnus, you're in a remote location in Sweden. Have you chopped wood yet with an axe? And do you plan to light a fire later? And is that part of your training regime?
Yeah, it would be a great idea. I would say first couple of days here I've been sort of hampered by the fact that I haven't been feeling so well. I have a bit of a cold, so hope that the first plan will then will be to try and recover, and then to be a little bit more, outdoorsy and independent, trying to survive in the wilderness.
Interesting. What is your regime during this tournament? Are you at some sort of a training camp, maybe with Peter and your coach?
Yeah, we're training a little bit for the 960 thing as well. So yeah, he's first of all, I got to focus on the games there. That's most important.
But is that affecting at all your opening choices, preparations for 960?
No, not at all. It may make me a little bit inspired sometimes in a good or bad way, but I mean, first couple of days I just played poorly and had nothing to do with that.
The Fischer Random World Championship is coming up in 9 days, but right now it's all about Aimchess Rapid for Magnus Carlsen. This is round 9 coming up in 4 minutes. Aditya Mittal starts out against Anish Giri. Richard Report against Vincent Keimer. But we are going to follow the game between 16-year-old Gukesh and world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. And Jovanka right now with 4.5 minutes to go. How is Gukesh feeling? How is he doing before this big battle for him?
Oh, I think he's all about the calmness and the inner confidence, because I just read an interview where he tells us that he actually meditates before every single game.
Wow.
Yeah, he meditates for 10 minutes, focuses on the breathing, and then he's ready to play chess.
How interesting. He's the Erling Haaland of chess. Yeah.
Well, I mean, not as tall and probably doesn't score as many goals, but no, he's a fantastic young player. I mean, he's incredible. 16 years old to be playing like this. Confidence, the knowledge, the maturity in his play. He's a very special kid. Definitely.
And Magnus is up against Gukesh in the first round. And in general, Magnus up against the super prodigies today. We're also going to follow his game against Abdusatorov in round 11. And before that game, we are giving you guys at home a chance to get your online games analyzed by Grandmaster David Howell. So all you need to do is share your username on an online platform using hashtag ChessChamps on Twitter. And we will choose someone to get your performance analyzed by David. And please explain also why you need David's expert help. Coming up after the first game, well, we're going to join Magnus Carlsen to the gym where he's working out with a personal trainer. Here's a taste.
Go, 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 go! And stretch out. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Push, push, push.
What would you say is his biggest strength when it comes to working out?
Oh, his competitiveness, yeah, definitely. He takes everything and makes it a competition. So his ability to just keep on going. If I say it's good, he's not happy until he's happy.
Last time I did this, we did 8 rounds, huh?
Yeah, 8 rounds.
8 rounds, and I just laid on the floor for 10 minutes after.
Yeah, I had to go down and buy a protein shake and come back up and give it to him.
Lawrence even got to test Magnus Carlsen's training regime, and we're going to reveal how he's working out after game 1. Magnus is playing from Sweden right now, but it's going to be 6 o'clock for him when his game against Gukesh, playing from India. Quite late at night for Gukesh when that game starts. And as everyone knows, Gukesh a couple months ago played board 1 for India 2 in the Olympiad, and he did fantastic. He took gold medal individually and did lead India to a fantastic result at only 16. David, you were at the Olympiad.
Yeah.
Was there like a shocking atmosphere about his performance?
Yeah, I mean, there were already kind of murmurs of excitement when he started winning his first few games. There was already a lot of excitement around India too, the team of teenagers, the team of youngsters. Media were following them around. We were at the same hotel as them. There were autograph hunters. Everyone was kind of following their progress. And when he won his first 8 games in a row, including wins against Caruana, yeah, I mean, we already started talking about the next world champion. Of course, this was a difficult battle when Gukesh Gukesh actually lost to Abdusattorov, but I think this was just a sign. This was just a taste of things to come.
Incredible. He's only 16, and we do have some stats on the highest-rated 16-year-olds in history at or before the age of 16. As we see, 16 players getting ready. So this is the historical numbers. Wei is the highest-rated player at 16 or younger, but Gukesh in second place, and he is higher rated than what Magnus Carlsen was at that age. So, Jovanka, is Gukesh a bigger talent than what Magnus was at that age, if you remember back to the talks of Magnus at 16?
Oh, that's a tricky question. I mean, if you look at the statistics, yeah, I mean, it does appear that way, but then you just don't know what's going to happen, and there's so many young talents these days. I just cannot predict the future. And the games, they've kicked off, and it's a French defense from the world champion.
Yeah, and Magnus does this from time to time, not normally in the biggest clashes, not normally when he wants to stay solid. It's often when he wants to try and win games, the French defense. And this will be a surprise to Gukesh, you think?
I think this will be not a massive surprise. I think Gukesh has come prepared for this. I'm very curious what he chooses. Just very quickly, though, that last graphic, there was a certain number in there that spooked me. Giri was only 1677.
It was a typo.
There must have been
2677.
That was a quick improvement over 2 years. Yeah, there was a little typo in there for everybody watching.
I'm impressed you noticed.
Yeah, I'm attention to detail.
Yeah, that's good.
And meanwhile, one of the main lines of the French defence, the name of this, is this the classical variation?
Yes.
I think.
This is actually a Ginger GM special, by the way. If Simon was here, he'd be licking his chops because he's had this position a bunch of times, especially with a quick A6, B5. I think that's right up his alley.
Yeah, he's been playing it since he was a teenager himself, Simon Williams, from the black side.
Yeah, I thought you waited a little bit there until White committed the king.
I've actually played this with black. I think I played this against Kostenyuk in Isle of Man. You can check that. You see if that's in the database.
Yeah, as far as I know, this is still quite a well-known position, still very theoretical. The one thing you don't want to do, as you guys alluded to, is to castle the king. At the moment with White, you definitely don't want to go queenside because that's where Black's pawns are pushing. You might castle there later, but only when the centre has clarified itself. So here, as White, you tend to play a bit of a waiting game. You tend to see what Black is going to do first before deciding which side to put your king on. This is, again, as far as I know, one of the most popular moves. Pawn takes pawn. Just, again, asking Magnus Carlsen, are you going to take this pawn back with the black dark-squared bishop? Are you going to take with your knight? Once you have a bit more information, then you can decide when to castle with White. OK, he takes with the bishop, Magnus. Normally, this isn't a good idea. Normally, you want to keep dark-squared bishops on the board as Black, because Black's light-squared bishop, if you looked at it on the c8 square, it's just locked in. Doesn't have a great future. But because Black is a bit cramped in the middle of the board, you have to just trade off pieces. You need a bit more space. Otherwise, your pieces will be fighting for the same squares. So still very standard stuff here. And now I think White can castle. White's queen can also move. I've seen that one before. A bunch of options here for Gukesh, but both players have done their homework, clearly.
Yeah, definitely. And you're right, just sliding the queen 2 squares across to attack the knight is the most popular move. This one was number 2 in the list of choices.
So White just brings his bishop out, and he's keeping Magnus guessing now, Gukesh. Magnus, as Black, he's going to be thinking, OK, are you going to go kingside? Are you going to go queenside? Which way are you going with the White king? And it's hard to formulate a plan. As Black as well, you have to make that decision. Does your king stay in the centre? Does your king go to its kind of usual home over there on the right? It's lots of strategic choices which will have long-term consequences. Usually White has a small advantage in these types of positions because if you look at the centre, White has this pawn on e5, the furthest advanced pawn out of any. That clamps down on Black's position. Also the dark squares. White has pretty decent control over the dark squares in the centre.
Yeah.
And Black brings his queen out. A waiting game.
Definitely a waiting game. And I just wanted to add one very important point to why also White is slightly better. I mean, take a look at the light square bishop that Black has. It's bad. And this is always a point of contention between players who play the Caro-Kann, like me, and the French defence, and it's like a running joke. You know, and we have all sorts of kind of memes going on about this bishop. Like, there's one that kind of goes, you know, how can you tell? Well, actually, because there's all these openings, and they go, oh, French defence is missing, and there we see the pawn attacking, and everyone goes, well, where's French defence? And some Caracan goes, wait for it. The light squared bishop is bad, and the French defence suddenly appears from nowhere and goes, no. I think you'll find it's a chessboard joke. I don't know why I'm going on about it. I found it very funny.
That's the big difference, right, between the French defence and most openings. You just have one bad piece, and I think this is Magnus's idea to try and trade off his worst piece. And I mean, he can play it now, for example. He does. So that's why we talk about bad pieces, because if you figure out which pieces are your worst, then you can come up with easy plans. And he wants to trade it off for White's very strong bishop in the centre. If the bishops disappear, Black has a very healthy position. The knight can jump into the centre. Black has gained a lot of space on this side of the board, and because the centre's blocked, he doesn't actually need to rush to castle his king. Another thing we've seen from Magnus in recent months, he definitely doesn't rush to castle. Keeps his opponent guessing.
So should Gukesh now take that bishop, or should he wait?
Good question. I guess you can take, or there is a bit of pressure on this bishop. It's attacked by Black's knight and bishop, so I guess you could... I was going to say just defend it, but Gukesh, he's a very aggressive player when he wants to be, and he's pushing forward. He's going for the Black king already. So he's trying to open up lines. The White queen and rook both sit on this f-file. So if by pushing this pawn forward, he's trying to open things up.
And isn't this the strategy that's given Prague's much success against Magnus, just attacking him?
And it worked for Erigaisi yesterday. Erigaisi could have gone on the defence, that was fine, but he went on the attack and it worked. He beat Magnus. What do you think, Lawrence? Strong move?
Well, I mean, it's a positive move. It's a move that says, I'm not really afraid. I'm not going to be too passive against you, because that's where Magnus really does the damage, when you're overly scared of him. When you're on the front foot against Magnus, you've got all the chances. He still has to find accurate moves. Now, of course, he's very capable of finding those moves, but he's still human, after all, and this is the move you really want to play if you can play it in a French. So I love the move. I don't know objectively how... Well, I mean, the bar says it's slightly better for Black, but I don't know about that. Yeah, it's just too random.
It's also theory.
Is it?
It's been played before. Yeah, I mean, we have people like Laurent Fresnay playing it, Mathieu Bertel, a Polish Grandmaster, Master Vasilis, Demetrius, a Greek Grandmaster, and Robert Fontaine, so another French Grandmaster. So, yeah, everyone is, well, challenging Black, because I guess you have to, because if Black is just trading off those light-squared bishops, then he's kind of maximised absolutely everything that he wants from the opening.
And Jovanka, so pawn takes pawn was played by Magnus, fair enough, capturing a pawn. Has this been seen before? And if so, what kind of scores are we used to seeing? Does White win a lot of games here, Black?
OK, so here are the stats. So pawn takes pawn, very much the top move. And it's a 37% win rate for White, 44% for Black.
Wow.
So, yeah, the stats are not in White's favour.
No.
Yeah, maybe Gukesh has other ideas. Maybe he hasn't analysed those numbers. I mean, I guess White clear can take the pawn back. Or I was about to suggest as well, this knight move, very natural. Now you've temporarily sacrificed a pawn, but Black now has an isolated pawn in the centre. If you can capture this one, you'll gain time as well against the Black queen. Very tense.
Wow.
Let's go back to the players. I like Gukesh's opening choice, though. He's not scared of Magnus. And just defending that pawn with the Black Knight.
Let's also take a look at their Aimchess head-to-head stats, Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen. We do know Magnus Carlsen is fantastic in the endgame, but Gukesh, definitely not bad himself. And I actually noticed he's quite close to Magnus on most stats. How sensational is that for a 16-year-old?
I mean, yeah, it's very promising signs. I guess the biggest difference is just the endgame, but also the resourcefulness. That's something that will come with age for Gukesh. Endgames, you'll have more experience, you'll study them more the older you get. Also, resourcefulness, you get a bit trickier. The older you get a bit more wily, and you learn how to set practical problems for your opponent in tough positions. So, yeah, impressive. What do you think, Lawrence?
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, to play like this at 16 is just... It's mind-blowing. It's yeah, he's just, as we saw in the graphic in the intro, just a couple of points off Wei Yi's record. But he's got a bit more longevity about him, it seems. Wei Yi's an interesting story, which we can discuss another day, because when Wei Yi got to that rating at 16, everybody was saying that this kid is going to be... And he didn't manage to find that next level, yeah, for whatever reason. But you have a feeling that with Gukesh and the system and the support network that he has, not just, you know, even so with the tweets, right? He's got the whole country behind him. So I think having that support system is actually massive. And... he's got the talent, and look at him. He's just, he's doing a, you know, he's trying to literally rip Magnus's heart out with these moves. He's got F5, E6, so he's trying to, I mean, fair play. Yeah. You've got to give him credit.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, we see Magnus just try to lock up the position by advancing the pawn. And Lawrence kind of also mentioned the support system. And I just kind of also wanted to talk about a story that Gukesh said. When he lost that critical game to Abdusatorov, he left the playing venue in tears, and he was just absolutely distraught. And late in the night, he got a telephone call from Vishy Anand, who said, "Hey, you know, can I come over?" And he came over to Gukesh's room, and they had a chat. And Anand just gave him some advice, showed him some games where he too had been in that situation where he'd overpressed. And I thought that is such a beautiful touch, actually, that the legend himself, you know, who's not only inspired this new generation, has actually come and helped them.
Yeah.
I really appreciated this story, and I thought, you know, it's fantastic.
What a team effort.
Yeah, it's no coincidence that India are producing all these youngsters when you have personalities like that who are willing to help.
Absolutely.
A lot of selfless coaches out there who put in their time for Gukesh, for Prag, who've kind of made them who they are today. And meanwhile, in the game, like you said, Lawrence, I mean, it's just so impressive what he's doing, Gukesh. He does need a follow-up, however. He's gone down. So what would we be thinking here? How does White find compensation for the pawn he's sacrificed?
Yeah, it's not... I mean, the first move that comes to mind for me is I feel like I want to take on A6.
Get rid of those bishops?
Yeah, just importantly, of course, he can't take with the knight, so he has to take with the rook. Can't take with the queen either, so rook takes. Yep. And then the natural follow-up is just to put the rook on D1 here to try and win back a pawn. It's not... I'm not in love with it. I don't look at it and think, wow, this is fantastic. Yeah. But I also don't exactly know what you should be doing here with White.
Yeah, this is one option. You're right, what else? I mean, also I would be tempted to put my knight in the middle of the board, but...
Doesn't actually do anything.
Doesn't actually create anything. Black can probably just castle at some point. And, yeah, also Black at some point can put his knight in the centre of the board. I'm not sure who that favours. Yeah, this is a critical moment. Gukesh needs a plan. It also crossed my mind that you can kind of go to the edge of the board and start trying to attack some pawns, but again, the question is whether Black can castle safely. I don't think White has any way to kind of set up the queen and attack this pawn. You're just not in time, unfortunately, because Black has a discovered check along this diagonal, hitting the queen as well. So, yeah, it's definitely no obvious moves shouting out, kind of screaming out to be played right now. This is one, but what else? Jovanka, have we seen this position before?
We have seen it. I mean, there's only a handful of games, but in that one particular game, White just centralised the rook. So, yeah, it's trying to do the idea that Lawrence spoke about.
Yep, so indirect attacking this pawn.
Sorry, importantly, bishop takes d3, rook takes d3 is the idea. You don't have to take back with the pawn.
Yeah,
take with the rook.
Make use of this pin. Black Knight can't recapture, and yeah, this looks like a better version of the variation we looked at, just because now this one is attacked twice. You can defend it with the Black Rook, but White can keep piling up on this pawn if he wishes. So this looks like maybe Gukesh's safest option, or at least one of the most sensible. But he's thinking in this position whether to bring his rook to the centre. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned Wei Yi there, and Wei Yi's still very strong, of course, but he's still the same rating, and I think that's a cautionary tale that these top players, they still have to keep working. Not everyone's going to hit the top level. We mentioned Gukesh, Eric Gaisi, Prag, but maybe one of them will hit 2800. Not necessarily, I mean, maybe all of them will hit 2800, but there's no guarantee for any. And I think it's nice to have the rivalry as well, just especially within India. They're kind of pushing each other to to greater heights. Okay, he plays a very mysterious rook move.
That's a very Karpovian move, that is. Yeah. That is Karpov to a T. Doesn't work, but it, you know, the spirit was there.
Yeah, I mean, we all, I think, understand the idea behind this move. He's trying to persuade Magnus to play bishop takes bishop, then after white recaptures, the white rook on the c-file becomes open, but Magnus is never, ever going to capture that bishop.
No.
Very strange. You're asking your opponent to do something, but you're making it pretty obvious what your plan is. And Magnus just immediately castles.
In move 19, another game where he castles very late.
Yeah.
Yeah. You normally don't want to castle past move 10 or 12. That's what I was taught, at least when I was young. But yeah, it's strange. Do you think that was a mouse slip by Gukesh? Do you think he wanted to put that rook on the d-file? No. But surely you have a plan now.
It does kind of feel like a mouse slip, to be honest with you, because...
I think we would have seen a bigger reaction from him if he mouse slipped. He's looked calm the whole way through, so...
So where did he want to put it?
Probably the square he chose. But maybe one square to the right, so the D1 square, that's the most natural, at least, by far.
And why is that more natural than the C square? Both are covered by a pawn in front of it.
Yeah, so if we jump in just to show this, so in this position...
you said D?
Yeah, the D file.
Okay.
So we were advocating the D file just because next move, for example, if black did the same as he did in the game, if Magnus castled, now at the very least you could play bishop takes bishop, black has to recapture with the rook, and now the rook is actually hitting a pawn, so you can actually regain a pawn. And here you have probably just equal chances. You hit the knight, you hit this pawn. Black can, for example, capture this guy, but we'll just see a bunch of exchanges and probably an equal endgame. So Gukesh, by putting his rook on the different square, the square he chose, if we go back to the game position, what's it doing here? Magnus castled. If Magnus had played bishop takes bishop, now we finally understand why the rook is here, because after pawn takes, suddenly the rook comes to life, hits this knight, using this pin as well. But Magnus, of course, he'll never, ever take this bishop. What's your rook doing here?
So is it kind of protecting that bishop, then?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, he pushes forward.
Oh, this is the idea.
This is the only plan, I think, to open up the rook. Yeah, so this knight is not actually attacking the bishop because of a pin along this diagonal. The black knight can't move because the black queen would drop. And if bishop takes bishop, now we see, again, an attack on this knight. Magnus, though, gets out of the pin. And not just does he get out of the pin, but he attacks this bishop, he attacks this knight. Oof, looks very strong for black.
Magnus is in his element.
Yeah, just one... I think Gukesh was trying to be a bit too clever. Maybe he should have just kept things simple. OK, bishop takes bishop has been played. The rook recaptures. Still a problem with this knight. Still a problem with knight takes pawn. Still a problem with the knight coming into the centre. And black's a pawn up.
Yeah, and one of the things that I also noticed is that white is really lacking choice because, as you've highlighted, black's pieces are very active and you can't just like casually move back, retreat the knight that's under attack because the knight jumps into the D3 square and, well, that's going to favour Magnus big time. And so you can't do that. So you're either going to have to shuffle a piece over to protect that knight. You can't even throw in intermediate moves like pawn takes pawn and go, hey, look, I'm attacking your knight because still the white knight is under attack and you can just recapture the pawn.
Yeah, you can recapture the pawn. I think maybe even stronger is to put the black knight into the centre, hit the queen. The queen has to use this square to protect her knight. And now you just simply capture. And like you say, Jovanka, just this one attacked. This pawn looks very strong, but actually it could just drop off at some point in the next few moves. And OK, we see this variation on the board. I think we'll see this position in a moment. Gukesh needs to move his queen in the game position, and he's just going to be a pawn down. I'm slightly surprised the computer says it's this much of an advantage, but it just must be because white has nothing for his pawn. And yeah, we do see this position now. This is a threat. Sometimes black can even start pushing pawns where he's strongest. OK, Gukesh centralizes, and I guess the acid test now is just take another pawn. Go 2 pawns up for Magnus.
Yeah.
Looks possible.
So it's looking really good for Magnus now and really bad for Gukesh.
Yeah, I think he's just lost control. He chose the wrong plan. And it was an interesting plan, but it was just a bit slow.
Look at the clocks as well.
Yeah. No, I didn't like this rook AC1 move. I think Gukesh had to play a lot more simply. Rook AD1, try and win the pawn back. Wasn't much. Black was still doing fine, but now the onus is very much on the young man to prove what he's got for the two pawns.
You call it a Karpovian move. What is that? What was Karpov's style that makes this a Karpovian move?
A lot of Karpov's moves were what are known as prophylactic moves, and what that means is anticipating what your opponent wants to do. So he was if we go back to that position, David, we'll probably have to show that. He was anticipating a trade on D3. So if he's anticipating that the C line is going to get open, then having the rook there already benefits him because he's already got a rook in perfect placement. But it didn't quite work here. The spirit was right, but the execution wasn't quite right. So,
but now the rook is free.
Yeah.
And it is in that very nice 7th heaven.
Yeah. On the 7th rank.
The problem is that Black's pieces are all very well coordinated, and if you really dissect the position, you'll see it's just the rook that's attacking a knight, and none of White's other pieces are actually remotely involved in the attack.
Yeah, at the moment, Black has perfect centralisation as well with the pawn, queen and knight.
Just saw that tweet where someone described me as the Susie Dent of chess.
Apparently I'm the Rachel Riley. Wow.
I wish.
And the rook defends the knight.
It's a very English comment there, sorry, Kai. About Countdown, the TV show. So the rook now defends the black knight. How can Gukesh keep the momentum going before it's too late?
Oh!
Whoa!
What happened?
Something's happened. It did feel a bit wrong for Magnus to play this move. I actually thought Magnus had something a bit stronger, but what is in the air? We have to figure it out.
Rook takes E7 is a threat, and Queen D8 wins.
Oh, he's brought his queen forward. Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
And actually, if we look at this, if the knight moves, suddenly there's either a knight H5 or Queen B7 shot, and that's just over.
So, for example, this, and you come in, and you get to the black king.
What?
That's just like that.
No reaction on Magnus, but he obviously has blundered big time. Is he seeing it now?
I think he's starting to realise it's not actually obvious. I mean, if you showed me this position, even after White brings the queen in, I would be thinking, OK, there must be a defence for black. But the computer confirms that there isn't one. And just to show the threat, as you guys mentioned, if black, for example, takes a pawn, then White will play rook takes knight. And actually, this is back rank checkmate. The king is trapped. And, OK, you can throw a rook in the way, but it doesn't change anything. This is checkmate on the next move. And this is
he's
a threat.
Look at Magnus's face. It's dawned on him. It took him also about 20-30 seconds to realise, hold on a second, am I busted here? And ironically, in the previous move, he was completely winning. He just had to play knight G6.
Yeah.
Wow.
In the previous move,
just knight G6, and I guess the difference here is that if knight H5 here,
maybe black can go on the attack before white does.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you just take this pawn, you threaten checkmate. It still looks a bit scary that you allow the white rook to check, but maybe black's
you're just there
quicker.
Just in time.
Just in time, but he was too slow. He played a defensive move in this position.
But going back to the game position, I mean, there we see Magnus with his head in his hands. OK, he's dawning on him. But what about if the king just protects the knight? I mean, where is the killer blow?
If the king defends.
So the rook takes knight. The whole idea is you just go, well, rook takes rook, and...
And now you're ready to block any checks with your own rook. Still feels very shaky.
It feels like, you know, it is hanging by a thread, but where is the knockout punch?
Yeah, so you're suggesting this move, putting the king on F8. Oof.
You can also play knight D3 here. Is the queen trapped?
Wow. Lawrence, the queen is actually trapped in the centre.
And the queen on B6 protects the E6 pawn. That's that's a crucial thing, yeah.
Oh, so that's the real threat.
That's the actual threat.
Yeah.
And that's where Magnus is now doing his favourite, telling himself off.
But it's too late.
It's too late. It's really over. There's no saving this because knight D3 as the secondary. The secondary threat is to win the queen, which is quite good. And the queen, Kaja, nothing more pleasurable than trapping a queen in the middle of the board, because you don't expect the queen to have no squares in the middle of the board, but stone cold in the centre, it's just over.
Literally every square is covered, right?
Yeah.
These squares are covered by the white knight and queen. This is covered by the white queen. These are all covered by white's knights, and these are all covered too. There's literally no safe square. She's gone.
Wow.
That's so rare.
16 years old, about to beat Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, there's no coming back from this. Sometimes, you know, like even yet. Do you remember on day one where Magnus had the bad position against Kaja, right? And it was losing, but the counter chances were still there.
Yeah.
This is just not a position where any counter chances exist, and you can see him. He's really annoyed because he knows the opening went well.
He knows he's going to be on the front page of many Indian newspapers tomorrow.
Is he the youngest
loses this
player ever to have beaten Magnus?
I'm checking.
Possible, yeah.
Because he's Gukesh is just 16 years old.
0.34, and how
Yeah.
old was Prag? He was 16 point something.
Right.
And Gukesh's
falling.
birthday is in May, if that helps. May 2006.
Yeah, no, so we know he is 16.34. So that will be younger, because Prag beat Magnus for the first time in February, was it?
Roughly.
Yeah,
And he's
roughly.
born in August.
Okay, so it will be a
So
new
there will
record.
be, yeah.
Wow.
Gukesh will be the youngest player in history to beat Magnus Carlsen after he became world champion. Incredible, these young Indians.
I know, we
And
can see
Magnus
the
is just-
reaction from him. You know, he's just cursing. You know, he knows it's all over. It's gone. One slip up. That was it. And just like a house of cards, his position just completely fell apart.
And he had 12 minutes when he blundered. I mean, he would have known he was doing well, Magnus. You can see he knew he was almost winning, or at least a pawn or two up for nothing. And yeah, we've all been there, we've all blundered, but it is a bit careless maybe to blunder without really pausing for thought, without looking for the opponent's moves, without calculating.
Oh, he just wants to hide Magnus Carlsen. He hates the way he made that blunder. And imagine for Gukesh sitting there waiting now for 6 minutes to make his move.
It's a shame his camera's so dark, because
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen his facial expression.
Magnus is giving us a lot of facial expressions.
Magnus
though.
is going through the whole range of emotions, but Gukesh, well, he's just calm and well spotted. You know, fair play to Gukesh for just seizing this opportunity when it was presented to him.
Because was that difficult? Obviously, when Magnus made this blunder, Gukesh has answered with a move.
I mean, it only becomes obvious once you see it, really. I mean, it took us a while to realise, especially the second threat. One threat was obvious, rook takes knight. That one is crystal clear. Maybe Magnus even spotted that, but I think he must have missed this second threat of trapping the black queen. And yeah, I mean, even when Gukesh played that move with 5 minutes or 6 minutes left, when Gukesh played that move, he won't have been 100% sure he's winning. He would have thought, OK, I've got 2 threats. Maybe the opponent has some way to deal with it. But now he sees Magnus stop for 6-7 minutes. He's going to be, I mean, firstly, calculating, realising black has no defence, but he's going to be full of confidence that he's going to finish this off now. And I'm just trying to find a way that defends even a few more moves, and I just can't.
There's just no move. It's just really over, and I think Magnus will actually resign.
Immediately,
yeah, I think he's just going to resign. I think he's just very rarely have I seen him so irritated.
I just checked the computer evaluations to see whether there was any way to extract the queen from danger. Nope. Basically, he's saying, yeah, nothing you can do. Eventually, you're going to have to just play queen takes rook.
He does make the move.
But now rook takes knight,
Rook takes E7,
as Lawrence pointed out earlier. That's on the board, and that's going to be just devastating for the world champion.
Yeah, just to show once more, this rook is poisoned. It cannot be captured because of checkmate in 2 moves. This is deadly. This is a check. The black king has no escape squares. Thanks to this white pawn, actually. This white pawn doing a good job of cutting it off, and checkmate. So Magnus had to run away with this rook, but now he's a whole piece down, and the attack is likely to continue. I mean, there's surely going to be an attack against the black king on one of these 2 squares.
You can offer a trade of queens.
Yeah.
Try to put it in the bank, as I like to say.
Do we want to trade off the queens? Do we not want to go for checkmate? Magnus swirling in his chair.
Doesn't even want to look at this, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, so you guys are suggesting, for example, this move.
Yeah.
Firstly, queen trade. Secondly, going for this pawn.
Just remember that there's a pawn on e6. Can also become a second queen.
Yeah, maybe this is a good move. Maybe Magnus
Looks like a great move to me.
Yeah, maybe Magnus's one trap is after queen to this square.
Yeah.
He'll give a check, I guess, and maybe he'll take the white knight. Because if the queen is captured now, then suddenly it's white who gets checkmated along the back rank. But also just to show that this is just one check, the black king can suddenly hide in the corner, but Gukesh won't fall for that one. And yeah, in the current position, this looks like a immediate win for Gukesh. Queen's off, you'll just win with your extra knight. Maybe there are other ways. You just have to make sure you don't allow a counterattack against the white king.
Shocking, really.
4 minutes, he should have this in the bag now.
Yeah.
Gukesh.
I mean, he's going to be... He understands he has to still tread a little carefully here, even though the machine is saying plus 8.3. A bit of care is required. And look, I mean, the kid is... he's good. I mean, he just finds the way. And here, actually, Magnus is obliged to trade queens. Queen e3, check king h1, and there's no follow-up, actually.
Yeah. The key difference now is that the white queen protects her knight on f4, right? So that trick we saw in the last variation just doesn't work.
Also, I want to point out, like, let's say queen e3, check king h1, and let's say rook takes b2, just to try and get a nice little mate in 4 here. Rook takes h7.
We're probably going to see it, Lawrence.
Yeah. This, Lawrence.
The king is going to go to the corner, and, well, since you're a piece down, you might as well
For example, going for checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And rook takes pawn.
And now a lovely rook takes pawn again, just removing a key defender, knight g6.
And it's over.
7 is a mate.
It is over. Magnus Carlsen loses to another Indian teenager. It's a massive win for Gukesh at only 16 years old. He becomes the youngest player ever to beat world champion Magnus Carlsen after he became the world champion. What is Gukesh feeling like right now? He seemed very calm, but this must be just a big day in his life.
Yeah, totally. I'm sure he's just inside, just doing cartwheels, jumping for joy, running around the room with a towel going, woohoo, I did it. I mean, we're feeling that, you know. I mean, what a monumental day in history. I mean, it's just incredible performance by Gukesh, and so resourceful.
Definitely.
You know, we had written him off. We thought it was all over, and he found this just amazing shot from nowhere.
Incredible. We have to take a look at this historical game, David. Historical blunder by Magnus.
Yeah, it's a historical moment, simply, and it all turned around in the space of one move per player. In this position, it's black to play, Magnus Carlsen. He actually has 2 extra pawns right now. Black is 2 pawns up. He just needs to be slightly careful, slightly accurate, and among the strong moves, this one was probably the simplest. Just moving the knight that's attacked, bringing it over to g6, offering a trade for white's knight, getting pieces off the board. That would have secured him, most likely, a win. But he took his eye off the ball just for one moment, and that was enough. Instead, he just played a very slow, very passive move, bringing his rook across one square. And what a shot now by Gukesh. It looks like he can maybe move a knight, move a rook, but Magnus didn't predict him bringing his queen in, and there were 2 threats created. One of them is unstoppable. Black can't prevent them both. Firstly, rook takes knight, as we see in a moment in the game. And secondly, even if this knight is defended, for example, with the black king, then this is the killer. Backward knight moves are the hardest ones to see in chess, and this is what Magnus had missed. The queen is incredibly trapped in the centre of the board. Instead, Magnus moved his knight, and here, the real idea behind white's queen move, rook takes knight, winning a piece because of back rank checkmate ideas. And Gukesh, he was accurate to the end. He finished it off very, very confidently. What a game. What a result.
And Magnus Carlsen, he was so upset when he realized the massive blunder he made. He spent 5 minutes thinking about his move after realizing the blunder. Can you understand his emotions here, Lawrence?
Yeah, of course, because, you know, the opening actually went very well for Magnus, and he was kind of cruising, and this move came out of nowhere. Literally, it was just completely unexpected, and it's, you know, he's a man. Let's put it this way: he doesn't like to lose.
Yeah.
So, yeah. he's going to have to regroup quite quickly.
Yeah, he's got a little less than 30 minutes to regroup and get ready for the next round today, round 10 in the preliminaries of the Aimchess Rapid. And India, they are kind of getting their revenge against Magnus Carlsen. He took the World Championship title away from them in Chennai back in 2013 when he beat Vishy Anand in the World Championship match. But now Prag has beaten him, Erigaisi yesterday, and also Gukesh today. And here is Erigaisi playing against the entertaining Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. The bar is saying 0.0. Is it an entertaining game, though?
It could be, potentially. Still a lot of life left in this one. It is level material. If we look on the board, white has a 4 versus 3 pawn advantage on this side, on the right side, and black has 3 versus 2 advantage in terms of pawns on the other flank. There is an imbalance, bishop versus knight. And what do you guys think? I was about to say, is Mamedyarov going to take the safe approach, maybe get rid of that white knight? He says no.
Yeah, he's allowed rook d1 here, possibly. It's a bit complicated because queen takes a4, queen g4 check exists. Rook d7 is the only move.
Let's show this. Attacking the black queen. The black queen can take a pawn. This check forces black to block.
And now queen g8, sorry, is just the end of the game. I beg your pardon.
Yeah. And this would end in checkmate.
And we have seen that move on the board, so Mamedyarov can't get greedy, as David and Lawrence have highlighted. Instead, it's better just to move the queen, and then it will come down to an endgame, you know, which duo is the best? The queen and knight versus the queen and bishop. Yeah. I mean, traditionally, if you just go by the general principles, it's the queen and knight that are going to be superior. But then again, if you look at white's pawns on the left side of the board, then ideal.
Yeah, they could easily be targeted. I think I'd still take white just because there's a lot of shelter for the white king. The king can safely sit on the g2 square. It's never, ever going to be in danger there. And white's knight, meanwhile, can jump forward. I'm not sure which square to choose, one of these two. And, OK, he does that immediately. Erigaisi, he doesn't trade rooks yet. That's very sensible as well, bringing the knight in. And OK, what will Shak do? The evaluation bar actually suddenly jumped off the black, which does surprise me somewhat.
Ah, queen a2.
Wow.
This is a nice shot.
Oh, double attack hitting this pawn. This is the weakness, actually, in white's camp. This is hard to see, actually. Initially, Erigaisi must have missed it. And if the queen goes to defend this pawn, then suddenly this one just drops off. You're right, Jovanka. White has all the weaknesses. And yeah, right now, Mamedyarov, he's turned it around. He's dominant in the current position just because of this one threat. Queen takes pawn. It's really hard to defend against.
Yeah, and the pawns all come a-dropping. And, gosh, what a... Sorry, I just can't get over. And it seems like I'm not the only one who can't get over what happened just now, because I can just see the excitement on Twitter. Everyone is just going crazy about the fact that Gukesh has beaten Magnus Carlsen, and it's been such an exciting start to day 3 already. And just remember that if you two want to get into the fun and the games and the action and share with us your thoughts, you can do this by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and we will feature them on the show. And there we see the queen defend the pawn. And I also wanted to say, I also want to thank everyone for sending us the reasons why David should analyse their games. I mean, I've seen a variety of reasons. One of them was to beat my girlfriend.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
To finally win a game. Another one is a lot of people also saying, David, we've been doing so badly this year. Can you help us improve? Others are saying it's their first over-the-board tournament coming up soon, and they would love to have advice from David. So lots of good reasons. No one's birthday today.
Yes. Now you said that.
Yeah, that's coming up later in the show, David, analysing your online performance. One lucky viewer will get his expert help. All right, and this one is Shakhriyar winning another game. And if he does, you guys, he could take the lead in the tournament because Magnus has lost. And I could see on the bar in Abdusatorov's game, it looked like he is losing in this round. And if he does, and Shak wins, he will be on top of the table.
Yeah, and Mamedyarov, he's maybe the informed player so far this tournament. He's finished off many games in spectacular style, not just winning games, but checkmating his opponents out of the blue. And wow, what a move. I don't think he needed to do this. The black queen could simply have gone to win the white a-pawn, but he's a man in a hurry, Shaq. He wants to promote that black a-pawn. Yeah, he's got 2 of them now. And he's only 3 pawn pushes away from making in second queen.
And Erigaisi, coming to 10 seconds on the clock. I mean, one thing I always want to say about these type of endings is the quality of the pawns, not the quantity. And there we see Erigaisi capture a pawn. I mean, is there any chance that he could give a perpetual check to the king?
Yeah, he needs something. He needs a bit of magic. The white knight is so far away from doing anything useful. This might be a rare scenario where the queen and bishop work much better together than the queen and knight. I'm struggling to see resources, Lawrence.
No, I mean, it's bad. It's that a-pawn is very, very quick. The queen and knight aren't quite coordinated enough to do something against this king.
And in fact, you know, if the knight is introduced into the attack, I mean, black can even get super creative and try and trade off queens in the most radical of ways.
Yeah, I mean, just if black can find a safe square to put his queen right now, just push that a-pawn even further. Okay, an even nicer move, perhaps, just putting the king in perfect safety.
Nice.
And, okay, queen takes pawn, attacking the black bishop. The black bishop can simply be defended by the black queen, or it can move.
It can just retreat backwards and...
Yeah, I think Shaq is winning here in many ways.
Black's king is so safe. Okay, the queen moves, and there's the a-pawn, 2 squares away from queening. Can't be stopped.
We've seen a lot of games decided by these passed pawns in this tournament, actually, just running, the opponent's unable to stop them. Erigaisi, a few seconds left. What's he trying to do? No threat. Black can push that pawn.
Yep, no threat. Push the pawn, and passed pawns are there to be pushed. And is it going to be game over? Well, he's trying one last try, attacking the pawn on c7, but there's no way that Shaq is not going to see that. And now it's time to sound the bell, I think.
Yeah, and there was one final trick. White knight wanted to jump back to d6 with a double check. There was a pin, but Shaq offers a queen trade. I think we're going to see a result. Black's queen is, the a-pawn is about to queen, and there we go. Erigaisi does resign.
It's over for Erigaisi. Stuck on 15 points, but Shaq, he keeps on impressing everyone. Now up to 19 points. He takes the lead in the tournament with a great win. We came in quite late, but we did get the moment when the bar jumped up. What happened, David?
We did, and again, just like that Magnus game, it was just one small slip, but that's enough at this level. At this very high level, you can't take your eye off the ball. One blunder is enough, and here, Erigaisi would have actually maybe had a small advantage if he had traded rooks, and only then put his knight on this square, but he did it in the wrong order. He put his knight on this square first, and there was a key difference. After a rook exchange, suddenly White's queen has left the second rank, and Black's queen swooped in. This was decisive. Simply, this pawn is under fire twice. You have to protect it, and as Erigaisi did, we saw suddenly this pawn was undefended, and Black simply pushed. He pushed whoops, he made my errors. He pushed again, and later on he made a queen with his a-pawn. Simple strategy, but it was only allowed because of that one slip by Erigaisi.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda, we're going to follow him in the next round, round 10, in the preliminaries of the Aimchess Rapid, because he is up against someone who's probably celebrating right now. Gukesh is coming from a win against world number 1. Magnus Carlsen, can he keep that up and win against another of the top players in the world, Jan-Krzysztof Duda? It's coming up in 16 minutes. And Magnus, he is definitely up against the young prodigies today. So far, struggling today and later today. He is also up against Abdu Satoro. We're going to follow that game in round 11. And before that game, we will give one of you at home the chance to get your games analyzed by Grandmaster David Howell. So keep on sending in your username on an online platform using the hashtag chess champs and explain also why you need David's expert help. When we get back from a commercial break, we're gonna bring you along to the gym to check out what Magnus Carlsen's training regime looks like in the physical world. So stay with us, we'll be back in a few minutes.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatacamsky.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
I love sports, so that's how I train. I do football, I've started playing paddle recently. I also do some exercises with a personal trainer but he always tries to make it about competition because that is what motivates me. I do not know if it's essential to be in good shape to be a good player, but I know that I play a lot better when I do feel well and that I'm at my best physically, for sure.
Welcome back to Aimchess Rapid. It's day 3 in the preliminaries. 16 players will make it through to the knockout stage. 8 players will leave us. And it's obviously looking good for Magnus Carlsen to qualify, but he's just coming from a loss against 16-year-old Gukesh after a big blunder by the world #1. He has to make a comeback after that. And even if it was a blunder, he is the world's best chess player, and being the best chess player in the world obviously takes a lot of chess training. But not only that, Magnus Carlsen is known to be extremely physically fit. And right now, we're going to bring you along to the gym and tell you the secret from Magnus Carlsen's personal trainer. What is the secret to staying physically fit and training your brain as well?
First, my name is Bror Carlsen. I've been working as a personal trainer for 5 to 6 years.
And how long have you been working with Magnus Carlsen?
He started working out here, is it about a year ago or something? When he's home and here, we usually do 2 times a week.
The first round is always...
Also, it's a concentration exercise because you need to, if you tense up, it's going to be really tough. Because then you're just reacting to every, like that, and you jump around. But really get the heart rate down and really concentrate and relax to get it done. So it's a combination of both balance, stabilization, and a bit of focus. In particular, we also do some more balance training and some training that is a bit more coordination, just to get the brain to work. So here's just the normal core exercise, ab exercise that we do. We do some pull-ups, and it's always fun to use the battle ropes, every other, or both. And we have these variations where you go out and in, the heart rate goes up like this.
What would you say is the most important in your workouts with Magnus for him to be at his very best when playing chess?
The most important for him in particular is to have the routines, getting up, eating well, because it's easier to eat well and perform when you have a daily routine that works out. And there are studies that show that cardiovascular training does impact the brain in good ways. It's an endurance sport. Of course, you need to have a lot of endurance to get your mind to keep on working for that long. I like to challenge Magnus a lot, so we usually do some kind of competitive rounds, at least at the end of the workout. Go, 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 go! And go, 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 stretch out. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, push, push, push.
And what would you say is his biggest strength when it comes to working out?
Oh, his competitiveness, yeah, definitely. He takes everything and makes it a competition. So his ability to just keep on going. If I say it's good, he's not happy until he's happy.
Last time I did this, we did 8 rounds, huh?
Yeah, 8 rounds.
8 rounds, and I just laid on the floor for 10 minutes after.
Yeah, I had to go down and buy a protein shake and come back up and give it to him. I think after he started here, he had a good winning streak. After he turned 30, he didn't have any wins for a while. And then he started working out here, so apparently he got a few wins straight after, so I was like, okay, I have to write down the check and take my 10%. No, but I mean, I think it was some kind of record after that, and of course it's not just that, but I mean, maybe it has some impact. Ooh.
So that's what it looks like when Magnus Carlsen works out with his personal trainer. And I thought it was very interesting to hear that Bror, his personal trainer, actually had some ideas, David, on how to challenge Magnus so that he also uses his brain when he works out to train several things at the same time, so the brain is also in practice. Have you ever thought about that as a chess player?
I wish I could say yes. Firstly, I need to hit the gym a bit more. But yeah, I mean, I guess there's the same in all sports. There's psychology, and that motivates people. People get motivated in different ways. For Magnus, it happens to be that kind of fighting against himself, bettering himself. Maybe it's the same for some of the viewers at home. For me, things that would motivate me would be maybe the social aspect. So I would want to work out with someone else, for example. But it clearly works for Magnus, and the physical aspect is essential in chess. That's why the youngsters are taking over nowadays, because they can sit there for hours on end without losing focus. And yeah, I think when you're a bit older, you need to work harder at that to maintain your level. So yeah, it's clear that this plays a huge part in his performance.
So we know, Jovanka, from chess history that Bobby Fischer was also very into keeping physically fit. He was that was a part of him being a chess player. But are we seeing another level of it with Magnus Carlsen?
It certainly looks that way from the video. I mean, I know Kasparov and Karpov, they were big fans of running and swimming, and they were kind of going along down that route, you know, testing the endurance, being solitary. And I found it very interesting that they were kind of testing the balance and the composure and keeping calm under pressure. Yeah. And that, for me, is the big first. Absolutely. And Lawrence, you were at the gym, and you actually got to test parts of this training regime with the personal trainer. This was one of the exercises. What was it like?
It was fun. You know, it was, yeah, the balancing it. This one wasn't so fun, I'll be honest with you. But you have to engage the core. I mean, it was great, and I'm very happy to see Magnus taking it seriously and really showing as well the world that you can't be a top chess player and be #1 forever if you're not fit. And Magnus, Fabiano, and lots of other top players have got personal trainers. You simply cannot. You simply cannot. I'm just looking at myself here, trying to concentrate. You simply cannot be a top player without a personal trainer, without being fit. I've just seen, this is the first time I'm looking at this footage, so a lot of boxing type exercises there. But it was good fun, and hopefully, you know, other players, also the younger players, if we look at the Gukeshes and so on, they're very young to start training, but they've got that natural, raw, youthful energy, which helps you. But I think once you start getting, into your 20s probably, mid-20s, you actually have to start doing something else. Because they've got that rawness about their play, but at some point you have to supplement that with being fit.
And we heard Erigaisi yesterday, David. He is working, obviously, with a chess coach. He's working with a mental trainer. Should he already now in his teens have a personal fitness trainer?
I think that will come. Like Lawrence says, he has that natural intensity, that natural explosiveness, but in order to maintain that and kind of keep increasing your strength, and the margins are very small at the top level, but when he gets maybe a bit older and when he gets to that 2800 mark, then I'm sure that's the next step for him, a natural progression.
And now they know, and you all know how world champion Magnus Carlsen trains with his personal trainer. Let's take a look at the results from that big round 9. A bunch, actually all of the games ended up with a winner. Incredible, Anish Giri. 3 points against Aditya Mittal. Richard Rapport winning against Vincent Keimer. David Anton, 3 points against Eric Hansen. Mamedyarov winning against Arjun Erigaisi. Duda, a win against Vidit Harikrishna. Got 3 points against Naroditsky Grandelius. 3 points against the person who was in the lead in the tournament before this round, Abdusatorov. And then that huge result for Gukesh, winning against Magnus Carlsen. So now it's changing up. Mamedyarov with 19 points is on top of the table. Duda now in second place, 1 point behind Mamedyarov. Abdusatorov stuck on 17 points and Magnus stuck on 16 points. We still have Anish Giri and Gukesh inside top 8, and Richard Rapport has now entered the top 8. It's now up to Vincent Keimer, Vidit to fight hard to enter top 8 who qualifies for the knockout stage. Let's take a look at the games coming up in 1 minute in round 10. Magnus Carlsen coming from a loss now to face Pensala Harikrishna. But we are going to follow the game between Duda and Gukesh coming from that major win. Two youngsters, Duda in his 20, Gukesh only 16. Do you think it's going to be a challenge for Gukesh now, Jovanka, to calm himself down and forget about what he just did?
It is going to be a challenge. I mean, we often see that you're riding high after such a momentous victory that somehow you're not able to focus and just think about the job in hand. But, you know, he's facing Duda.
Yeah.
So, you know, that is going to be a cold shower. So he definitely has to bring his A game to the table. Nothing for it but that.
Absolutely. Duda in second place in the tournament, and here we go.
Yeah, it's a Queen's Pawn opening. Duda usually opening with his King's Pawn, so maybe a small surprise there for Gukesh. But we are heading into maybe one of the main positions here with a Queen's Gambit declined and the Catalan. So Duda going for this really trendy, topical approach. Everyone seems to be playing the Catalan nowadays. It's kind of a mix between strategy and dynamism in these types of openings. How will Gukesh react? Black has a bunch of solid ways, also a bunch of ambitious ways to meet the Catalan, but I'm sure he's seen this before. I'm sure he's got a line or two up his sleeve. He just needs to choose which one. Duda with a small surprise. I don't know, have you guys seen him play the Catalan before? I certainly can't remember.
Can't recall.
And, OK, a check is met by the bishop blocking. Black's main move here is to retreat the black dark-squared bishop. There's a couple of squares you can choose, but there we go. It retreats back to its main square. And after the both kings castle, I'm assuming Duda's going to do the same. We do get this kind of standoff where still all pieces on the board. White wants to, at some point, occupy the center. White needs to bring the rest of his pieces into the game, but black is rock solid. And it's hard to break down black's structure. The triangle formation in the middle of the board, as we call it, with black, that pawn structure, just very hard to break. White's queen finding a slightly better square.
Reminds me of when I played a sport that is very big in Norway, but not many other countries, handball. And defending, we would always be told to have this triangle formation to defend. And is the triangle about defending or attacking in chess?
It's about defending to begin with, but it also has counter-attacking possibilities there because, I mean, black has a lot of flexibility with this little triangle formation because either of those backward pawns can move forward. So that's why it's flexible. And here we see Gukesh also seizing some space on the left side of the board, but the issue for him is all about the light squared bishop. I mean, he has to get it out. He has to give it a roll. Yeah, black's bishop, black's c8 bishop is just a terrible piece. It's a bit like a French defense, where that's the problem child. And this last move, this pawn push, I've seen Magnus play it several times. White here has a bunch of ways to react. Duda, at some point, he'll try and get his queenside knight out, that knight that's sitting at home doing nothing. Much experience on this side of the board?
Zero. Never had this position. I've seen it, of course, plenty of times. I've commentated on it a fair bunch of times. Never had it. Just not my cup of tea, I'm afraid, from either side. I would get squeezed with black and probably be a little bit too ambitious with white. So just, yeah, and this is fairly standard stuff. But allowing this A-pawn to run down the board, I don't recall that being...
It's theory.
Is it? Yeah?
Yeah.
OK.
Sorry.
Wait, no. I'm looking forward to hearing. So this has been played in a bunch of top games. Yeah, a bunch of top games. We have Vidit also trying this with the white pieces against Liam Le. We have another strong Russian Grandmaster, Nikita Vichugov, against Demchenko. Fabiano Caruana played this with the black pieces against Wojciech, one of a Polish player who actually has played on the tour a few times. Yeah. So, yeah, definitely very well known.
Yeah, if Wojciech's played that position, maybe Duda's aware. Those two are very close, those two Polish players. And, OK, Duda, maybe with a bit less experience in this type of position than some of his kind of elite counterparts. Maybe he'll spend a bit of time here trying to be creative, trying to decide what to do with white. And eventually he does stop the further advance of that black A-pawn. Black was gaining a lot of space with his rook there, for his rook there. So that advance has been blocked. Strategically, long-term, this could be an ugly pawn move, just because there are some holes now on white's queenside. White will struggle to push the pawn next to this, the white b-pawn. It's just going to get captured. so he'll have to come up with other plans. I'm going to sneeze. Sorry, guys. I'll hold that one back. And meanwhile, Gukesh plays a bit of a waiting game, just takes control of some squares, gives the black king an escape square for later. It's very cagey, again. Just both players just marking out the territory, controlling squares, yet to really initiate any direct confrontation.
But this pawn move is rare. I mean, I was taking a look at the database. It's much more common for black to jump forward with the knight. Playing this little pawn move, it seems to me perhaps slightly on the passive side. But then again, you know, black really hasn't done anything too wrong. It's just a very solid position. And whilst they're playing, well, we can read a few tweets. And Tapes New Bay says that they finally turned 18 yesterday. So someone who generally had a birthday said, uploading my selfie today along with enjoying the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour Aimchess Rapid tournament and giving us some thanks for our commentary. So well,
happy birthday.
Happy belated birthday, Tapes New. And there we see the queen develop to the edge of the board. And then Newton29 says that sends us greetings from the Black Forest. Says, I would be very happy if you would analyse the games. In a few weeks, I will play my first over-the-board tournament and it will help me a lot. So this is actually a common thing that we've seen a lot of people taking up the game because of the pandemic, playing it online, and they want to make that transition into over-the-board chess. And everyone's kind of wondering like, how to do this.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a chance to offer some advice to as many players as possible.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this position's still very tense. This last move very natural for black, just defending the A-pawn. Black's queen on a decent square. Would you be tempted to launch forward in the centre here, Lawrence? Just guess black is threatening to win a pawn from the C4 square.
Yes, I mean, it's definitely a move you have to consider, pawn to e4. I wonder if you can play other moves. Maybe knight d2 immediately is also... Is it ridiculous to play this move? I mean, you run into g5 maybe. Is it awkward?
Trying to track down this bishop.
Yeah, bishop e3, knight g4. Could be a little bit awkward. So, yeah, white has to be a bit precise here. Does the move bishop d2 make any sense? I guess it doesn't really, right?
Indirectly hitting the queen. I guess the queen has to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, this bishop's always a problem in these systems, right? Because, as you said, on this square it's a bit vulnerable to pawns, sometimes to knights. Okay, he doesn't want to hang around. This is very much in Duda's style, just to be direct, pushing a pawn forward. In the centre, white has this great trio now, but one of them is likely to be eliminated. I guess the most ambitious is for black to be greedy and take a pawn.
Yeah. And this actual position has occurred once before against two grandmasters, Vichigov and Demchenko, and black did not dare to grab the free pawn that's up for grabs. Instead, they captured the pawn in the middle and retrieved a passive position and duly lost.
Yeah, this type of position, you mentioned the word passive, Jovanka. It's because white has a nice pawn centre, black has these two pawns which aren't really going to push forward anytime soon. Black also has this bishop that's entombed, stuck at home, no real life for that bishop in the near future. Instead, okay, Gukesh, he's very ambitious. He doesn't want to be passive, of course, so he does get greedy and grab a pawn. He's got something to suffer for, at least, something to hold on to. And Duda immediately reacts by threatening that pawn. Also possibly hinting at breaking open the centre. White's queen is on the same line as an undefended bishop, so if the centre opens up, that could be a factor. What do you guys do now? This pawn is under fire. We don't really want to lose it, right?
Defend it. Hold on to that one with all our might. Yeah, either do... I think I would do it with a pawn.
With a pawn, I guess you could also do it with a queen.
Yeah.
Oops, defend it that way.
But the only thing I'd be worried about, and I would be scared about defending that the c4 pawn with another pawn, is...
okay.
Yeah, there's maybe the queen one is better, but yeah, because I'm really afraid in these type of positions that it's very thematic for white to blast open the centre, and that could be problems.
Yeah.
99
Big problems,
right?
Pin against this bishop, suddenly this bishop is coming to life and it's on the same diagonal as the black rook.
Actually, I'm kind of surprised we don't see Duda play more of these Catalans, because these kind of pawn sack positions are very much aligned with his style.
Yeah.
You know, he's a very, very good player with the initiative, and would like to see him play more of this, actually.
Yeah.
And Gukesh he's got a tricky spot now, because the next move is going to actually determine a lot of things in this game.
Yeah, if he can't hold on to his pawn, he's just worse as black, and not much to get excited about for Gukesh. I think you're right, Lawrence. It's right up his street, Duda. He loves these imbalanced structures or imbalanced kind of material, material situations. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. He's been playing 1e4 for most of his career. He might as well branch out, right?
Yeah.
Variety's the spice of life with openings.
Yeah, I agree. But it takes so much courage to change from an old favourite.
Hey. I don't know.
Well,
in chess, you gotta. I mean, if you don't experiment with everything, you end up with a very one-dimensional style or very, very predictable.
There's really only one player in the elite who has done that.
Okay. Who sticks with the same.
MVL.
Yeah, Bashir.
I mean, MVL has had the same opening pretty much since he was in short pants, and you know, he's been playing the Grunfeld and the Najdorf literally since the first time I've ever met him. Yeah. Now he knows these openings inside out, but he's very predictable.
Yeah.
But he's a very rare exception, because still he plays them, and still most players can't get something against these systems. But you have to know these openings. Literally been playing them for 20 years if you're gonna play like that. So having a broader repertoire at top level is absolutely essential. And all of these players, really, if you think about it, in this tournament, can play pretty much
I have a
anything.
For you both then.
Yeah.
At what level would you say it's okay just to have a very fixed opening level? Like what kind of rating would you say?
It's interesting, because actually I get this question from a lot of my students. A lot of my students say, well, I've seen this course or this video on this opening, that looks interesting, I've seen this video on that. And I said, you know, you're not really in a position where you can just try and learn all of these different systems. Better just to try and master one. I would say when you start getting really advanced, that's when you can start branching out. And I'm talking about over 2200. I don't think you need to learn more than one system seriously if you're 1800. It's just what you could do. One of my students, shout out Joel if you're watching, he wanted to have a repertoire as black where he had a very safe repertoire, so he would have a solid repertoire, and then if he was playing somebody much weaker, he wanted something a bit more ambitious. So you could try and find two similar lines. For example, playing a Caro-Kann or something, one line which is very solid and then another which is a bit more ambitious, something like that. You know, but would you agree with that, David? Oh, do you really need to play e4 and d4 if you're 1900 rated?
No, I agree. 2200, 2300, sometimes even higher.
Yeah,
I think you can get away with just being very loyal to your openings as long as you're diligent and learn them as thoroughly as possible, practice there. But I think anyone who plays chess professionally, I mean, in my opinion at least, they should have, or they should be willing to experiment, or they should be trying to broaden their repertoire as much as possible, because I think nowadays it's just, there's no excuse. I mean, you can learn an opening in a day pretty much. If you play the same opening your whole life, you get hit in the same opening time and time again, your opponents prepare for you, you never ever get an advantage out the opening, and you're giving yourself a handicap.
How about if MVL started playing something different now?
Well, he does from time to time. He's not completely strict, but I mean...
With white, he varies a bit. With black, he's tried to experiment, but yeah, I don't know, just because he's had 20 plus 25 years of built-up knowledge in certain openings, he's lacking maybe in some other areas, and it takes a lot of kind of dedication at the top level to suddenly change later in life. I recommend trying a bit while you're younger, just to make sure you're happy with your openings. If you are, then those should be the main ones, even if you add stuff later.
And what's very important, just to, and we will get back to the game, not much has happened, so, is that you choose openings not to just learn move by move by move, but to be able to get to positions which you enjoy playing, that you feel comfortable in. That's something else that people don't do.
Right?
Exactly. So it's very important to define your style early on. Are you aggressive? Are you tactical? Do you prefer slow games, manoeuvring games? Once you've established that, then you should really base your opening repertoire around that. That's where a lot of players go wrong. So, a student could be super solid. He like, oh, I want to play the wing gambit, and it's like, well, hold on a second, mate. You like solid positions. Now you want to give up half your pieces. So make sure you have a clear idea of what kind of positions you like, and then if you have a coach or advice, then base your opening repertoire around that style.
I think that's where a coach comes in. It's not to tell you exactly what to do. It's just to kind of point you in the right direction. Just say, OK, this one I think would suit you. For example, if you are a solid player, then maybe some Slavs, some Berlins, or some martial attacks. But yeah, you definitely need to know yourself. That's key to being a good chess player.
And find an idol, maybe, then. Yeah. So if you are a very solid player, who should be your favorite player? Who should be the one you...
David Howell.
I would say boring, more than solid. But yeah, I mean, exactly. And not just find some model players, but model games as well in your favourite opening, whether it's the London system or the Wing Gambit. Or there's always players of a certain level who play that opening very well, who studied it, played it most of their life. You can basically use their knowledge, borrow ideas, and that's like a shortcut, again, to mastering these openings.
Definitely. And meanwhile, the White Knight has jumped into the centre and is attacking the pawn. And Gukash, he's just centralised a rook. Still very tense position because White can actually just recapture the sacrificed pawn. And still the question remains, how is Black going to make use of this very poorly situated light-squared bishop?
Yeah. Very good question there, and maybe the key question in the position right now is, to me, at least, it's not Duda's style to take this pawn. You're right, Jovanka. I just had a feeling he was going to do something like this. You're right, this is a decent move. It's probably the move I would play just because it's my style. I don't want to be material down for too long unless I can help it. And after a couple of trades, White still has this beautiful pawn centre, but at the same time, Black has traded off a piece. Black could maybe offer to trade off the queens, and if the queens disappear, White's space advantage not so important. And that is not who Duda is. He wants to play ambitiously, aggressively. He pushes the H-pawn up the board, and what do we think? Is that just kind of prefacing a further push?
I think so, and it's not caveman-like anymore. You know, years ago this would just be seen as a coffee house player, the likes of myself, maybe the Ginger GM, if he doesn't mind me including him in that group. But you know, the computers have basically all confirmed that this is a good way of playing, and they absolutely love it. They love if you control the centre like this. You can expand on the flank. Look at Black's pieces, the knight on b6, the queen on a5, the rook on a8, all offside. So why can't I expand on the king side here? Now, I don't know if g4 in this exact position is the correct move. Maybe you have to prep it slightly. But it wouldn't surprise me if it's a legal move here. David, what do you think?
I think, again, it's Duda's style. I think he's going to play it. And the top players, they seem to make it work, right? If they can get away with pushing pawns. It's definitely the move he wants to play. For me, I would be asking, what else? Is there a backup plan? Is there another safe option? But I guess, again, you can take this pawn if you want to play super safe. Is it what Duda wants to do? Does he feel comfortable in those types of situations where a bunch of pieces might get exchanged? Does he want to just keep the tension, maybe improve his bishop? I'm not
exactly.
Sure. But, yeah, number one thing you calculate is pushing forward with this pawn. And
you can even be, you know, really sly and just play. You know, I'm thinking of that famous AlphaZero game where he went King H2. It's not the right position, but how ridiculous is a move like King H2 here? Just literally prepping Bishop A3, Bishop F3, Rook G1, G4.
Yeah,
and try and checkmate the guy.
Yeah, makes sense. And you're right, Lawrence. Like, just 10 years ago, even if you against me had played a move like G4 afterwards in the analysis, I would have been like, you're at it again. What are you doing, mate? Did you really think this would work? And nowadays, computers are like, yep, it's the best move. So that's how chess evolves. And I think he's going to play it. I just have a feeling Whether it's good or not, I guess black here, because his knight is about to get hit, he would retreat and try to trade off pieces. Black really needs to do that while he's cramped, while he's struggling for space. And the question here would be whether white can continue. And there I go, saying he's going to go on the attack. And no, he wins his pawn back. Swapping off pieces, Duda.
Particularly surprised by this, I have to say.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to play the bishop move. I could see that one being part of the arsenal.
Yeah, the problem now is what do you do after, for example, the knights come off and the black queen drops back? It's not really what I want to do as black, but at least if I can get the queens off, I can say, yes, I'm struggling for space, but I'm solid.
Can I play queen a2 there?
Yeah, you can keep the queens on.
Just be very annoying and say, my queen is actually not bad on a2.
Yeah, she supports and further advance later, maybe. Yeah, I would be inclined to do this as white. Maybe this is what Duda's planning as well. Black's still struggling. If black ever pushes this pawn, it allows white to step forward in the centre, gaining space. If black doesn't push this pawn, what is the plan, simply?
Isn't normally the plan to attack the dark squared bishop and retreat the knight again?
Yeah,
just
kick it away.
Yeah, and then go, OK, fine, I'm happy with a draw.
Yeah.
Go back. I'm threatening to come in again.
Maybe Duda will just move his bishop and still go on the attack eventually. Yeah, really interesting decision. It's not what we expected, but here will Gukesh go for the queen exchange. 8 minutes against just under 8 minutes. Balanced on the clock. Any predictions so far, guys?
I mean, it's a tough one to predict results-wise. I think there's just, you know, all three results are very much in play here. Depends how optimistic Duda wants to be, if he's going to give Gukesh some chances. But, yeah, as I say, I didn't really like taking on c4 there. I felt like you kind of give away a bit of initiative there. And your move queen a6 I do like. But after queen a2, you still need a move there with black.
Still need a plan.
Yeah.
Just a good opening choice, I think, from Duda.
Yeah.
Gukesh will be a bit frustrated if he can't do anything right now.
Yeah, definitely. And whilst the players are thinking and we're like pondering what's white's best and what's black's best plan, we do have a question from Abdul Malik, who asks us, who was your first strong grandmaster that you defeated when you were young?
Oof.
So, Lawrence, over to you.
Oh, goodness. Strong grandmaster. Notable grandmaster that I beat.
It doesn't have to be a notable. Just say your first grandmaster.
I can't even remember.
Every grandmaster's notable.
Exactly.
I should remember the first grandmaster I beat. I think I was about 12 or 13. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. You go first and I'll think about it.
David for sure knows.
When I was 8, I don't know if this counts, it was a blitz game. It was an official tournament. I beat John Nunn, who at the time, I mean, he was a child prodigy himself and very strong grandmaster. I think he used to be top 20 in the world. When I was 10 in a classical over the board game, I beat Colin McNabb. And when I was 11, I beat, I think it was Kuzmin, quite a strong grandmaster from the former Soviet Union. But yeah, it was a long time ago.
World record. The 8, when you were 8, that was the world record, right?
Yeah, I think it's the youngest to beat a grandmaster in an official tournament.
It's great. Oh, it's so cool.
It was 5+3, the time limit. And, actually, it's one of the best games I've ever played. I look back at it now, I'm like, why aren't I as good now? Like, it was just a really nice, smooth, kind of strategic game. And yeah.
Do you still have then the note sheet from that game? Will you like save from the best games you play?
Yeah, I keep all my score sheets.
Yeah?
I probably shouldn't, but I'm a hoarder, so...
So how many do you have then, if you keep all of them?
It's in 4 figures, I think. The thousands, probably. Yeah. How about you guys?
No. Oh, I don't hoard score sheets. I've lived with far too many partners to hoard such things. No. That's why we have databases, David, so that we don't have to carry around these sheets of paper.
Piece of paper, the signatures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got nice handwriting, though, so that makes a big difference.
Yeah. And meanwhile, it seems like Duda has lost his patience with the waiting game and has now initiated action in the centre.
Nice.
Yeah, the position is going to be blasted open.
Yeah, and interesting moment to choose because Duda can still gain some time against the White Queen. The White Queen isn't entirely safe where she stands. Let's jump in just to show what's happened. Here I was expecting, of course, that queen trade that we mentioned. Gukashi's more ambitious. He retreats his knight, and bang, the center is about to open up because of these two threats. Black can't block up the center, I was going to say, but he does. I was also maybe expecting the knight to come and challenge the queen first, but okay, he blocks and hits this bishop. The bishop's just happy to retreat. I'm very surprised at Gukash's choice because now white has this very strong pawn in the center. If you ever trade it off, either you could replace it with another pawn, a passed pawn, or you would take it with a knight, and your knight is on a beautiful outpost. So what is Gukash's plan in the current position? Yeah, I don't think it looks attractive to take this pawn. What else? Can you maybe try this idea again? This would maybe be a pawn sacrifice here. If the knight attacks the white queen, I'm not sure white wants to go for this, but white could, for example, take this knight and then take this pawn on the edge of the board. Going a pawn up, but at the cost of the bishop pair. So this is one sacrifice Gukash could go for. I'm struggling to see what else, to be honest.
Very surprised at his move, actually. It just looks like it helped white. I don't know about you guys, but...
Yeah, I agree. It looks really nice for white. This is kind of what you're told is the dream in a Catalan opening.
Yeah, I agree. But then again, I think Gukash must have been feeling quite desperate or very unhappy with his position to allow this. And instead he jumps forward.
Whoa!
And
I was just about to say...
You found something?
Well, I mean, I'm not checking a computer, but my first instinct here is this drops a piece to d6.
Push the pawn, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
You're right. You have to be a bit clever here, but you push forward, blocking.
And the rook on c1, right?
Yeah, you sever the connection between the bishop and the knight. The bishop needs to protect the knight, and if, for example, bishop takes pawn, you remove the bishop, and here you emerge with 2 pieces for the black rook. And okay, black has another pawn, but 2 pieces are better than the rook. And like you said, Lawrence, maybe you talk us through this variation if rook takes.
Yeah, so if rook takes, the point is now you can just go bishop takes c5, and if rook takes d1, the key point is you've got knight takes d1, with the rook on c1 now providing extra protection, and that is a piece, and d6 might just end proceedings here.
Yeah, he'll fight on Gukash for sure. OK, he takes with the bishop. But I was just going to say, backward knight moves, like in this situation, backward knight moves, that's what cost Magnus in his game against Gukash. They're just so hard to spot. It's against human instinct to retreat a knight, and this would have won. OK, Gukash went for the other variation. Bishop takes pawn, rook takes bishop, and at the end, OK, he takes with the queen. So it's, yeah, a sad material balance for black. 2 pieces are better than the rook and pawn right now.
Yeah, this is a miserable position for black. I mean, this is a nightmare for a Grandmaster.
Yeah, you take the minor pieces over the rook here every time.
Yeah.
The queens are off as well, and Gukashi's in a bad endgame. The rook comes in, trying to get active, trying to hit this pawn on b2. I guess this will just be defended. There we go. And the rook will be evicted over the next few moves by the bishop coming back. Yeah, it's going to be a slow game now. Gukash, he's not a piece down. He's not actually any material down, but the evaluation bar confirms that white's pieces are so much better than the black rook. And this is actually something that, at the maybe lower levels, isn't such a big factor. Rook and pawn can often fight against 2 pieces, but not here. Not between these guys. This black rook, is it trapped? Oh, it's nearly trapped.
It's very close. I don't think he can live on the second row because it will be trapped. That's why he retreats it.
Yeah, it would have got trapped this way, so he steps back. And, OK, now white can, for example, bring the king towards the centre just to cover some squares, maybe start improving this bishop. Still some work to be done. Chances at all, you see, for a fight back from Gukash?
I mean, there are always chances. I mean, we've seen people recover from worse positions. I mean, you can see a kind of situation, say, if black were to activate the light squared bishop and maybe set up a pawn chain on the light squares. Maybe it's possible to hold the position and just, I mean, I'm just thinking in defensive terms because I really don't think black has any right to be ambitious here because the rooks are just not well placed.
Yeah, and even if, for example, even if white gives you everything you want, even if you get the doubled rooks on the d-file, they're not coming in, they're not doing anything. White is always controlling these dark squares, the pawns are stuck. Eventually, white can even start thinking about pushing on this side of the board as well. Yeah.
This is a position that David Howell dreams of having with white.
I had a dream about this position last night. Yeah, it's looking very good for Duda. He does actually bring the king.
All right.
The moves we predicted. Okay, we were just showing an example, but Duda's going for this variation.
So Gukesh basically needs to get lucky, like he did against Magnus, kind of, because Magnus blundered.
Yeah, but I think he needs more luck here than he did against Magnus. The Magnus position was always crazy. He always had chances, even if he was worse. But this one, you need a big blunder, if anything. Even bigger than the one we saw in the previous game. And, OK, Duda blocking some pawns with white's bishop.
Remember, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because Prague is not playing this tournament, Prague currently in second place on the tour standings. Duda will be the player in second place, probably, if Anish Giri doesn't win the tournament. And Duda, he has to win almost all of his games to have any hopes of winning the tour. It's getting very close for Magnus Carlsen, even with one tournament left to win the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. Duda, he just needs to win a lot of games.
Yeah, I mean, it was virtually all the games, right? To have just the chance of catching Magnus's score. And, well, we see the bishop attack the rook. So Black really isn't doing so much here. It's just about moving the pieces, trying to find some purpose to them, and just waiting to see how white improves. And whilst the players are thinking, well, I just want to share with you two selfies. The first one is actually an art drawing from Maritza, who says, honestly, I just want to keep qualifying for Olympiads and play in more tournaments so I can keep my chess player portraits. Now, don't cheat, but who do you think that is?
Van for East.
Yeah, it's Jordan. Did you cheat?
No, no, I didn't.
It does look like that. A very good picture.
Drawing. Yeah.
And okay, the rook moves, and Ed Hyde says, I was walking to breakfast yesterday, and these two gentlemen were gracious enough to have a photo taken. Made my day. And there we see Fabi and Alejandro.
Well, speaking of which, that's probably from the US Championship then.
Yep.
What's been happening there? Have you guys been following at all?
Yeah,
I haven't actually. The past couple of days, what's been going on there?
So Fabiano, going into today's game, which starts a bit later, Fabiano is in the lead.
Okay.
Half a point above Ray Robson.
Okay.
But those two have a significant lead above the pack.
Ray Robson had a streak, and also Hans Niemann yesterday. He won his game, and he said he's ready to make a comeback.
Okay, yeah, because all eyes are on Hans Niemann after all the cheating allegations. He did struggle a little bit for a few games there, but winning yesterday, I can see, is now on 4.5 points. That is 2.5 points behind Fabiano in sole lead. And still 4 rounds to go in the US Championship.
Yeah, that one's a marathon. 13 long classical games of chess.
Wow, yeah.
Yep. And meanwhile, this game is going down the predicted paths, I guess. Nothing too drastic happening. White just getting ready, getting organised. Black has literally no plan. Black just has to sit and wait and curl up into a ball later. Are you surprised it says +5 for white there?
I think bishop h3 might just be strong at some moment. I don't know exactly when, because then the rook has to vacate the c file, and then can you just play something as simple as knight d1, knight e3, move the bishop, win the c6 pawn.
Hit the rook first. OK, he doesn't go this way, but you're right, just move the knight. You can go in any direction, for example, here, then you jump in, maybe jump in.
Yeah, it's just...
I mean, even if black swaps off everything, right, this is just hopeless, utterly hopeless. The two bishops just control the whole board, and eventually white will get ready to maybe bring his king in this way. OK, black is the one bringing the king in the game. So this is the current game position, and I think your idea, Lawrence, he just prepped that one. So now if the bishop takes the knight, he's not even going to swap off one pair of rooks. He'll take with his bishop. And these two, again, far stronger than black's rook. Yeah, it's simple chess.
Yeah, and simple is often the best. And I guess we're going to see the knight relocate itself to the centre. And I'm just waiting for the day that the white king becomes a snake and starts slithering its way to munch on some pawns. Sorry, I really like that action.
Yeah, slither
it's
forward.
Unfortunate sometimes.
You played a lot of Pac-Man when you were younger, did you?
No.
Did you play a lot of Snake on the Nokia 3210?
I did. That one I did, until until my snake got too long. I managed to really... That sounded weird.
No, it's fine. David's in the same boat. He often had to quit early.
Yeah. There's now been a pawn push in the position by Gukesh. I guess he had to come up with something. But now the problem is you can just take this pawn off for white and... OK, he doesn't even do this. I was going to say you push forward, you move your king, you bring your rook. This pawn is isolated. There's one weakness, and that's all that Duda will need. OK, he didn't go for this, slightly surprising. But in the current position, again, just create a passed pawn if you want. You can take this pawn first, perhaps. Everything for white. Gukesh just trying to confuse his opponent, but no chance here. And here we go. The passed pawn has been created. That's going to tie down the black bishop. Next, the white king's going to move out the way. The white rook's going to come. And actually, the black king is coming under serious attack, potentially. Yeah, it's just one-sided traffic. Yeah. Just a poor opening from Gukesh, and he's never fought back. Big blunder, of course, but that was a cause. That was caused by his opening choice, I feel.
So Duda is looking strong in this tournament. We haven't followed his games. We will get to that. But he's won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could be about win 6 games. Well, he just won.
Wow, Gukesh resigns.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, it's over after 42 moves. It's a win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Gukesh, he couldn't keep it up after winning against Magnus Carlsen. Very understandable for a 16-year-old. That must have been a lot of emotions after that win. But a loss here against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Let's take a look at it. David, where did that win come?
Yeah, it came from Gukesh just putting his piece on a loose square, and as Lawrence spotted very quickly, it was indeed a blunder. And it happened in this position. It's already gone a bit wrong for black, but a move such as maybe bringing his knight back to where it came from, just putting pressure on the centre, would have kept him in the game. Instead, putting his piece on a loose square, the c5 square. It is defended twice here, but it does fail to a tactic. And it's not surprising that tactics exist when your pieces are vulnerable. White pushed a pawn forward, cutting the connection between the bishop and knight. And the key variation we showed a bit earlier. If the rook takes the pawn, this must have been Gukesh's idea. Then suddenly bishop takes knight, and the move he had missed, the young Indian, the white knight retreats and captures this black rook. This opens up the white rook suddenly, indirectly defending this bishop. It's defended twice. White is a piece up and with a winning advantage. Instead, he tried his best to fight on after taking this pawn with his bishop. But as we saw in this position, the material imbalance of 2 pieces against the black rook, that was far, far in white's favour. And there was no way to fight back. Nice win by Duda.
All right, it's going to take Duda to first place for now. Shakhriyar, before this round, is in first place. If he wins this game, he'll keep his sole lead. But if it's a draw, then Duda will be in first place. And the bar is definitely in the middle in his game against Vidit. Is it a crazy game by Mamedyarov?
Yes.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Okay.
It's a bit random as well. Like, OK, white's queen's on one side, black's king has like no protection around it, pawns all over the board. Imbalance of knight versus bishop. Yeah. What do you guys think? I need some time to evaluate this one.
I don't know. My first thought was that maybe black is doing okay. I mean, the bar says just 0.0, nothing happening. But I'm just thinking because of the queen and the rook, and somehow white's pieces, the 2 rooks especially, just are cramped. They have no purpose whatsoever. So black's king can breathe a huge sigh of relief, and I think the balance has been maintained. But what's happening next, I don't know. I don't know what black should be doing.
Yeah, we should mention there is one trap in the position. So Vidit now, OK, he doesn't fall for that trap, of course. He's down to 2 minutes, but Mamedyarov under 20 seconds. If he had taken this knight, if he had captured the white knight, this would have been a huge blunder because of a check and a double attack, the most common type of tactic in chess, winning the black rook next move. Instead, Vidit has pushed his pawn. Did I say Gukesh earlier? We've seen so many Gukesh games. But it's Vidit, and after this check, hitting the black king, the king is able to move another check. And if Mamedyarov wants, he has a draw up his sleeve. He can give another check and repeat the position. We would see the queen kind of yo-yo between g5 and c5, where it currently stands, and a draw. But does Mamedyarov want more?
But maybe he has to, because after all, black is threatening to push the pawn 1 square forward, and it's not easy to untangle the knight and the rook.
Yeah, but in the current position, okay, Mamedyarov gave a check. Vidic can't run her away. If he goes this way, there's another check. If he goes back, a check. If he goes back this way, another check. No way to escape, so maybe we'll just see a draw. Maybe Vidic just can't play for the win. Maybe Mamedyarov needs to bail out before it's too late. As you said, Jovanka, there's a pin on the d-file. That's why you need to give all the checks. And okay, the king does run this way, and moment of truth, I think we're going to see a draw. Let's go back to the players. They're repeating moves right now. Second time we've seen this position. What do you guys think? Draw?
Yeah.
Nothing else to do?
No. I think you just can't activate your other pieces here as white, so you just should be taking a draw here.
Mamedyarov under 10 seconds in this position, and there we go. If he gives another check now on the g5 square, then that is 3 times the position's repeated itself.
It's just too risky to try to play on, and, you know, you're talking about retreating the knight, but he gives a check from a different location.
It could still be a draw. The king moves, hitting the white queen.
Queen goes to the edge.
Yeah, and we're going to see a draw any moment now. Nothing to do. You have to keep repeating. And, OK, second time we've seen this position as well. Body language, you can't tell from either player what's going on. But, OK, finally Mamedyarov reacts, and he knows he has to get out of this game with a draw. He wants more. He's such a maximalist. But there we go. Position repeats itself 3 times. Both players actually shaking their head. It looks like a fair result.
Yeah.
Yep.
Crazy game, but it is a draw. Mamedyarov, he is now in second place after Jan-Krzysztof Duda. This is round 10 between Daniel Naroditsky, the only American in the tournament, against Abdusattorov, who was on top of the table after the second day yesterday, but he has lost a little bit today. So now on 17 points. The bar in this game, though, is over to his side. What do you think, David?
Yeah, it looks like we're in for a time scramble, first of all. Under 10 seconds now from Abdusattorov against 30 seconds for Naroditsky. Black is better, according to the computer at least, I guess because of centralization. Black's queen and rook coordinate very well. White's queen and rook not ideally placed, especially the white rook not contributing. But Naroditsky, OK, his queen under fire, he moves. What do you guys think? If I were playing, I wouldn't be so sure. I would think I was probably doing OK as white.
It feels a bit shaky here for me.
To me, I thought that now that the rooks have been traded off, I think white is doing OK, but it did feel like the position was slightly loose, and king steps forward.
Yeah, and it's level pawns, but pawn structure-wise, white is slightly better. White has a bit more protection around his
But black
the black knight can jump in, right?
Yeah, the black can force a draw immediately, precisely knight e3, and after takes, queen d5 check. It's there's a draw along the long diagonal. It's probably worth pointing out. Queen d5 check, king h8, and then queen a8 check. And
I think we'll see this,
we're going to see it.
Yeah.
And I think white has to bail out. Well, I know white has to bail out. There's nothing for it, and has to go to the top of the board and give a check to the king. OK.
Or from the centre, same thing.
Well, it's going to be the same.
Give that check.
And here it comes. The king and the queen are going to do a merry dance until perpetuity.
Yeah, black's pawn was too strong, so Naroditsky had to bail out with a draw, and we have another result.
Yep.
It's a draw. Naroditsky now on 10 points. He is one of the lower-rated players in the tournament. Now in 11th place. What do you think? Chances for Daniel to qualify for knockout?
He needs to go on a winning streak.
Yeah.
It looks like. I mean, he's strong enough. He's capable. He's very good at speed chess, but it's not going to be easy for him.
It's not going to be easy for Daniel Naroditsky with 5 rounds to play in the preliminaries. And round 11 will start in 17 minutes. And in that round, we will follow Abdusattorov and Magnus Carlsen. That's coming up in 17 minutes. So here it is, Abdusattorov is up against Magnus Carlsen in the next round, and Magnus is struggling against the teenagers in this tournament. Can he beat Abdusattorov, the 18-year-old, or will it be another devastating loss for the world champion? He's not feeling in top shape in this tournament, so let's see what happens in game 11 coming up in 16 minutes. And there's also a round 12 to be played today, so some cool chess to go. We're gonna take a commercial break right now, but when we get back, we will do the Aimchess analysis for one of you at home. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to the tournament.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
It's really crazy that apparently almost as many people play paddle in Spain as there are total people in Norway. I think chess had boomed during the pandemic, also with Queen's Gambit and such. Obviously not in the same numbers.
Yo creo que no deberían ayudar a hacer una serie. Estaría mal. La verdad que sí, tiene bastante similitud porque el pádel no es solo darle fuerte a una pelota y ganar el punto. Al final tú buscas los puntos débiles del rival, tus puntos fuertes, que tirar una bola para que la siguiente te venga un poco más cómoda a ti. Entonces siempre es una táctica de yo te domino a ti, tú me dominas a mí, para buscar quién puede ganar el punto al final, no al primer golpe, sino quizás al décimo o al duodécimo golpe.
I think there are several points that are a bit similar. I think like controlling the right areas and positioning yourself correctly is a similarity. But what I found most of all is the patience. Because it's, as you said, it's very easy, I think, in paddle, at least for like a beginner like me, that, yeah, you want to hit as hard as possible, and then you just get hit by the counter attack. So like finding the right moment, right moment to strike is important, and then you have to like always improvise. But I guess it's a bit of the same, that you get hit with an unexpected shot, and then you have to react and change your plan completely. So to be quick in your mind is always important.
Exacto, totalmente. Yo creo que las similitudes se ven ya a nivel profesional, porque quizá a nivel amateur, bueno, los amateurs dicen, bueno, le pego fuerte y tal. O en el tema ajedrez, yo no juego con el cronómetro que tengo que darle rápido, yo me pongo a pensar, a ver qué tengo que hacer y todo eso. Entonces yo creo que ya cuando llega a un nivel más competitivo ya empiezan a haber más semejanza entre ambos. Yo creo que la vuelta de Puma al pádel creo que ha sido más que sobresaliente. La verdad que los deportistas necesitamos siempre estar acompañados con una buena marca, de buen material, y la verdad que estoy muy contento de que Puma haya confiado en mí para crecer junto a ellos. Y tanto el textil como las zapatillas como la pala, yo creo que están hechas perfectas para mí, y todo el material es muy bueno y más que sobresaliente.
I like the profile, they're really cool, but most of all I like the clothes, and the shoes especially are awesome, and of course the people as well. It's a very good team.
Seriously? Checkmate. Aimchess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew.
Welcome back to Aimchess Rapid. Aimchess is a great tool to use to improve your chess, and it has a cool feature where you can analyze all your games in an online platform. And we have invited you guys to share your usernames, and we have now chosen one of you at home to get your performance analyzed by Grandmaster David Howell. And let's take a look at who it is. All right, it's Newton29. He says, best greetings from the Black Forest. I would be very happy if you would analyze games. In a few weeks, I will play my first over-the-board tournament, and it would help me a lot. Thank you from Newton. All right, so he's going to play his first OTB tournament, David, and he needs your help.
Yes, and Newton29, I've been doing some research. I've been checking out your profile on chess.com. It looks like you play a lot of games. I see there's 1,366 games. And here we've just done an analysis of your 40 most recent games. I recommend getting Aimchess if you want to go deeper. You can actually check out all of your games as a total if you sign up. Meanwhile, let's check out some of these stats that we've been discussing on previous days. If I can find my mouse, there we go. So first of all, the general graph, and this is one of my favorite parts of Aimchess. You can see all facets of your game, or at least the most important ones. Firstly, I'm going to start on a high note. Openings. You score very highly in openings, actually 80%. That's a very strong player, a very strong club player, very good tournament player as well. So you should take heart with that when you enter your first tournament. For players of your rating, on chess.com, usually you'd expect to see a number of 65%. So that's a huge percentage, and we'll come to openings in a bit more detail in a moment. Tactically, again, decent. I definitely recommend checking out the tactics on these various websites, especially on Aimchess. You can practice puzzles regularly, but you're pretty good already. Maybe not the area of the game that needs the most work. Endings, about par. But in the 40s, this could certainly be improved. Maybe check out some theoretical endgames, rook endgames. I did see a couple of games of yours that could be improved there. Advantage capitalization, again, bang on average, about par, performing 60-something% here. Could need some work, but it's actually the resourcefulness that I think maybe you need to focus on. You don't turn around too many of these games where you have a disadvantage, only fighting back in 29% of those games where you have a worse position. And in order to do well in tournaments, in order to do well in blitz games online, you need to be a bit tricky. You need to be very, very resourceful, and time management we'll also talk about a bit later on. But meanwhile, let's scroll down. This is a very interesting graph to me. With white, you score 65% wins, which is high. That's actually above the world average, which is great. But with black, clearly struggling. And we talked about openings, how you're very strong there. But the black openings clearly do need some work. That's not a great percentage score with black. So if you can remedy that, you'll be fantastic, and you'll be upping your rating by hundreds of points potentially. Here we see most popular openings. I'm actually going to scroll down to the later graph, which illustrates the point a bit more. So here we see D06, if I read it correctly. That's a Queen's Gambit declined. You actually get a bit of information here from Aimchess, and you can click on this. You can go into a bit more detail on the opening, especially if you put all of your games through the site. It gives you more detail, but it shows that you do very well in general. You head into the middle game, out of the opening, plus 1.4 in general. That's a high average again, and some other numbers. I think this is an English opening A40 where you score very highly. So let's continue. Advantage capitalization, we mentioned you could maybe improve on this. It's about average, but here we see when you have a +4 advantage, you score 71%. That's great in general. +3, you score very well, but maybe in positions where it's a long-term strategic advantage, you're not scoring as highly as you could. So that could need some work. I recommend checking out the personalized lessons on Aimchess. And let's scroll down. We mentioned tactically very good. Endgame needs a bit of work, but for me, it was the last two parts that showed the most. Here in time management, which we haven't talked about too much with previous students, Here, when you're low on the clock, you don't score well at all. So it seems you need to work on your time handling, your clock handling, and maybe try as much as possible to stay ahead on the clock. When you're ahead on the clock, you do pretty well in general. And of course, my favorite part, the win rate per weekday. You do very well on the weekends, especially Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, but maybe with a full-time job during the weekdays, struggling slightly here. Wednesdays, yeah, try to avoid playing too much chess. It looks like maybe you need that day to rest and study. And my final point will be, if we go back to a start screen, anyone can do this on Aimchess. Check out the tactics as a trainer, check out the blunder preventer and various other aspects. You can play against the computer here, and it's just a great way to train.
Absolutely. And Newton29, we wish you best of luck in your very first over-the-board tournament. We are cheering for you, and we hope this expert help from David will help you to a great result. And Lawrence, you also got expert help from David. You looked at your Aimchess stats. Have you used it at all since that?
No, I've been busy here, obviously in the studio, and going to things like the sauna, which we did today.
As well.
So,
that sounds nice.
But yeah, it was nice actually. Maybe we'll get the video up later. We have a nice little video. But I will be having a look at stuff for sure, because plenty of room for improvement in my game.
If you win that chess boxing match in December, Lawrence, I want my 10%.
Yeah.
That's the... Or Aimchess want their 10%.
Aimchess want their 10%, do they? Yeah, I'll give them something. I'll give them some free publicity, maybe. No, it's a great tool. What can I say? It's a great platform. In fact, I will mention something else. I believe I'm okay to say this, but you can ask for video requests for your games analysed on Aimchess. Did you?
I heard.
Did you know this? So I've done this quite a few times already. So if you're interested in getting a personalised analysis of a game you've played, perhaps an important game, you can actually choose a coach. If you go to the Aimchess homepage, you can see a list of coaches and ask for your personalised video. In fact, I got one just yesterday that I have to record. They're 15, 20 minutes long videos, and you can get our thoughts on a specific game.
Yeah, we can go in much more depth than we have time for here. Yeah, exactly. A great tool, I feel.
So, yeah.
So are both of you doing that?
I haven't yet, but I'm open to it. I think, yeah, I've agreed with Aimchess that I'll be joining you there.
Yeah, a few top GMs are on it, and you know, it's
Jan-Krzysztof's in as well.
Yeah, Jan is there, and various grandmasters. So, yeah, if you have a favourite grandmaster that you want to use, just check out the website.
How cool is that?
Yeah, very cool.
You can get a personal trainer, basically, in chess using Aimchess. So head into Aimchess, you guys, to get your personal trainer. Let's take a look at the results from round 10 out of 15 in the preliminaries. So in round 9, all games ended up with a winner. More draws in round 10, but Arjun Erigaisi got 3 points against Erik Hansen. It was a win for David Anton against Vincent Keimer. Not the best day for the young German Vincent Keimer today. And also, as we saw, a win for Duda against Gukesh. Magnus Carlsen, he played a draw here against Pentala Harikrishna, who is in one of the players in bottom of the table, really struggling in this tournament. Pentala Harikrishna, okay, yeah. He's now on 7 points. Erik Hansen is in the bottom with 4 points. Nils Grandelius also on 7 points. It's looking very hard for these players to qualify for the knockout stage with only 2 rounds today and 3 rounds tomorrow to go in the preliminaries. But Jan-Krzysztof Duda on 21 points. He is playing some fantastic chess. 1 point behind him is Mamediyarov, and 2 players on 18 points. That's 2 teenagers, Abdusatorov and Erigaisi. Magnus Carlsen now in 5th place with 17 points. Does he need to be a little worried now, Jovanka?
Well, I don't think he's ever going to be worried, but I do think that he would like to rack up those points. You know, it's a matter of principle now. You know, he's lost quite a few games and in quite dangerous, kind of stylish ways as well. So, I mean, he likes to be the top and he likes to finish around the top. So I think that, yeah, he will be worried.
And let's take a look at who Magnus faces in the next round. These are the games coming up in round 11. Richard Report against Anish Giri. Erik Hansen in bottom of the table now against Vidit in the next round. Gukesh, Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, that should be a good one. We will follow Abdusattorov, the 18-year-old who became World Rapid champion back in December, beating Magnus Carlsen, and now he gets to play Magnus again in a big game. Magnus struggling against the teenagers today, and he did struggle in the World Rapid Championship in December. He lost this game, right, David, to Abdusattorov?
That's right. This game essentially propelled Abdusattorov towards the playoffs, which he won, and he took the gold medal eventually. It was a very long game. Abdusattorov beat Magnus in an endgame, a queen endgame. I think it was over 100 moves, so very impressive from the teenager.
And he was a shocking world champion. No one would have bet that Abdusattorov would have become the world champion.
Yeah, no chance. Not at the time, not with Magnus playing, not with Fabi playing, not with a bunch of Nepomniachtchi. It was just not gonna. I was actually there commentating that event live for the official channel, and Magnus really pushed very hard in that game. So Magnus could have made a draw, but he wanted to win very badly. He's very ambitious, and that was a key turning point in the tournament. And after that, but Abdusattorov played beautiful chess that whole tournament. Yeah.
All right. Well, Magnus, he's a great player himself, and Abdusattorov at 18 years old, he is one of the highest rated 18-year-olds in history, but Magnus Carlsen, he is the highest rated 18-year-old in history, so he has that on his side. And here we go, the game has started.
Wow, so it was an English opening when these two met in the World Rapid last year. This time it's a modern opening from Magnus, and he's done this before against many youngsters.
Is the anti-youth variation of...
Ooh.
Well, I'm going to call it that.
From the Erigaisi final.
Exactly.
Aha.
And here we go again. Are we going to see this exactly the same approach?
Yeah, it looks like Abdusattorov has certainly done his homework. Magnus has now played this against Erigaisi, he's played it against Prag, and he's now played it against Abdusattorov. It's no coincidence they're all teens. And the problem is, just like we were talking about earlier, if you keep repeating the same opening, whether it's a great one or whether it's a risky one like this, you'll get found out eventually. He lost against Erigaisi yesterday. What do you think, Lawrence? Good.
I'm actually very surprised by Magnus playing this, because this has no longer got any surprise value. Abdusattorov, prior to today, with his coaches, should have looked at this and various systems. And I don't really get why Magnus is playing it, because he's actually in a bit of a danger zone. As Jovanka said, he's not going to be too worried, but you lose this game to Abdusattorov, a few wins below you, and suddenly you're like, OK, I actually have to start fighting. Don't get it. I think you give, a player like Abdusattorov, who does so well with the initiative. I just dislike the choice. But I do know that Magnus has got certain ideas going into games, certain ways he wants to play. So. But I certainly, if I was his manager, wouldn't have advised it, or his coach. What do you think, David?
I agree. If you're going to repeat the same opening against all these really well-prepared youngsters who are clearly doing their homework with coaches, then repeat a solid one.
Yeah.
Don't necessarily repeat something so provocative like this, where you give white the centre, you give white the development. And, OK, it worked out fine for Magnus in the past, but yesterday maybe would have scarred him. And he doesn't look too comfortable, Magnus, already thinking at an early stage after White's very natural moves. White's castle queenside, which means he is hoping Black will maybe castle the other way so he can start attacking. Yeah, Magnus, it feels like he's freestyling in a way, and you can't... I mean, I would not feel comfortable freestyling against these youngsters. Maybe he'll get away with it because he's so good, but...
And there he goes again, pushing the pawn, attacking the knight. But in fairness to Magnus, OK, yes, he's using the same opening, but he is varying. It's not like he's going down the exact same moves again. I mean, it's a very thematic, he's attacking on the left side of the board, but the exact move order is going to be different.
Yeah, well, it's a very similar move.
Very similar, though.
It is very similar, there, Erigaisi jumped into the middle, and now that's not possible.
Right.
So, I mean, I just don't want to be too harsh, that's what...
Yeah. Let's be harsh. Let's be harsh.
Because we hold Magnus to high standards, which he does for himself. And I don't think I would recommend this to a student. I would not recommend doing the same opening, especially if you've had some mixed experiences, and especially if your opponent's someone like this, Abdusattorov, who I've seen some of his games. The homework level is just incredible. But yeah, you're right, Jovanka. He's trying to mix it up, at least Magnus. And maybe it's an advert for being loyal to your openings. If he turns around and wins this one, Magnus, then we'll be praising him. But
yeah.
But, OK, Abdusattorov thinking, where is he going to put this knight that's attacked by Black's pawn?
I just liked his body language there. Did you see it? You know, it looked like he was scanning the board, although it's not board, it's a screen. And where he's going to put the knight, I agree with you. Maybe he's going to... Do you think he's going to step it all the way back to the starting square? I've seen that idea. I've also seen the knight just go and park itself in front of the light squared bishop.
A few choices. And just before we jump into the game to analyse variations, I want to say that there's a game going on from the previous round still. And
is there?
It's now move 118. And it's bishop and knight versus king.
Wow.
And Rapport is going to win that one. But Rapport and Mittal, they're still battling it out. They've been going for over an hour now in their previous game. So, yeah, hats off to those guys for fighting.
And actually, that's a critical game because Rapport was on 13 points.
That's
so if he wins that, there's a real bunch of players around the 5th to 8th position. So this is actually getting quite dangerous. If Magnus, if he has an accident here, he could actually be out the top 8 by the end of this round and
start having to
really work to make it into the finals.
Do you know, I had an interesting fact about the knight and bishop mate.
Yeah.
And it actually involves you, Lawrence.
Me?
Yeah, I think it was the bishop and knight mate. It was during a podcast with Fabiano Caruana. He said, there's only one person in the world who I know who can perform that mate in 10 seconds. And it's
I did a challenge a few years ago where I could mate anywhere on the board in 15 seconds or something like that.
Yeah.
I remember doing it with you and Fabiano in 2015 once, and you did it in around 15 seconds. Yeah.
That's what happens when you teach us. you could do the mate. Oh, obviously, it's a very important checkmate, and I would recommend anybody actually learn that checkmate. It's not a checkmate you don't want to know how to deliver in a tournament game. It can be very embarrassing. It's one of the standard checkmates, along with 2 bishops, along with, obviously, king and rook and king and queen. Do learn your knight and bishop. It's a bit more complex, but there is a nice method. So...
And the game has now finished with a win for Richard Rapport. So let's take a look at the current standings with all games finished in round 10. So, yeah, Richard Rapport is now only 1 point behind Magnus Carlsen. Same score as Anish Giri. And Gukesh is also right inside top 8 in that crucial 8th place, with Vincent Keimer 3 points behind, trying to get inside top 8. All right. He is not entirely safe. Magnus Carlsen, he will need points in this game.
Yeah, so he can't quite drop out the top 8 yet after this round, but he could seriously have to start watching his shoulder, looking over his shoulder if he loses again. And with Black against Abdusattorov, it's not an easy pairing. And let's go back to this game, because there have been some small developments. It is different from the battle against Erigaisi yesterday. As Jovanka pointed out, Magnus used a different move order in the opening as Black, and after a trade of knights, White has a set of doubled pawns in the centre on the d-file. What do we think about those? It's very risky, actually, what Abdusattorov's done.
I have no idea why he played knight d5 in that position. That looks like a really unnecessary decision. Knight c2 was natural. Knight a4 I didn't like so much, but why allow this trade? Because
you're right, he could have gone to a bunch of squares. He could have gone to any of these 4. He chose this one, and after knight takes knight, Magnus attacked this pawn, and I was kind of half expecting Abdusattorov to just grab this guy and say, OK, you can take my central pawn, but maybe if I bring my bishop out, or for example, then I'm still relatively healthy. I'm not sure who's happier here of the two, but Abdusattorov surprises me, surprises Magnus perhaps by just not touching this pawn, ignoring these guys, instead bringing his knight out first. Makes some sense. I guess if bishop takes pawn now, he's just going to attack this bishop with his knight, ask this bishop where to go, and if it goes back, now he will take this pawn with his queen. This looks like White's gaining a whole bunch of time, so what is Magnus going to do in the current position? So this is White's idea to defend the central pawn.
I mean, Yeah, is it such a big deal to allow the knight to that square? Can you not? I mean, knowing Magnus, I was just thinking he's just going to develop a piece and just get on with harmonizing his forces. Yep.
Yep. You can go after this pawn with the black knight. It's not going to survive long, this pawn, right?
Well, probably not. But actually, after queen takes b4 now.
Yeah. Hitting the bishop. Bishop takes pawn, for example.
And now let's say knight f4.
Yeah.
You're going to throw in rook b8, I assume.
Yep.
And now if I go, for example, queen a3, which looks... Or maybe queen a4 is actually interesting there, but...
Just a pin.
Yeah.
And if I drop back...
the bishop back?
I'm not sure where.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, it's still very interesting. White can grab a pawn, but there are some open lines towards the white king. This didn't happen in the game.
a5.
Yeah, instead he just defended this pawn that we've been talking about.
But now you give white all these opportunities to give a check and then plant the bishop on c6 in some positions.
Check.
Or knight d7, knight f4, and you've got all kinds of... Or even bishop h6 here, actually. Bishop h6 looks very interesting here.
You're in an aggressive mood, Lawrence.
Yeah, it's time to play aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, you know, white's king is also not that safe. So can you...
Looks pretty safe.
I mean,
attacking pieces around it.
Yeah, for the time being.
I don't like this for black at all. Because after, let's say, you castle here, okay, can we start to be really caveman-like? Queen g5?
Well, we're going to see it because
we're going to see it.
He's played it. And I was wondering, okay, black has an option. He can capture the bishop. He can move the king to protect the bishop by castling, and also just what about kind of stepping one square as well?
Yep. Run away from this exchange, but now the black king is cut off from castling.
Yeah, this is the move I actually wanted.
Wow. Okay.
King f8.
Interesting stuff from Magnus. Just shuffles his king to defend his bishop.
Oh no, the bar hates it.
No, I mean, this is just...
This is one thing we show kids, and it's like, don't do this. Even if Magnus turns it around again and wins it again, he's definitely not trying to set an example for the young ones. Forgetting to castle here. The whole idea, I guess, Jovanka, is that if the bishops get traded off now, black's rook's actually just as good in the corner as it would be on this square if it had castled.
Yep.
And also, with the king on this square, yeah, I mean, at least it can run away back to the centre if it really needs to. If it gets attacked, it can run either side.
Yeah, and I think the main point is just really that it becomes very difficult for white to kind of find a clear plan of attack. Whereas before, if you just castle, then it becomes like, you just trade off bishops, move the knight, push the h-pawn, follow the formula.
Yeah, we open up the h-file and checkmate.
Yeah, so whilst Magnus's move is quite unconventional, I mean, still, Abdusattorov has to come up with a plan, and that's not going to be as easy. So we see bishop takes bishop, king has to capture.
He defends this pawn, which was attacked in the centre, defends it, and Magnus moves his knight out. He's coming for this pawn.
He is coming, but here you go. Here comes Harry.
White's coming for the king, yeah.
And, now it's getting really shaky for Magnus.
I mean, the fact that the evaluation bar's on White's side does tell me that this attack is pretty scary. How do you even defend against this kind of caveman idea of pushing the pawn forward? Do you block this pawn yourself? Magnus says no. It would have been one idea maybe to push the pawn forward and block the advance, but he's happy to go for this pawn. And if White continues with the attack, this pawn is gone, right? You can't defend it. If White continues with the attack...
I think you have to play h5 here, basically.
Do we take this pawn? Do we...
I guess. What else are you going to do?
I don't know, just...
Is Abdusattorov's idea actually to play h6 check?
Maybe.
After, let's say, knight takes d5, h6, and just claim that the rook on h8 is going to be locked out, and now just play bishop c4, for example, and just play chess and claim that the rook is...
Yeah, well, he's going for it. We're probably going to see it.
This is the alpha zero approach, right, to push this pawn forward. For example, in that position you mentioned, Lawrence, when I was young, when people would play this, like Simon Williams would do this against me, the idea was always to take this pawn and open up the h-file. But modern players, they push it forward to h6, just to essentially cut off a piece and to create checkmating threats long term, and we'll find out the answer to your question.
I think he will do it. It's very, very natural to do this.
Maybe you could start with attacking the knight and then flick this one, depending on what black does. But either way, I think you're right. That must be the idea. Maybe you flick this one in first. OK, he's played your move. Very sensible. And the king has to go back.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at this tweet from Aaron. He's noticed a pattern, an interesting correlation between Magnus and his losses and his hair.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
The longer the hair,
OK.
the more Magnus blunders.
Yeah, interesting. Have not noticed that, I've got to say.
No, I haven't noticed that either.
It's the inverse for me. Yeah, I've blundered more than ever nowadays. I've got none of it.
Maybe a wig, then?
Yeah, if I start wearing a wig, I might put on some rating points.
Yeah, you start winning every game.
But, you know, your chess boxing opponent, Amam Hambleton, did that, actually. You know, he quite famously refused to shave until he became a Grandmaster. And I remember seeing him tournaments, you know, it's just getting bushier and bushier.
There was that famous story of how he was photographed standing behind Magnus. I think it was in the Isle of Man, and then there were headlines all over. It was like Magnus attacked by hobo. And, and it was just a man, just with a big beard. But, OK, meanwhile, your move on the board, and the bishop comes out.
I mean, all of these moves just flow, really. I'm not convinced it's that great. I mean, the bar says 0, but in a practical game, you tend to feel like you would take white here, right? But you don't have much to... It's difficult to say, even after, let's just say a standard continuation. Knight takes f4, queen takes f4, d5, OK? Even there, you don't have that much to chomp on. Queen d6 then follows, and, you know...
Oh, whoops, sorry. Attacking this pawn.
Yeah.
Black would block, and you're right, actually. The bishop drops back, and you can just offer a trade of queens.
But knight b6 is incredibly... Hold on a second.
It feels weird, right?
It feels so weird, this move.
It feels like you're pushing a piece away from your king. And, I mean, there are already flashy ideas, such as just putting your bishop on this square and just saying, OK, I'm leaving it there for a long time. If you ever take me, then the knight will jump in with a deadly check. I'm not sure this is what Abdusatorov will do or will want to do. Maybe he just retreats the bishop. And what is Black's plan then?
Well, I mean, I think it's quite a quite good move, actually, from Magnus, because the bishop is being chased away from a very powerful diagonal. And now, you know, Abdusatorov just moves it forward.
Makes sense. And now, pawn push.
Yeah, and he's getting ready to do what Magnus does best, you know, develop his queen, connect his rooks, come forward, outclass everyone.
He is pawn up as well, so if he can defend, if he can put his queen on a nice post, then it's unclear where White's attack comes from.
What about the move rook d to e1 here?
OK. White's rook can slide across. You're lining up a sacrifice, right, Lawrence?
Lining up, maybe even rook takes e6, because rook e8 check exists at the end there.
Nice.
And if you...
Rook takes pawn, just to show this, with a fork.
Yeah.
And if...
If queen f6, was that the move you were...
Yeah, I was going to suggest this move.
And now can we go g4?
OK, you want to destabilise my queen. Yeah, it looks tempting. Maybe we'll see something similar in the game. He brought his other rook to this square.
Yeah, I didn't like that rook, because I felt like the rook did a good job just holding that pawn. But OK, he's playing much more sort of...
Sophisticated.
Sophisticatedly, yeah, that's the correct word, yeah.
Not necessarily good, just sophisticated.
Yeah.
I mean,
putting his knight on this square.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it has any follow-through after the knight gets to that square.
This looks like a hippopotamus defence again from Magnus. Just kind of these pawns on the third rank, just sitting very solid. Magnus can just put his bishop on this square on d5 and no threats, right? I don't see anything at all for White here. Do we think we'll see Magnus maybe do a dance with his king, try and bring it round this way?
For sure.
Maybe later on. OK, he actually starts with that now. Wow. OK, he moves his king out of the way. Maybe the idea is just to get his rook out at some point later on. But the king relatively safe. Yes, it's stared down by the white rook, but I don't see any way to get to this king yet. Looks quite well fortified. Okay, the knight comes in, but as you guys said, no threats.
Wait 1 second. Did Magnus really put his king on that square?
Why not? Run away, like the Teletubbies. This square, and then you're hiding behind your bishop and knight.
Okay.
I
wasn't expecting that, that's all.
Makes some sense. The king was in the way of the black rook in the corner, and now the black rook in the corner can come out later.
All right, we are 22 moves into this game. Richard Report, who played that super long game in round 10, has finished with a super quick draw in this one against Anish Giri. They only played 14 moves, I think they played.
The famous Berlin draw that we've seen hundreds of times in chess lately.
Report, maybe a little bit tired after that long marathon game, and both of them inside top 8, feeling that draw is a good result.
Yeah,
probably.
I guess Giri has black, so as black you can't really do much sometimes about these types of opening draws with Report. Yeah, I guess he's in a decent position. He wants to recover from that marathon game. Yeah, we can forgive the players in situations like that.
Yeah, because we hardly see quick draws this season.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I was
count them
gonna
on
say,
one hand.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've seen it in this tournament. Has anyone else taken it?
I remember a few, actually, maybe 3 or 4, but barely any.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a pandemic, and it was in 2021 when everyone was doing it, but now the youngsters, they forced everyone to fight.
We love it. A lot of fighting chess. And the other game still going on. This is round 11 out of 15. Magnus, he is fighting to get back on the winning track after losing to Gukesh in the first round today, a draw against Hare Krishna in the second. And here he is against 18-year-old Abdusatorov.
Yeah, parking his bishop in the center. This bishop can't be kicked away. I like it. What do you guys think? The evaluation bar says 0.0. Clearly, it's very imbalanced still. Who would you pick?
Black.
You want your extra pawn,
Give me my extra pawn. Yeah, I don't care. No, because I mean, the thing is that I can see the progress for black. You know, he just has to kick some of white's pieces away. I'm thinking of that light squared bishop. And then find a safe haven for the king, and then just live happily ever after. Yep. And I like the vagueness of this, of this conclusion, you know.
Yeah.
It's not going into the fine details.
I mean, we can count the pawns. We see black's 1 pawn up. The computer says +1. Makes sense, right? But, yeah, for a human point of view, you're right, Jovanka, you just go step by step. That's, I think, what Magnus will try to do. Get the black... OK, first he kicks back the white bishop. You mentioned this.
Yeah.
The bishop will retreat.
Somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. And then the black knight might rearrange itself. The black king can just get off the back rank finally.
So what do you think right now? What will be the result in this game?
Magnus win.
OK.
Lawrence.
I think there's a really good chance Magnus does win. I haven't loved the way Abdusatorov has played the past sort of 6-7 moves. That said, it's still very complicated. But Magnus, I think, understands that this is a really big game to win now for the tournament standings. But a lot can happen. You go king b1 here, you play rook c1, you play c4 if you can. White has still got levers.
Yeah.
And you can see the bar is slapped in the middle.
Yeah, white has some plans, like you said. I mean, firstly, this is a nice outpost at some point for the knight to occupy. This lever you mentioned, Lawrence, maybe he'll play it next. He's cleared the square for his rook. OK, black's rook coming into the game now. I'm slightly surprised by that one because I thought the white knight could go and attack this pawn, which is now undefended. The black rook was previously holding on to that one. But another option, like you said, just move the rook across and start pushing pawns forward. Whose king is going to be more open if there are pawn exchanges, for example, if lines do open up? Unclear. Just completely unclear, this position.
Yeah, totally. And, you know, with that rook move, Magnus is perhaps planning to push his a-pawn up the board as well. And, well, you should be a fortune teller. David.
Well, it's Lawrence's idea.
yeah.
I mean, this is, again, how different our brains are, Lawrence. I wanted to play king b1 because I was scared black would take my pawn if I didn't defend it. You want to play king b1 because you can free up a square for your rook to attack. And that's a very stylistic thing. Abdusatorov is in the Lawrence Trent School of Chess, clearly, and he's trying to open up lines now against the king. Yeah, really
I wish he was in my school of chess. I mean, I wish I had 1/100th of his talent. I mean, he's honestly. I've spoken to a lot of GMs, top grandmasters, about this young man, and the reviews are just very, very, very. What's the word? They're just awesome. I mean, they're 5-star review. Everybody's saying the talent, the raw talent that Abdusatorov has not been seen since, you know, the likes of Magnus himself.
Wow.
That's he's a very, very special player. And now he's, as we saw in the interview yesterday, he's fully 100% focused on chess. So I assume that means he's given up school, which is obviously always a big move, but with the future, the potential he has, I don't blame him. Also with the support of his country. I mean, when he won the World Rapid, you know, the government rewarded him. When they won the Olympiad, I think they all got a house each. You know, they all got gifted a house or a car at least, or something like that, right?
And then he got a house for being World Rapid champion.
You know, got a flat worth 50 times the annual salary of Uzbekistan when he won the World Rapid Championship.
He's a superstar in his country, so you have to pursue it. You have no choice. So, but yeah, I mean, even in this position we have here, this is a 3-result game. I don't even know who I would take here.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest. I'm a materialist, so I would say black, but I would also be terrified of any incoming attack against the black king. White's pawns are all really, really far advanced.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful here. If things open up, even an endgame isn't going to be completely safe for black if lines open up for the white bishop, the white rooks.
Okay.
Yeah. And we're far from the endgame. Magnus, I mean, he's never going to be able to exchange queens. Yes, he's a pawn up, but the rest of his position's a bit smelly.
He does have 3 minutes more on the clock, Magnus.
Yeah, he does, but his big priority at the minute is, first of all, anticipating everything that Abdusatorov is threatening, and then he will be also calculating how to keep his king safe. And so he said, well, there's no threat so far, so I'm just going to push forward with his pawns. And, well, Abdusatorov will also be thinking of the same kind of way. He'll be also thinking, what is Magnus planning? Okay, if there's no threat, then he will continue with his own plan. And that will be to target the king. And I have to say, it's not natural what the hitting point is. And he steps forward with the f-pawn. Presumably, the idea is to lift that pawn one square further. And Magnus, in the meantime, gets the first punch in. And, well, Abdusatorov swiftly closes the position down.
Yeah, it's just such a weird pawn structure. I mean, you nearly never see this. White has kind of got that thorn in black's side, the white h6 pawn. That's really a nuisance in the endgame, middle game. Black's got the same on a3. It's relatively blocked apart from the fact that black is a pawn up. And where do you put the black knight? No idea. White's bishop looks really good. Could we see a situation where neither side really does much?
Well, I think the problem with Magnus's position is that finding... I mean, he's the guy you want playing black here because you find useful moves, but hasn't White got just a very clear idea of playing d5 at the right moment? I mean, d5 looks like the break you want to make, because if the c-file opens, obviously there's a discovered check. The e-file opens, the queen is very vulnerable. What are you supposed to do against d5?
But if you kind of look at the consequences of d5, because every move has the consequences, you give up the c5 square for the knight, you open the long diagonal for, so say for instance, the queen doesn't have too many squares, but David's putting it, he knows, I want to put it in the corner.
But that's not really threatening mate ever, right? I can always put a rook on c2. And...
That's very true, but it's something that white always has to keep an eye on. So, yeah, it comes with some pros and cons.
I actually think if white doesn't play d5, he's running very little risk, though. He could just shuffle. You know, how does black actually intend to make progress here?
You could even hint later that you'll play this move.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, imagine you played a move like rook b6 here. I assume c5 would be very strong there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just ripping open one line towards the black king. I think that's why you want to push this pawn, right, Lawrence, because then you can guarantee at least one line will be open because you threaten 2 pawns at once. And the same, if you could play this move without allowing black to block it up, then it's going to be very, very strong. And Magnus's, I mean, his rooks are stuck, right? So this rook is stuck defending this pawn. This rook can't kind of go anywhere decent. Maybe you kind of put it on this square or maybe this square and just sit and wait. But those rooks are stuck. The black king, does it really want to kind of start dancing back this way later? Maybe. But at the moment it's tied down to the defense of this pawn. Black's queen maybe could be improved, as we just pointed out. Okay, he does move his rook. So maybe aimed against one of your pawn pushers, Lawrence, one of these two. But the black rook, again, looks a bit clumsy here, and white doesn't need to commit. White could also just wait, for example, with his bishop and just say, what are you doing next?
I mean...
it is tempting, however, to...
What happens if you do push? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't ask how he plays it.
Well, that
we can let Magnus
on the board.
answer this one.
I thought maybe he could just leave that pawn there.
Okay, and do you bypass it? Do you exchange your one set of
I
pawns
thought you
first?
could even just leave everything as is, because the whole idea is, just put the knight...
Knight c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if the bishop moves, eventually you're going to have to commit something because this is a threat. If you ever trade a set of pawns, for example, suddenly I don't like the idea of this line opening up.
That's why I'm advocating. Just hold firm, keep calm, and carry on. You know, just make any other move, like move the queen out of the way. I don't know.
Okay, I'd again be worried that things will open up, but maybe it's okay. Maybe black is solid enough with the blockade on the dark squares for now.
Yeah.
Let's just see what Magnus does, because there's so many options in the current game position. He could swap a set of pawns, he could lock it up immediately, he can move his queen, like you say, Jovanka, move his knight. It's, I mean, it's just inspirational, just seeing these youngsters just show no fear, like this tweet says. I mean, it's not that Magnus is losing his grip, it's far from it. It's just the fact that the youngsters are coming up and doing so well.
And we have to say that, you know, we've seen an incredible generation of talent. I mean, we haven't seen the likes before, where we have people like Pragnanda, Erigaisi, Abdusatorov, Gukesh, all challenging the players at the top. And even now in the US Championships, we saw Christopher Yu, 15 years old, you know, he defeated Levon Aronian. And
he drew with Levon Aronian?
Oh, no, yeah, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he drew.
He drew.
Defeated Wesley So.
Defeated Wesley So, yes.
But, yeah, I mean, maybe not since Magnus's generation when, I mean, there was a bunch of kind of top 10 players. But that's how it works, right? There's a generation, eventually a new generation will come and take over their place. And you often need competition, like we see at the moment. And meanwhile, okay, a set of pawn trades, and Magnus is blocked with his rook. Things are opening, though.
Yeah, I guess here you take on e6 out of principle because you want to... well, it's not a mandatory move, but it's the first move I would look at here. I think black is committed to taking back with the pawn there. Queen takes looks fishy to me.
Yeah, so you want to take this pawn, Lawrence, to open the bishop up even further. Queen takes, you say, looks fishy.
Oh, hang on a second.
Whoa.
Look at that move that's appeared on the board. He's just thrown his pawn forward, and black can capture that pawn twice.
But I don't like it at all.
I hate this move.
If I go e5 here, sorry, what's going on?
Yep. Easy move, block it up.
Yeah.
What's this bishop doing now?
I mean,
Magnus plays it immediately. I mean, this is where sometimes the youngsters, again, they want to play the flashy moves, right? They want to be super aggressive, but sometimes you just need to take a time out. Just trade a set of pawns, maybe move your bishop away somewhere. I'm not sure where. Didn't mean that square, I meant this one. And eventually you try and line up your queen on this diagonal, for example, with the bishop. Looks really scary. I would be terrified here with black with this king, but suddenly the game situation, just like you said, Lawrence, after white push forward, really flashy move. The whole idea is if pawn takes, the bishop takes, and the queen is attacked, discovered attack. But block it up. Block positions favour knights. Bishops hate block positions. Okay, the rook moves. How can Abdusattorov justify allowing the position to block up? Okay, rook takes rook. Magnus is just going to plant his knight on this outpost now. Cannot be challenged there. Yeah, just looks like good knight against bad bishop. Okay.
Just wants to. I mean, this way of chess is just so out of my.
It's so modern.
So out of my visual. It's quite. I mean, Viktor Korchnoi would imagine the tirade you would get on playing f5, allowing e5.
Yeah.
If he was still around,
I tell you what he would approve of, though. He would approve of that rook move, grabbing pawns.
Yes.
And, well...
But you're right. I mean, the old masters, they will be like, this shows no strategic understanding. But youngsters, they don't care. They just calculate so well. Even if it looks ugly, like we think it does, they make it work because they've calculated, they've worked. They've seen that they have specific, concrete ideas. They don't play in general terms anymore. And now there's, talking of concrete ideas, there is probably a threat of rook takes the black knight, and then the white queen comes in. Very dangerous.
No, probably about it. That's a sacrifice you play.
Without thinking.
Without thinking, yes, because you know you have at least a perpetual, and to be honest, it's probably just winning. So, what is... Okay, queen e7, and now...
Okay, Magnus indirectly defends his knight.
What is the word to describe this game? Is it tense?
Just weird.
Both players have been creative, though.
Yeah.
Both have been very creative. It is a high-level game as well. We've been slightly critical of one or two moves, but I mean, in general, it's been, I mean, both players going at each other, throwing everything in. And okay, the black queen just came from this square, right? So if Abdusattorov goes back with the white queen 2 squares to the d2 square, that's the second time we've seen that position. He could at least ask that psychological question to Magnus. Do you want to repeat? Do you want the draw? Do you want to play for more? I think that's what I would do, even if I'm not intending to force a draw. He does go back.
And he doesn't have so much time on the clock, you know, just under 4 minutes. So I think it's a good thing to do. It's very practical, gain some time on the clock and force Magnus to take a decision. We've seen Magnus take tremendous risks against people he wants to beat. I mean, he almost lost against Aditya Mittal because he was so determined to win. And we've also seen in other games as well where he refuses to take the draw and as a result of that finds himself in trouble.
Yeah. And this is not the type of position that you can risk too much because black's king is so open. You're right, Jovanka, he wants to risk, he wants to avoid repeating the position. What else can black do, though? Because that black b-pawn is attacked by the white rook. Can't defend it.
Might just be one of those dynamic equality kind of positions where actually neither side can truly do something.
He's trying, Magnus.
Yeah, he's going to try because that's his nature.
So a bit of a waiting move. It looks like he's just getting ready to maybe tuck the black king behind this rook. Abdusattorov retreats his bishop. Makes sense. That bishop was sometimes vulnerable to the black knight.
And it's also so super important to think about the consequences here. So I like what Abdusattorov has done, just maintaining the balance. I would not be advocating capturing pawns because you've got to assess the position, what it's going to be like when the rooks are off the board. And you'll see that black's queen is just going to be very powerful.
Yeah, queen and knight versus queen and bishop. It could be that kind of that duo again. Queen and knight, we've seen are very strong. But, okay, Magnus still in the move. He's 1 minute down on the clock now. Abdusattorov looks very calm with his body language. Very focused. doesn't look terrified at all, which I would be, got to say. The king moves.
So you can't take on b4 here, or what?
Well, now you can.
Now you can.
Now you
It's
can,
check,
because
right?
there's a check.
Now let's show this. In the previous position, white retreated his bishop. If he had taken this pawn, then we would have seen the rooks get traded. And as Jovanka mentioned, the black queen comes out, wins a pawn, coming down into the white camp now. But after the bishop retreated, Magnus just put his king on the same file. Oh, whoops. My arrows. He puts the king on the same file as the rook. So now there's no time to take the white rook. Instead, he pushes, and this is the current position. Does white have more than a draw here? Does white even have a draw? I guess you can keep giving checks.
What about, yeah, like, let's say queen a5 check. Actually, king d7 might be a big blunder, right? Because the queen trade is probably very good for white, because you trade, you then play f6 check, and you play b4, and...
Yeah. Check.
Or maybe you don't even have to go b4. You can go king c1, king d2, and this looks...
Oh, whoops, sorry.
Yeah.
Looks bad.
The king, yeah, looks very...
Ah, he just took the pawn. Ah, now he's got queen a7 check.
Okay, so in the game, I mean, this is how concrete the youngsters are.
I mean...
No check, just take a pawn.
Yeah.
I guess black has to push. What else?
Oh, but if you push, then there's going to be some checks on the board.
Okay, there is a check.
No, he's checked on the diagonal.
Yeah, here would have been blocked, sorry. So in this position, the king moves. Actually, checks can be blocked still. For example, the check here will be blocked by the black knight. A check here. Maybe the king just moves again. Or do you guys think, is this pawn strong enough?
No.
No.
But I think it's enough of a nuisance to secure a draw.
It can still be blockaded by white's queen on its promotion square. I mean, Magnus, he's really pushing the boat out here, trying to win again, but risking things again. He's now down a pawn, the world champion. To Satorov, what is he going to do? I mean, I would probably just flick in a check just because I'm not sure what else. I guess you could go for your pawn push as well, Lawrence, the one you mentioned.
Yeah, but now... Ah, yeah, because queen e5, there's another check round the back.
Yeah, maybe here you could start coming around the back, yeah. OK, he does go for a check, but this is blocked. And now maybe it's time... again, you could flick in this pawn move first, but maybe it's time at some point to block with the white queen.
Probably flick in the pawn move, right?
It was, if you're going to be greedy about it, then you have to attack the queen.
The problem with the queen e2 is queen takes g5 actually just exists there, right?
Ah, OK, black's attacking that white g-pawn, yep.
So, oh, such a complicated position. So, yeah, indeed, he does attack the queen and preserve his pawn. And now he keeps the passed pawn on e3 under lock and key. It's a very good strategy, actually.
Right.
Always guard against the passed pawns. And it's such a weird position, you know. The black queen probably is going to do she's going to do a lot of damage on the right side. But then it's white's pawn that's going to be racing up the board. Here they come. Come on, push Alice. T squares.
Okay.
But actually, this move here...
Does it allow a draw as well? It allows white to give a bunch of checks. I don't think black can escape from all these checks now.
Oh.
The white queen can come back to the a file, check the black king from the front. I think we might be headed towards a draw. Jovanka, you're disappointed?
Yeah, because I thought that maybe white could start putting Magnus under some pressure, but OK, a draw is a good result, actually.
I mean, it's decent for both of these in the standings, the draw, but, I mean, both of them have wanted to win this game, right? They've both been taking massive risks, and Magnus looks away. He looks ready to get out of here with a draw. Does Satorov have more? Can he play for the win? Can the white queen go grab some pawns, for example? Looks like it's too much, maybe. Asking too much of the white position. What would you guys do? I would just run out of here with a draw.
I think with a minute 25. Wow.
He goes for it. Ah, that's my boy. I like it.
Wow.
Because, I mean, if you want to, you know, reach the next level, you've got to put the world champion under pressure. I mean, he is the big boss. I mean, you know for sure Magnus will be playing on against him until the very end. And what's going to happen next? Is he just going to agree a draw? Or are we going to see another pawn push?
We do have quite a few results now in round 11. A big one, Gukesh 3 points against Mamedyarov, and Vidit, he has lost against Eric Hansen. Vidit is outside top 8 now, and he really needs to fight to qualify for the knockout stage. And this one, do you still think it will be a draw, or are they fighting to win, both of them?
It's been a fighting game.
Yeah.
It probably will be a draw. But I'm really looking forward to see what happens next, because he's got Abdusattorov has got under 50 seconds left, and he has to take a critical decision. Is he going to go for the win?
Wow.
And he just advances his king. He's confident. I like it.
Is that a sign of going for a win, bringing your king into the game?
Yeah, because he could simply just give in a check and just check the king until the game finishes in a draw. And instead, he's like, no, let me play on.
Yeah, just to show this on the board, Jovanka. So, for example, here, it's not necessarily about the move he played, but it's about the options he could have forced the draw. As you mentioned, the queen could come back with a check, the king goes back, another check, the king moves, another check, for example, and the kind of dance goes on. There's no way for the black king to escape the white queen, but he's going for it. Look at this, advancing up the board. This reminds me a bit of Short versus Timon, 1991 Tilburg. With the white king in that game, the white king kind of danced up the board and actually helped to deliver checkmate. Here, the white king has started its journey. This is brave.
But
what to do if the black queen?
Yeah, exactly. You might have to bail out anyway, because, or are you going to play? Can you play bishop c4?
Keep going.
Bishop b5.
Keep the game alive.
No, bishop c4 probably.
And then you want to kind of zigzag with your king.
Yeah, I want to get to b5 with my king.
Okay, Magnus is bringing a queen exchange. We weren't looking in that direction. We were looking the other way. But makes some sense. If the queens come off now, black's knight can blockade the
Queen e7.
Ooh.
What is this?
That's frowning.
Both players playing for the win, but okay, Abdusattorov's last move. What's the threat here? What's the queen doing? Surely Magnus can start thinking about either gobbling up a pawn, or he can start pushing some of these guys. Black has a lot of pawns.
I mean, this kind of chess is just...
It's just crazy.
I don't know what this is. I just...
Okay, Magnus attacking this bishop now, attacking this pawn. Who would you prefer again? I mean, it's so hard to say.
Yeah.
I would probably take white still, but...
Okay. Why would that be?
Well, I mean, you know, black is playing without a knight on b7. I can take the f7 pawn in the right circumstances. Yeah, and bishop b5, queen takes d5, bishop c4 transposes to the note. This could have happened on the previous move.
Mm-hmm. Black still has some checks, though.
Okay, but
this happens
go king
in the game.
a3.
Yeah.
I mean, you can actually bail out here, right?
Maybe there's a check. Can you force a draw here?
Yeah.
He has done this.
But is Magnus going to be playing for more? After all, there's no threats from white. Oh, it's such a crazy game. 45 seconds left for Abdusattorov, and Magnus just under 2 minutes. Anything can happen.
Wow.
I love the fact that both sides are now playing full on for the win.
What a cool game.
Yeah, really, really cool game. And earlier it was Abdusattorov who turned down the draw. Now it's Magnus. It's up to him. He can take it if he wants, just by checking on c1 and back, repeating the position.
What do you think? Do you think he'll take it, or do you think he'll be like, no, you turned me down once?
The problem is that you've only got the queen in play, and I don't really see a way at all to activate. And
you have some passed pawns, right?
Yeah, but
2 pawns up as black.
Yeah.
You do run the risk of...
I mean, there's no immediate threat.
Queen takes
right?
e3 is a threat.
Yeah, OK, so you defend that pawn and then run your pawns.
Even there, like, there's a weird variation. For example,
Okay.
queen c1 check, king b3. Let's say you then go h5.
Check.
Right. I can play bishop d5 potentially. And even when you play queen d1 check, I've got king c4. And I know it's getting crazy, but this might still be OK for white, because you're just dancing. I just protect the bishop, and I'm covering some key squares. Queen c2. I can think about king b5 there, but I don't.
This is the king dance we were talking about.
You know, you can lose these positions as black, for real.
Magnus is playing for the win, though. He doesn't repeat the position. If we go back, rather than giving the check on this square, where he would have forced the draw, he's now gone for a different bunch of checks. And now, will we see the king start marching up the board? We do. And Magnus gives another check now. White does have this very powerful pass pawn of his own. And, OK, Abdusattorov doesn't go forward. I thought maybe he would try to go forward, but he's retreated. Maybe he's just banking on the fact that Magnus is not willing to gamble any further. And Magnus could still give a check and most likely make a draw. What a game. Move 59. I mean, I don't think we've predicted even 5 of these moves in the entire game.
No.
Out of those 59. And, OK, what will Magnus do? Will he give another check? He could push this pawn, potentially. Lots of ideas in the position.
I would be tempted to push the pawn. Magnus says yes.
That is close.
It is.
One more square, and you have to take this pawn off, right? Because if you'd moved the queen to stop this pawn, then a queen check would have helped the pawn promote next move. Let's go back to the players, because right now White's bishop gave itself up for that pawn, and I think we're about to see a draw because White's f pawn is just too strong.
Yeah, this will end in a draw, but again, it's just alien chess to me. I can't guess anything. Yeah. Actually, this move is quite tricky.
Magnus playing for the win still.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this stops the white pawn advancing because it's pinned to the white queen. Yeah, really ingenious stuff. And White's queen has to move, surely.
You have to go queen e6, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can also just move the queen 2 squares across and just pay no attention whatsoever to your king's safety.
White's king is safe on its own.
Exactly. It can fend for itself.
Checkmate.
Just get that pawn promoted. That will secure the draw. Okay. And he steps forward with the queen. No, I didn't like this one. I didn't like this one because you have to keep connection with the knight.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. Yeah. It's suddenly a win from Magnus, but where is it?
Yeah, maybe it's not even immediate. It's just such a weird choice of square. Why are you blocking your own pawn? I mean, I don't think there's a threat. Magnus just pushes his pawn. If the white pawn advances now, the black knight can go over and just capture it. And what are we... OK, maybe there's still some tricks. Maybe there's still some checks. Did Magnus just miss an opportunity? If so, it was not obvious. OK, Magnus as well, making kind of gestures that he's not happy. Maybe it's still a draw.
So pushing that pawn might not have been the right move for Magnus.
Maybe it was just too slow. Maybe it was to do with giving some checks with the black queen instead. And yeah, it looks like now it should be back to equality, but not an immediate draw. The evaluation bar doesn't say 0.0.
And 10 seconds now for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, OK, gives a check. Very sensible. Run forward or back?
No, I think you go backwards here.
OK, I would. I always want to go forward.
Oh, you want to go play king a4, do you?
Yeah. OK, he does step back. This is safer, much safer. Yeah, it's just the problem is the black knight is dominated by White's b-pawn. The black knight can never jump forward with any checks, any meaningful jumps. And Magnus's pawns are far too slow compared to White's pawn. It's just like you said earlier, Jovanka, it's the quality of the pawns, not the quantity.
Is it possible that Magnus can sacrifice a knight to try to keep the game? Anyway, we see him giving a few checks. This is good strategy. Build up time on the clock before you think about trying to prolong the game even more.
Yeah, Black's knight could go and attack this white pawn at some point. OK, first he gives another check. Maybe on the next move. Is Magnus going to try and win now by attacking that white pawn with the black knight? Giving up the black knight for that f-pawn? It's the only way to try and play for a win.
Yeah.
OK, he does give a check first. The king retreating. Yeah, it's hard to see what else he can try, Magnus, because White just needs 2 moves. White needs to move the queen out of the way, promote. Things turn.
Huh. Is this one of those traditional Magnus Carlsen grinding games that he often wins? Or is it because the queens are on?
Yeah, because the queens are on, it's just so concrete. It's kind of one move and you lose, or one move by one slip by your opponent, you win. Also, remember that Abdusattorov beat Magnus in the World Rapid in a queen endgame. So Magnus may be seeing some ghosts there. It's another check. It's hard to know where Magnus wants to end up with his queen. He's given a whole bunch of checks right now. Yeah, it's the White King still doing that dance, still happily moving forward.
The next round, final round of today, round 12 in the preliminaries, will start in 6 minutes. These two will have 10 minutes after this game to rest and prepare for the final round of today. But the action continues in only 6 minutes, and actually David Anton and Mittal, they are also still playing. But that game started late because Mittal played a very long game in round 10. So these two, they have played now for 75 moves and 55 minutes.
And Magnus keeping the game alive, you know?
Wow. He even pre-moved there. Black queen taking that pawn.
Well, now we have a race. Queen and 2 pawns against queen and 2 pawns.
Who's better?
I don't know. I mean, Black's king is pretty unsafe, so you would guess that White always has the option to give some nuisance checks.
And the kings are further away from the black pawns. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage? Because the White King is close to its 2 pawns.
So for Black, it's potentially an advantage. If the queens disappear, if they get swapped off, then Black is winning because the Black King can stop the White pawns. White's King cannot stop the Black pawns. The problem is, I don't think you can force a queen exchange. And actually having your king in front of pawns is sometimes bad because the pawns gain time with checks. And White's king can kind of hide behind its own pawns. Black's king cannot hide behind its own pawns. Actually, this endgame, when Black doesn't have his 2 pawns, it should still be a draw. That one's a really hard one to hold, but even if Black lost both of his pawns, it should still be fine for him because he can give a bunch of checks. This one should be a draw with best play.
Yeah.
And I don't think Magnus can risk it any further. The Black King's in serious trouble if White gets time to check. So, yeah, give another check, force that king back. Surely now, they've tried long enough, both of them, to get that win.
Yeah, Magnus is, you can tell by the facial expression, he's done.
That's the second time. And if he steps the king up,
and it's over. Yeah. After 84 moves, it ends in a draw between Abdusattorov and Magnus Carlsen. The world champion shakes his head. He wanted to win this game desperately, but only a draw and 1 point. A very long game. And here is today's Lisaveta learning point.
So today's main learning point is to always play for a win. Both of these players, Carlsen and Abdusattorov, they press for the win. It was eventually a draw, but they will have both learnt a lot. And actually, against weaker players, they would have taken the points. Abdusattorov's maybe main mistake in this game was allowing the position to block up. Don't block things up when you have a bishop against your opponent's knight. It favours the knight. And here, Abdusattorov actually would have had an advantage if he had opened things up. The white bishop is so strong in the centre of the board, and the black king is very weak. Instead, however, maybe he missed a chance to seize that advantage by pushing his pawn forward, and now, once the centre is blocked, Magnus was very safe. The knight was able to jump, the white bishop very bad. Eventually a draw, but a missed opportunity for white.
Only 3 minutes, final round of today will start, and we're gonna follow Anish Giri's game. He is in that crucial 8th place, and he faces Naroditsky, who is right outside top 8 in 9th place. Naroditsky fighting to qualify with only 4 rounds to play in the preliminaries. Let's take a look at the results from round 11. Anish Giri, he did play a draw against Richard Duport. It was a quick draw, but Ergaisi, he won 3 points against Vincent Keimers, who's having a nightmare day today, the young German. Eric Hansen, big win for him against Vidit Gukesh. Huge win for him against Mamadiyarov, 3 points. Duda, he got 3 points against Hare Krishna, and Naroditsky, he is now coming from a win against Nils Grandelius. So the standings, with 1 round to go today. Duda is in sole lead. He has 3 points down to Arjun Ergaisi, now in second place. Mamdiarov in third with 20 points. Abdusatorov, 19 points. We have 2 players on 18. That is Gukesh. And Magnus Carlsen now down to 6th place, only 1 point ahead of Rapport and Anish Giri, the 2 players right inside top 8. It is Naroditsky, 4 points behind Rapport and Anish Giri, fighting to get inside top 8. Keimer is on 12 points. Let's take a look at the games coming up. Final round of today, Magnus Carlsen against the Swede Nils Grandelius, his former 2nd in World Championship matches. Gukesh finishes the day against Erik Hansen. We are going to follow, though, Anish Giri against Daniel Naroditsky. And this could turn out to be a very important game for the tournament. Naroditsky right outside top 8 now. What chances do you give him to qualify, Jovanka?
Well, he has to get put together a string of wins, especially in tomorrow's day set of events. But yeah, no, today, I mean, if he will finish on a win, that's great. Yeah. It will put him in a really good mood. And very, very positive for what's going to happen tomorrow. But for Anish, it's just about holding firm. He's been a bit unfortunate this tournament that 2 players played like brilliancies against him. Yeah. But, he's very experienced. He knows exactly how to handle this position. And I suspect that he might be quite professional about things today.
Okay. He's played 2 draws and won 1 game today, Anish Giri. Naroditsky, he has lost a game, played a draw, and won a game so far today. All results. These are the head-to-head Aimchess stats. Anything very interesting for you here, David?
First of all, it's the average center pawn loss, the ACPL. Naroditsky, not the most accurate player. Maybe that's because he takes risks. He's more practical, whereas Anish, as he explained yesterday in his interview, very accurate, but that's because of the style of chess he plays. Actually, in the endgame, balanced completely, advantage capitalization. Naroditsky's actually better at finishing off those 1 positions. Much more decisive games too. So interesting stats there. Different styles, very different styles.
So with that average center pawn loss difference, I think these 2 are in each side of the scale on the stats. We're simply going to see a game between 2 completely different styles. And what are the styles? What is Naroditsky's style?
Well, Danya, he's a bit of a wildcat. I mean, that's not to say he can't play positionally, because of course every Grandmaster who reaches this level can play, but I think he certainly prefers positions which are a bit more muddy, a bit more unclear, where he can fight for the initiative. And Anish said it in his interview yesterday, he's probably the player that takes the least risks of everybody in this field. He is really risk averse. Plays very solid, simple chess, as he called it, but he's very, very hard to beat. Almost impossible to beat, actually, if he really doesn't want to lose. But we have something already a little bit more exciting than I had envisaged. Anish with the move c4 here. I don't know. Well, this is definitely in his notes. We have an interesting version of a Carlsen, very new age idea of 3d3. You didn't see this move 10 years ago. It just didn't exist as an opening
2 years ago,
or
I think.
even 2 years ago. So some new opening theory in this line, and we'll see what Danya comes up with.
Yeah, Jovanka, you're the resident Carlsen expert. Yeah. What do you think of this variation?
Yeah, I think Black is actually doing okay here. I mean, the main thing I would say is, after White's 3rd move, do not be tempted to go into an endgame. That's the only thing. Anything else goes. Yeah.
Let's just show this. So any Carlsen aficionados at home, do not play pawn takes pawn in this opening. Jovanka, why not? It looks like you can trade off the queens. White loses the right to castle.
Yeah, I know. It's just very pleasant for White. And okay, Black probably is okay, but it's not worth it. Just don't do it. Much simpler to keep the queens on the board and just play in the style of Naroditsky.
Yeah. The 2 moves to keep the queens on the board, or 3 moves. 1, you can bring your bishop out. Very tense middle game there. You can push this pawn, very sensible, but Naroditsky moved to queen. The idea was to push forward with his pawn in the center. And yeah, as we saw in the game, a trade of pawns. White pushing forward, trying to make use of a small development advantage by opening the center. And this position, I'm surprised that Anish is thinking here. This is still very logical stuff, at least. As far as I remember, the white bishop normally wants to go to this square. I'm not sure whether you kind of push a pawn to put it there yet. I guess you could also make an argument for just moving the bishop out, getting the white king castled, and then deciding. But yeah, interesting opening. Not the most orthodox. Have there been many games here before?
Not so many, but I mean, they've been very high level. I mean, we have a game between Alan Pichot against Magnus Carlsen, Alan Pichot again against David Anton, Rasmus Svan has played this with black. So we're talking about very serious grandmasters here. And I would say that the scores are in black's favour.
Black's favour. Wow, interesting. And it's rare for any opening to be in black's favour in general, but I guess here black's moves are very natural. Black just wants to bring his bishop out, castle the king. For white, it's less natural, maybe. You have to be a bit creative. What do we think about this punt? Bishop to the g5 square, attacking this knight.
Looks like the most natural move on the board to me, actually, because you want to play a very quick rook c1 in a lot of lines and try to embarrass this queen on c7. And you know, if black ever plays a move like d takes c4, I think you're very tempted just to ignore it, basically.
Bring the rook out anyway.
Yeah, just play rook c1 immediately.
It's natural, Lawrence, but it's new.
Yeah,
I mean, David highlighted earlier exactly what they were doing. That everyone was kind of putting the bishop on the long diagonal and then attacking the queen. This one, never been seen before. So
OK, so bishop g5 is a completely new move, is it?
Completely new.
OK, I can believe that.
And I guess black's most logical replies would be to defend this knight, either with his bishop or maybe with the other knight.
I think.
Can I throw an absolutely insane suggestion out there?
Yes,
No,
please,
it's too
Lawrence.
insane.
Always. Never.
It's too insane. I wanted to play the ridiculous move d4. I don't think it quite works.
Attacking this knight, hoping for knight takes pawn.
Yeah, well, I wanted to make queen e5 check work, but I can't quite.
Check, hitting the bishop, hitting the knight. But I guess I can just retreat.
Yeah, bishop e3 and now some bishop c5, but you have knight f3. It's total nonsense.
Yeah, but it's interesting because, OK, not exactly here, but in some situations, that type of tactic you might work. It's always nice to look for the threats, right? Just in case your opponent's blundered something. But yeah, it feels like, to me at least, I would want to make this move work. Bishop to this square, just so I can castle as quickly as possible.
I think that's the most natural move, and I think it does work, right?
I think so.
Because after pawn takes pawn, you can actually... Ooh.
OK, if pawn takes pawn, you could take with a knight in the centre.
Exactly. And
you would be OK, but Naroditsky, he's happy to mix things up. He doesn't play the passive move that I was advocating. He brings his bishop out to create a pin, and I say mix things up because he's allowing his pawn structure to be compromised, to be split. Doubled pawns, the black king's going to think twice now, maybe before castling on this side. But on the bright side, there's some tactics here now with the pin. Maybe you use this file for a rook later, this newly open G file. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it, David.
Yeah, I guess it's not in a Caro-Khan's player's nature to allow...
it's like preserve the pawn structure. Don't... I mean... Oh my God, my instinct is, you know, first of all, queen jack.
Queen check?
Queen jack, yeah, and
check,
then...
hitting the bishop, so
yes.
It has to block and defend.
Yeah, and then initiate the trades.
So take, and now you can, for example, take on this square.
Yeah, that's it.
Has to recapture, and suddenly, ugh. All the isolated pawns.
I know, black gets like some active pieces in compensation, but I don't know.
But I guess Naroditsky, if we think about his tournament situation, he's on 13, Anish is on 17. There's no one in between. He needs to win this game, right?
Yeah.
If Naroditsky draws, he'll be 4 points behind Anish with 3 games remaining. That's not a realistic comeback, right?
No.
Naroditsky, if he doesn't win this one, he'll have to win pretty much all of his games tomorrow in order to qualify. So a position like this with kind of, weird pawn structure, at least it will confuse Anish. Anish doesn't like kind of facing dynamic play. Black's bishop is now very quick to come out. Black's rook gets an open file if white wants to castle on this side. It gets really complicated.
Yeah, and Lawrence, you said that his style was just wild, so this is the kind of position that favours him.
I think Daniel's going to be very, very happy with this position as Black, to be honest. It's messy, it's new, it's exactly the sort of thing Anish doesn't really excel in. Of course, he's a fantastic tactician and he's a great player, but you know, it's not exactly what he wants, I think, which is curious because he didn't have to play this way with white, of course. He played 1e4, which is already a minor surprise, I would say, from Anish, but
he's got a chessable course out on 1e4.
He does. He does have a chessable course on 1e4.
But yeah, I mean, Naroditsky, his repertoire is a bit kind of okay. He plays some solid stuff occasionally, but it's a bit random. So maybe Anish was trying to target the Caro-Kann. A lot of players do that nowadays. They can, if they know that what their opponent's going to play, whatever opening it is, they can target their opponent's kind of weak spots or perceived weak spots. Naroditsky, I think he's done quite well out to the opening though, even if he is slightly freestyling.
Yeah. And whilst Anish is pausing for thought, we have a question from João Campello Ribeiro, who asks us, apparently...
I'm his coach. I'm his coach.
Hi, Coach
Hi,
Trent. Do you believe Magnus is under extra pressure, especially against younger players, since the Niemann incident, since Hans is also a teen?
I don't think those incidents are... those things are actually that related. I think the younger generation is always the threat to the older generation. I'm including Magnus in that older generation. He is over 10 years old. He's 10 years older or more than Gukesh, Abdusaturov, and so on.
He's the third oldest player in the tournament, actually, Magnus Carlsen.
He's the third oldest in the tournament. So, but I don't think the Niemann incident actually has got anything really to do with age per se. I think those things are isolated, but for sure he feels the pressure from the younger generation, but he also uses it as his source of motivation. After all, he's been playing the same guys year in, year out for 10 years, and he wants some fresh blood, and he gets excited. You know, I speak to him, I hang out with him, and he tells me that he looks forward to seeing the progression of these young guns.
Do you think when it is Furusha or, you know, Gukesh or Abdusaturov, when they qualify for the World Championship match, do you think Magnus will make a comeback and play in the candidates?
Really tough to say, because the cycles are quite long as well, right? So even, let's say, Abdusaturov was to win a candidates in 2 years from now, and then he challenged, that's another 4 years, and then Magnus would have to re-challenge, and already Magnus is getting close to 40 by that stage. Is he really? Yeah, there we go. That's the reality of it. Does he want to get back in the mix? Who knows? What do you think? I mean, I have a feeling that he's kind of done now. If Hans Niemann becomes world champion, that'll add an interest. That'll add a little bit of spice to the situation.
I like the quote that he came up with yesterday.
Which one?
Quite nice. Said, "I'm just an improving player on the road to the world on the road to becoming world champion or something."
Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
He's confident.
Yeah, but you know. This is the thing. Most chess players are confident, but he's like, Hans is probably like the first one to come out and go, yeah, I'm just playing great.
Yeah.
Wonderful chess. It speaks for itself.
It is next level confidence, yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, it's just the circle of life, right? I mean, if we look back in chess history, I mean, Boris Spassky was the world champion. Fischer, a younger rival, came up and took his crown. And then later on, Karpov was world champion. A younger rival, Kasparov, took his crown. It's always 10, 15 years difference between the players. And Magnus took the crown from Vishy Anand, who was, about 20 years older than him. And it's always just... Kramnik took it from Kasparov, who was like 10, 15 years older than him. It's always the next generation. It's very rare for someone of the same generation to take the crown from a rival. It's always... it's always people who see chess differently, who kind of have a new, different brand of chess, who come and take over eventually. And meanwhile, this game is changing slightly. The queen's off the board. What do we think about that?
I think it favours white, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, these weak pawns that black have, I mean, that's going to be a liability in the endgame. The thing is, if you're playing with the white pieces, then you have to neutralise the bishop pair.
Yep. And black does have that to at least try and enjoy the bishop pair. The black dark squared bishop has decent potential, I feel. The black light squared bishop might just have to do a defensive job. Are we surprised that Naroditsky took the queens off, just considering we think he's in a must-win situation? Is that something that's on his mind, or is he just trying to play the position, maybe, rather than worry about results?
Yeah, I was surprised by some of his choices. I thought he could have kept the queens on and just tried to pressure the white king a little bit. But I think maybe it was a bit too risky, too double-edged, and he didn't feel it was worth the risk.
You got to risk sometimes, especially if Naroditsky doesn't win this game now, and he doesn't really have much chance going into tomorrow to qualify for the knockouts. Then he might look back at the queen exchange as maybe not the most ambitious decision. That being said, I still quite like black's chances. Naroditsky talking to himself there, motivating himself.
I wonder if when he talks to himself, he puts on the accents.
The impressions.
The impressions, right, yeah.
What would Gary say?
What would Gary say? And he would do his he would do his accents too. This is a surprising trade.
I mean, you were talking, David, about how great the dark square bishop was. And,
well, at least it had no rival, right?
Yeah.
Bishop pair is always much stronger than a lone bishop. I quite like white's pawn structure now as well. White's isolated pawn in the centre is no longer. I mean, white has a couple of pawns on the D and C files. White's A pawn is fine for now.
I don't understand anything Danyo's done in this past 5 moves. I mean, this is insanity to me. Positional suicide. I mean, you could have played bishop e6 instead of taking on c3.
Let's show this, yeah. I mean, this is the most logical move in the whole position, defend. You can take this one later if you really need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, very strange. I mean, here as well, you can even just park your king in the centre at some point and just sit and wait, and it's rock solid. But now, bishop takes, and okay, Anish, he's playing the move I was going to suggest as well. If white can just kind of put the king in the centre, these pawns are safe forever, and eventually you can go about trying to attack these guys. Maybe reroute the white knight. I would love to kind of move the white knight and put it 1 square forward. Takes a while to get there, but...
And if you trade off the bishops, the king is going to be the big attacker.
Yeah. I mean, the king has a clear path in, and if the rooks disappear, for example, into some decent squares. Black has 1 isolated pawn, 2 isolated pawns, and a set of double pawns. White has only 1 weakness. It's always better to have fewer pawn islands, and here white has 1. This is a pawn island. These 2 in the centre are a pawn island. They can defend each other, and this is another pawn island on the king side. Black, meanwhile, has 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's a lot, and a lot of weaknesses to watch out for later.
Quick maths.
Quick counting. I can count to 4. Yes, that's what you need to be a grandmaster.
I was quoting that song. I love that. Who does it? Quick maths. 1 plus 1 is 2.
Oh, I don't know that
Quick
song.
Maths.
No,
it's like a parody.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
It's a parody of these rappers in hoodies.
Oh, right, okay.
And he's like, he won't take his jacket off. It's very good.
I'll have to check it out. I don't know it.
Twitter followers, our Twitter viewers must.
Yeah, Man's Not Hot. That's what it's called. It's about a rapper that does not take off his puffer jacket.
Okay.
It's like, no, Man's Not Hot.
Well, Magnus Carlsen's been playing with a hoodie. It's off today, and he is right now playing against Nils Grandelius. He's had a tough day, Magnus Carlsen, and the bar is over to Nils' side in that game. Maybe struggling a little bit in that one, Magnus. I don't know. And I'm also noticing Aditya Mittal, the youngest player and international master. The bar is definitely over to his side in his game against Arjun Erigaisi. Maybe we will have some interesting results in this round 12.
Yeah, I took a look at those games that you just mentioned, Kaja. Both of them crazy.
Wow.
Especially Aditya Mittal. He's doing very well in that game. So still some shake-up on the standings, potentially.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, black has doubled up rooks on the c-file. Makes some sense, and Anish guarding everything. Let's talk about Anish. Do we think he's going to finish this one off? It is his type of position in general, as we said yesterday.
Yes. I mean, even though I've not liked the way Daniel has played, his position is still acceptable. But...
I wouldn't say fun, though.
Not fun, yeah. But what is the plan here for White? That's a really good question.
So we think black is just going to sit tight and kind of wait?
Yeah, I think you have to sit tight. What else can you do here?
That's a good question. I'm slightly surprised by this move from Anish.
That was my first.
His bishop.
That was my first move.
Ooh, what's the deep idea behind?
I don't think there is, but there are some interesting ideas. For example, if black plays bishop g4 here, knight d4 might be a cute little idea. The point being, if bishop takes d1, knight b5 check exists.
So we're even in an endgame. We're playing for tricks.
Yeah, and
so this looks like it's going to swap off pieces, but knight to d4, and like you said, attacking the bishop. If bishop takes, we can flick in a check with this knight.
Yeah.
And we just win material, right?
Yeah, this is just winning.
We take the black rook, and only then do we take the black bishop later. And if you take the knight first, then we take the bishop first, hitting the rook and hitting the knight.
And after knight e6, this has got to have been a very... Now a5, for example, is the move you play.
This is White's dream, to trade off the isolated pawn for these two strong ones, right?
Correct.
OK, so he's gone on an adventure with his knight to the edge of the board, hitting the bishop.
Bishop is just probably going to step back to the square it came from.
Yeah, and there we go, you're right.
And
this helps White, right? I always thought the idea was to get White's knight to this square, and he's going back. No, Anish, don't repeat this.
No. Yeah, it's happening.
What? White is better.
Such a weird...
White has an advantage, and Anish just bails out with a draw.
What is that about?
Is that over? Is that confirmed?
He dropped back his knight, black moved his bishop, he moved his knight, the bishop went back, and they repeated this dance.
Shocking.
Objectively, he knows he was better. I think he's just playing on the tournament standings, Anish Giri.
Yes.
Is this Anish's big problem in top chess? Just taking a draw in this game.
If he doesn't qualify tomorrow, he'll pinpoint this one as a massive missed opportunity. He can play on with no risk.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. I mean, he's not risking anything, so making a draw there is fundamentally, I think, a mistake. I mean, why do you have to make a draw at that exact moment? Why can't you just play around for a few more moves? And then if you don't get anything, fine, then you can find a way. But he wasn't under time pressure. He's playing against somebody objectively much weaker than him. It's these sorts of decisions that have stopped Anish really challenging at the very, very top consistently, in my opinion. And I don't know, David, am I being too harsh or...?
No, I mean, we're just talking about this one game that we saw, and he played a good opening, played a good middle game, and there we go. I mean, he mentioned yesterday in his interview, he doesn't take quick draws, but it's the decisions later in the game that have held him back. He's still one of the best players in the world, one of the most talented, but to be at Magnus's level, you need to take risks. We saw Magnus taking massive risks against the young ones. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but in order to get to 2800 and beyond, you need to. In order to win tournaments like this one, you need to be always optimistic and positive.
And only 1 point in this game gives Anish 18 points, and Richard Report at least can go past him in this round.
It's a very odd time to think about, I'm thinking about the points and the standings. I mean, we've got 3 more rounds left. That's 9 points, and look how packed it is around that middle area from 4th. I mean, just even from 4th to 8th, and I don't know. I think it's a little bit too premature to be making that draw. I'm a bit disappointed.
And remember, some of these players they're still playing right now, so they can still catch up on Anish or at least make up some ground. And normally 21 to 22 points is the magic number to qualify for the knockouts. So he still needs some work tomorrow.
Yeah, and Daniel Naroditsky on 14 points, right outside top 8, and we are joined by Daniel. Hi, Daniel.
Hi. Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Are you surprised with Anish going into a draw suddenly in that game?
Yeah. I mean, I was surprised by 1e4, and I've been playing some very dubious stuff this tournament, so I figured I'd play something solid. But after he allowed queen a5, I was like, man, you know, he just doesn't seem very ambitious. And, you know, I thought he was going to do a Magnus and try to make 70 moves. I thought that if one side would push, it probably might be white because of my pawn structure. But when he started repeating moves, I'm like, hey, you know, it could do worse than ending the day with a, you know, a quick draw against Anish with black. So super happy about the way the last 2 games have gone.
Very nice. And on 14 points now, currently in 9th place. How do you see your chances with 3 games to go to qualify for the knockout stage?
Well, a lot better than after round 2. I mean, my goal this tournament, given how out of practice I am, was I'm not really thinking about qualifying. I'm thinking about playing high-quality games every round. But after Niels blundered a rook in 1 move in the last round, I was completely dead lost. Then I came back, and then Niels blundered a fork in 1 move. So all of a sudden, I'm in contention again. I've got some very weak player tomorrow morning, initials MC. That should be pretty easy. But I'll do my best tomorrow. I'm not putting too much pressure on myself, and I'm, you know, just kind of enjoying the ride. This is such a great opportunity for me, and I'm honestly having a blast.
I'm so happy to hear that. And mentioning Magnus, I mean, he has struggled in several games in this tournament. Lost today against Gukesh, yesterday against Erigaisi. Will you look at those games and take some inspiration in how to beat Magnus Carlsen?
I'll definitely look through the games from this tournament. Initially, I was trying to be very regimented. You know, the first day I wake up at this time and do this amount of prep. Starting from day 2, I've done little to no prep. I mean, I basically just decide what I play. But all these guys play literally everything under the sun, especially in a tournament like this. So I won't do too much opening prep. I'll just look through the games. And, you know, the most important thing, I think, is to get enough sleep and just come to the board. Well, come to the virtual board, you know, full of energy and ready to calculate. Because one little mistake against these guys, and, you know, you're dead. This is the lesson that I keep learning.
Absolutely. And Daniel, I want to bring something to your attention. So we have some very cool Aimchess stats that we use during this tournament. And these are the stats for you. And especially, it's very interesting to see the average centi-pawn loss, which obviously is a stat that is very much in the wind with cheating being such a big topic in chess. And your number is extremely high in your 100 most recent Rapid games.
Wow.
Are you surprised to see that?
I'm shocked. You know, given my style, I make a ton of mistakes. I'll take 86. I mean, I don't know where others score, so I'd like to see.
Well, you see Anish down on 18, which is the lowest in the tournament.
Wait, Anish's average centi-pawn loss in the last 100 games is 18?
Yep.
Oh, wait, that's the higher it is, the worse it is.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. So the higher it is, the less you play like a computer.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm an 86? Holy smokes. How am I not losing all of my games?
But is it a little bit like a relief right now because everyone is obviously looking at this and you are definitely not playing like a computer?
I think I'm the only guy nobody is ever suspicious of because of the amount of stupid stuff that I do on like a daily basis on and off the board. But I mean, I think I've always been pretty sloppy, but I compensate with, you know, I think my style of play, like yesterday against Gukesh, I'm just trying to get a wild position every round. And I feel like in these crazy positions, I can at times outcalculate, you know, even the best players. When I get like a dry positional game, you know, I know I'm screwed. I know I'm going to do something dumb. So just trying to steer the game in the right direction.
It's very entertaining for us to follow. And I also want to ask you, because obviously there's a US championship going on right now. We are very excited that you are playing in this tournament, but why did you decide not to participate in that?
Wasn't invited. I used to,
really?
There was a time when I used to qualify by rating, but unfortunately that time has passed because I dropped a little bit, but mostly, you know, tons of people have changed federations. So last year I qualified via wildcard. And I was shocked to get the invite because I don't play too much over the board. This year, I think the invite went to a wonder and the wild card went to a wonder. And I think that's a totally justified decision. He's always impressed me. So I was a little bit bummed not to play. But, you know, when I got the invite to Aimchess, I was just running around. So excited, you know, laughing like a schoolboy. Because honestly, playing a tournament like this where it's unrated and I get to play Magnus, honestly rivals the US Championship in terms of the fun. And maybe it's a little bit less stressful.
Awesome.
So all's well that ends well.
Yeah, we love that. And finally, I really want to ask you, Daniel, because we have Lawrence Trent in the studio, and he said the other day that you have an imitation of David Howell. Is that correct?
No, I've never done David. David's accent is too clean. I mean, I can't really do pretty good British. The British accent is my worst accent, I think, of all of the European accents. Like, I can do Russian pretty good. I mean, I can do the German accent pretty decently. I can even try to do the Dutch accent, but somehow the British accent has always eluded me.
Do you have a Magnus Carlsen imitation, though, that you play tomorrow in the first game?
No, Magnus, David. I think my best ones are Kasparov, Wesley, Vichy, and Hikaru, if I had to name 4.
I remember
if I had to name 4, chess players, that I could do consistently, it would probably be Gary. Magnus is tough. The Norwegian accent is, I think, one of the hardest to imitate.
Well, I would love to hear your Vichy now, because he must be excited right now. Gukesh has beaten Magnus, Argaisi has beaten Magnus. How would Vichy react?
Well, I thought that Magnus is, of course, struggling a little bit, and I thought in his game against Gukesh, after H4, it was position became unclear, and after that, I was quite shocked that Magnus, blundered. But they're playing very well. Sorry, it's hard to do it on the spot. But
I know, that was super good.
Right after playing Anish, so I'm still in game mode.
That was very, very impressive, Daniel. And,
love Vichy, by the way. I just wanted to clarify that, when I do impressions of people, I never intend to mock. They're, all my heroes, including Vichy. So nobody's accused me of that, but I always just clarify that this is not trying to make fun of them. I think it's just fun to do.
Yeah.
Hidden talent I never knew I had.
And super entertaining, just like the way you're playing in the tournament. Daniel, thank you for joining us, and best of luck in the fight to qualify tomorrow.
Thank you. It's an honor to be playing, and thank you for having me.
Thanks for joining. Yeah, good luck tomorrow. And we are also joined by Anish Giri. Hey, Anish, do you have any cool impressions?
Well, I'm a big fan of Daniel, that's for sure. He's got, for those watching who, looking for some fun videos, you should Google Daniel Nardisk impressions on YouTube. I think the other ones that are very good is Amon Hambleton is also very good. The chess bro, fellow chess bro. So these two, they're really, really incredible. Just also it's not only, it's not just the mimicking the accent or something like that, or the manner of speech, but also the stuff they're saying, the stuff they're making up. It's just really good.
Yeah,
it's basically comedy, yes.
Definitely agree. So, Anish, day 3 is over. Everyone very surprised to see a draw in that final game against Daniel. Why did you end up doing that?
Everybody keeps being surprised when I draw, and then they say I draw all the time. I don't see, you have to choose one. Either you're surprised that I draw, or you're not surprised that I draw. Can't be both. But to be honest, in that game, the opening didn't go well. I knew this takes c4 thing. And I think maybe it was g3 somewhere. Anyway, I was trying to make sense of this stuff. But the way I played, I felt he was in a very good shape. And then he started to simplify a bunch of stuff. And maybe while simplifying, he has overdone it and became worse at some point. But somehow I was still in the mode of I was just not ambitious from some point onwards. I just didn't like my position. I mean, I didn't think I was really worse, but I just didn't think I'm going to that my position calls for any play, because always he's got these doubled pawns. I don't think they matter. I don't think he needs even queen a5. Even if he just castles, I don't think I can do much. He's got bishop pair. These pawns are all right, and I thought how he played is also probably fine. But then I saw the computer gives an advantage, so I moved it around, and I think what I missed is that I can sort of do whatever I want. I somehow thought that if I remove my knight from f3, he will jump with the knight to maybe a5. But then it doesn't go anywhere further. I can play rook b4 as well, which I didn't see. So I think I should have just shuffled the knight somewhere. I'm not sure if I'm really going to win it, but at least I could play. I just didn't really realize that there's nothing he wants to do. And I think I was kind of under the, from the opening onwards. I was not too thrilled with the way it went. But of course, also, if I had to be more ambitious in terms of tournament standings, I would have probably pushed myself to play. But I thought, okay, standings is looking all right. Let's go into tomorrow with some chances of qualifying.
Yeah, because I guess the reason some people are surprised is because it is tense around that crucial eighth spot to qualify for the knockout stage. So with 3 games to go on 17 points, currently in 7th place, how do you see the chances to qualify? What will it be about tomorrow?
Yeah, in general, like before the game, of course, when I played Daniel, like he's been playing very much up and down tournament. I was really ambitious at the start. I kind of lost that ambitiousness at some point midway the game. But that was not like, I don't think that the draw was a smart result in terms of qualifying. That's for sure not. But I think the situation is all right. I play 3 good players tomorrow. I was okay. I mean, I was hoping to make more out of my whites today with Niels and with Daniel, but I just don't think my positions, like, they didn't really work out. Also, Niels played quite well. I think Niels in general, he blundered that thing against Daniel, but otherwise he was playing well. I think tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun. Always the race for the final qualifying spots is great fun. I prefer like when it was back in the day when I could cruise sometimes and qualify with the day to spare. But it looks like today these 2 white misses they ensure that tomorrow I'll have to fight on.
Absolutely. It's going to be a tough day and a cool day to follow. And best of luck tomorrow and good luck on qualifying.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. All right. Bunch of games still happening in the final round of today, round 12. This is Magnus Carlsen. He's had a tough day today. Here he is up against Nils Grandelius, his former World Championship second, who is really struggling in the tournament, only 7 points. He will not qualify for the knockout stage, but can he win against the world champion?
He can certainly win. He could lose. He could be a draw. Anything is possible. It is slightly crazy. Magnus has just won a piece. So Magnus has just captured one of the Black Knights. I'm assuming that Nils wants to jump in with the Black Knight and check the White King. You could also maybe make an argument for attacking the White Queen first. You could push a pawn to attack her. There's no rush to jump in with the check, I feel. But what do you guys think? It just looks like chaos to me.
Well,
I mean, says draw, but anything could happen. Yeah.
It looks like you would take black, in my opinion, in a practical game. I mean, knight f3 check speaks for itself. You have to go king takes g2. It's the only legal move, and then you take on e1 with check. White cannot recapture because the e4 knight is hanging, and then the b7 rook is hanging. So you have to move the king.
Yeah, just to show your point, this would be a double attack.
So you move the king to somewhere like
I guess you go back.
f1.
Yeah.
Now the knight can come to c2 or d3. I don't know which square is better. Knight c2 makes a lot of sense because you hit the queen and the bishop. But let's say no. Yeah, I don't know, sure. Actually. I have no idea.
I mean, you could go this one as well.
Yeah, this one as well.
I guess White's idea is to jump in here.
Yeah.
Just to force the queens off. I guess he'll go here as well against your other knight move. And the idea is...
And after... Well, queen h3 check does exist. That actually needs to be checked.
Yeah. This is one check. If you take the queens off, then White's the exchange down, but attack and attack. Not clear.
Messy. I don't know about you, but I would be feeling nervous if I were playing black. I would also be feeling nervous if I were playing white.
Yeah. And Magnus does have a time advantage, 5.5 minutes against 2.5, but Nils, meanwhile, calculating this move. Also, maybe we mentioned calculating this pawn push to attack the white queen. Maybe also calculating this knight jump to attack a couple of pieces, but what else could he consider? Maybe jumping in with the black queen, I'm not sure. Trying to deliver some checkmate. The white king now is completely trapped. Can no longer take the black pawn. The problem is this is a bit slow. Maybe white can just stop this by retreating a knight, covering any checks, covering this square. I don't see any continuation here for black, to be honest. You also have to be careful about white's queen swooping into e7, and the black king's not entirely safe either. Really, really crazy position. I think you're right, Lawrence. I mean, this is the default move, but you either just have to play it after doing some calculation, or you have to kind of gamble with something else. This is the only surefire way of reaching a playable position.
I suspect just check. If you want to kind of cut through the mess, you know, just check and just reach that position as quickly as possible. Because, I mean, you mentioned so many other ideas, you know, so much danger for black. I think it's good to be pragmatic, and especially when you don't have so much time on the clock. 1 minute.
You've got to play the simple move. I think you just have to keep things simple in a
Occam's
situation like
razor.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check, hit the rook, and as we showed, the game goes on. But Niels under 1 minute. And I think this is where he struggled. Niels is a great player, but like Naroditsky mentioned, okay, he does play the most obvious move in the end, but like Naroditsky mentioned, when he's short on time, Niels, he occasionally blunders in one move. He, against Naroditsky winning position, he blundered a rook in one move, game over. I've seen a couple of other instances in this tournament where it's just time pressure. Maybe not quite as comfortable as some of the other players.
King G3, wow.
Forward, never back.
That is a surprise to me.
I mean, it looks so unnatural. The king's out in the open. Where's the protection?
It's like, hello, what are you doing out there?
He's just trying to confuse Niels, surely, with under 1 minute on the clock for Niels.
I mean, the first point is that there's a check available to the black queen. It can step forward. What else can
H5 looks like a move you would consider as well.
Exactly, threaten checkmate. Love it, Lawrence.
Throw some pawns towards that white king. You can maybe move the rook from the corner. Okay, he moves his queen across. Threat of checkmate in 2 moves on the board. What is Magnus doing? I mean, maybe it's just genius. Well, the evaluation bar shoots up in his favour.
Whoa. Which means has he forgotten about those queen takes? No.
No, queen.
No, that's
F4.
Magnus blocks any checks. No more checks. This is really weird. How could white have been winning in that position? Looks like he was about to get checkmated.
Maybe this was the solution.
Okay, maybe this is the solution. And now black's queen, nowhere to go.
And that
knight is trapped almost.
And remember, you were talking about the queen swooping on to the 7th row to align herself with the rook.
1 second for Niels.
Ooh.
Made a move with a few seconds left. But now, can't you just checkmate black? I think you can,
Can you?
I think you can just bring the queen to the 7th rank. In this position.
Right, yes.
Okay, Magnus gives a check, hitting the king, and when the king moves, just comes to the 7th rank. Where are you going? Checkmate on this threatened on this square.
You have to play G5, no?
No, but there's checkmate on.
Sorry, there's queen G7.
There's 100 on the bar, so there's a checkmate.
Yeah. Magnus didn't even go for this first. He just, after the check, he took the black rook, and now he brings the queen up. We're going to see a resignation any moment. The queen is coming. The king is trapped. Checkmate. Rook and queen on the 7th rank are deadly, and there we go. Magnus does take the win.
It's over. 3 points for Magnus. His only win on day 3 here in Aimchess Rapid. Was a rather quick one. 30 moves in that one. Are you impressed with the way Magnus plays, or did Niels struggle big time?
A bit of both. I'm impressed that Magnus is taking these massive risks in every game. Actually, objectively not correct. The evaluation bar showed that Niels was actually doing well for 1 move, but when you take risks, it often pays off if your opponent has no time. So Niels, just unfortunately not at his sharpest. I mean, he's a world-class player, but tough tournament so far.
And Niels Grandelius will not qualify. Should we take a look at the game, hopefully to get a comment from Magnus soon? Yeah,
we can take a look at just the moment it turned around, the moment that Magnus did make that, very risky decision. It was here. Black is checking the white king, and he stepped it forward, Magnus. I think any other human, including myself, would have stepped the white king back towards safety. Magnus instead went forward, and this did seem to confuse his opponent. It looks like maybe Lawrence, you were suggesting pushing this pawn forward, threatening checkmate in 1 move. That would have been very tempting. You could also, for example, have brought the black rook across, as Niels did in the game, but there's a key difference. Instead, he brought his queen, again threatening some checkmating ideas with a nasty check, hitting the white king, but this was simply blocked. And now, what Niels should have done on the last move, it didn't work. He brought his rook across, but unfortunately, a queen check. The king moved, and after bishop takes rook, and an exchange, the difference was this check in the end that wasn't possible on the previous variation, and now the queen swoops in. Disaster on the 7th rank, and that's how the game was decided.
Yeah. Magnus Carlsen finishes off with the win on day 3. Congratulations, Magnus.
Thank you.
But other than that, I guess maybe a little bit of a tough day, a loss and 2 draws. How will you sum up day 3?
Game guess it was a little bit better than day one. Generally, I didn't play so poorly. I was just blundering a lot. It was nice to finish with a win, to be honest.
David saying here, taking massive risks today, is that part of your game strategy in this tournament?
I don't know. I mean, I felt like in the first game, for instance, I didn't think I was taking risks. I thought I was just winning the game easily. But I mean, certainly in the final game, I took some risks. I mean, I thought the position from the opening was a little bit dull, so I kind of welcomed his decision to play e5 and open the position up. I mean, I thought probably I'm worse, but it's going to be hard for him to play.
Yeah, and obviously that Gukesh game, there was that one big blunder. You took 5-6 minutes after that. What was going through your head in those moments?
Yeah, I was really disappointed because I'd seen sort of an easy way to win, but I thought I'd also seen something even easier. I just hadn't seen his threat of trapping the queen in the center of the board. But usually when you blunder in a winning position, you don't go from sort of winning to a loss. So that was a bit shocking. Like, I was desperately trying to find a way to even play on, but it wasn't possible. So yeah, it was certainly disappointing.
Yeah, these young Indians, Prag, Gukesh, are they becoming a little bit of nemesis to you right now this year?
Well, I mean, Prag is the only person I've lost multiple times to. As for Arjun, Arjun and Gukesh. I mean, Arjun, I've generally, beaten. Gukesh, there's a very limited sample size. I think Gukesh has been extremely impressive in classical chess recently. Perhaps this rapid game wasn't his proudest effort either. Even though, getting a win is always nice.
Mm. All right, and Magnus, tomorrow with this last game, 3 points, it doesn't look very dangerous for you to qualify, but we can hear that you're definitely not 100% well from your cold. So what is it about tomorrow with 3 games to go?
We'll see. I haven't thought too much about it. I mean, winning the last game today, I assume I'm still in a fairly comfortable position when it comes to qualifying. So,
yeah,
I'll try my best as usual.
Mm. And finally, obviously, we have no idea who you will face in a potential quarterfinal, but Mamedyarov is playing some fantastic chess in this tournament. I don't know if you followed and got a chance to take a look at his game against Anish Giri the other day. He called it his best game ever in his career. Did you enjoy a game like that where he sacrificed 4 pieces?
Oh, I haven't seen it, so I should probably check it out.
Yeah, recommend it. Well, Magnus, congrats on a win in the final game and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we're also joined by Gukesh, and I'm going to just start off saying congratulations on a massive win against the world champion today, Gukesh.
Thank you.
Tell us, what did that mean to you?
Yeah, like obviously beating Magnus is always special, but I was not really very proud of that game. I think the opening, after I played knight f4 e6, I thought I should be somehow better, but I couldn't find anything, and I messed up. But finally, I had this queen b6 trick, which was very lucky. So, I wasn't really proud of the game, but yeah, beating Magnus is very special.
Yeah, and it was some nice moves that you found there after his blunder. And you are, I don't know if you're aware, you are the youngest player ever to beat Magnus after he became world champion. Are you aware of that?
No, I was not aware, but...
All right, and you've won a bunch of games today. How do you feel about your performance?
Yeah, today was very good. Except for the blunder against Duda, I think it was quite good. I mean, beating Magnus, and I was very proud of my game against Mehmet Yarov. I think it was a very clean game where I outplayed him. So, and also he's in great form. So, Mehmet Yarov game was very good, and in the final game I was in a lot of trouble, but he was playing very hesitantly. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you've said before that you are the strongest in over-the-board chess, but we are now definitely seeing that rapid chess, you're just extremely strong as well. How happy are you with your performance?
Till now, it's been very good. There have been some moments which were like not good against Abdusataro, for example, and today against Duda, those were not very good moments. But overall, it's been very good, and it's not that I'm not very good at faster time controls. Just that the last year I prioritized over the board classicals, but I can still play very well in faster time controls as well.
No doubt about that at all. And I know it's very late for you now in India. How are you enjoying playing these tournaments very late at night?
Okay, it's like around 1:30 a.m. in India, but like for maybe some others it might be disturbing, but for me it's not that late. It's usually the time I go to sleep as well. So.
Aha. So are you one of those chess players that will stay up playing online blitz and bullet chess?
I don't play blitz and bullet, but I do some work late at night, and I wake up very late as well.
Sounds like the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour suits you perfectly then. Gukesh, congratulations on a big day for you, and good luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. All right. Isn't that a sign of a true champion? He beats Magnus Carlsen, but he's just not happy about the game.
Yeah, he's a perfectionist. Yeah. Another sign of a true champion in chess, he's a night owl.
Yes.
He's timed it to perfection, starting late in the day, and that's when he peaks. And true professional and great player, Gukesh.
And we are also joined by another teenager right now, Vincent Keimer. Had a really tough day. You lost 5 games in a row. Very surprising. What's been going on, Vincent?
Yeah, I just feel like today I really felt quite tired. And the problem is that on this level, there are only very strong players. And if you're like a bit less strong than before, it can make a huge difference. I think that was the problem. And yeah, as I said, the strong opponents really... Normally, also in the last tour, it went quite well, but I always felt that it's very important to be fully concentrated throughout the whole game. And if you suffer a little bit, then it can easily go very wrong.
Yeah. Is it a mental struggle then, basically, just very hard to get back to the winning streak?
Not really. I would just say that the second you feel a bit tired and you lose a bit of concentration, it can make a huge difference because the opponents basically don't make that many mistakes, so every mistake is punished quite much.
Haha. Now, you are on 12 points. There are 5 points up to that crucial 8th place to qualify for the knockout stage. So how do you see your chances with 3 games to go?
Yeah, not really existent, I would say. I mean, after today, just losing all 4 games, there's not much I can hope for anyway. Of course, I will try my best, but I think for now it's most important to play I would say good games tomorrow, if I can.
Yeah. All right. We wish you best of luck on getting back on that winning streak, Vincent. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Tough times for Vincent Keimer today, losing all his games. This is the only game left in today's round 12. Richard Report with the white pieces. 1 minute left on the clock against David Anton, who just ticked under the minute. Is this looking like a draw?
Possibly. It could still be a long grind, though. White has an extra pawn if we do a count. And this last move, White's bishop giving a check, has forced Black's king slightly further back. But Black is pretty active. The Black rook and knight look well placed. How about you guys? I still fancy White's chances. Do you see Black drawing this easily, or...?
Not at all. I think this is a lot of work for David Anton. He's a pawn down. He's ignore the computer evaluation. It's a pawn. White is nicely coordinated. So it's just a case of, does he find a construction here? And
Well, he has a nice setup going on. I mean, White's rook is not very active, so I'm thinking just don't change a drawing formula here.
Right.
He just has to wait in the right way, and then I think the position should be a draw.
Yeah, the problem is, you're right, Jovanka, how do you ever get that white rook active? Maybe you just don't. I can't see any open files for it to get to. It needs 3 or 4 moves to create any threats. If the white rook ever goes, then black's rook can attack white's central pawn. And okay, it looks like David Anton is going for that strategy of just waiting. He'll maybe just kind of yo-yo with the black rook, back and forth. Okay, report, moving the king across. Is he going to get active with his king? He's quite good at these reports, actually. He's known as a crazy player, of course, with some weird, wonderful moves, but I've been ground down in endgames by him at least twice, maybe even 3 times, so... Okay, he's attacking the black rook. If the black rook goes back, it has to stay on the 4th rank, but if the black rook had gone, then the white king could have stepped up the board. Now the white king forced to passivity again. And David Anton looks like he's pretty confident in drawing this.
He's just waiting on the 4th row with his rook. Well, the one thing I really like about Richard, I know maybe others don't appreciate this, is I like his negativity. Like when you interview him, he's like, oh yeah, I was completely lost, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, he's like, yeah, I don't even know why I'm playing chess. And you're like, yeah.
He's the opposite of Hans Niemann.
Even if he's won a beautiful game, perfect, computer proves, yeah, Rapport will criticise his own play.
Yeah.
I think he's been called out on this by a couple of interviewers, though, and he's like, yeah, it's half a joke. But, yeah, he's got a lot of fans for a reason. Okay, pushing a pawn forward. You're right, actually, about the evaluation bar, Lawrence. If I didn't see the bar, I would still think, oh, White surely has quite a big advantage here.
We should test that sometime. Just hide the bar from you guys, and I'll check with you. Where do you think the bar is right now?
That could be a fun game with the audience as well.
That could be good.
Well, let's play that game.
We'd be wrong all the time, though. We'd lose our jobs.
We would not spot those tactical mistakes.
I'll take you to the good night and do a test.
Deal. Let's do it. Take us to the bar.
Yes.
And meanwhile, it's quite a clever waiting move, just asking David Anton what he wants to do next. I think the black king could wait, the black rook could wait. Don't commit too much. David Anton looks a bit nervous, though, with the clock time ticking down, under 30 seconds now.
Ooh.
He keeps glancing across to look at his clock. Okay, under 20 seconds now, and he does commit. Pushing a pawn to a dart square. Probably fine.
Probably fine,
Probably okay.
But you have opened up another line the white rook could use. That's the downside.
And if you take a look at the way that Richard has kind of put his pawns, I mean, they're all pretty protected. So all that Richard needs to do just to kind of secure an advantage is to get his rook on an open line. That's not happening at the minute. Oh, sneaky. This is such a David Howell type of chess. You know, king goes all the way to the left and it goes back to the centre, then it's maybe going to go to the right.
Flatter me, Jovanka. This one is very clever. He's kind of provoked black to do something on one side. He kind of distracted him by going to the other flank with his king, and now he's going back. The problem is I'm not sure where you're going next with the white king. David Anton's rook is just controlling everything. Okay, again, it's that clock situation. I could still see this going wrong for black if he drops down under 10, 20 seconds again. He gives a check first. The white king's going that way. There we go. There is a target, but yeah, cut off by the black rook. I don't see any progress. Okay, Rapport just waits.
And now the rook just needs to move out of the way along the 4th row.
Yeah.
Don't. You're onto a good thing, David.
Yeah. Which one?
David.
Sorry.
No, you go.
I was just going to say, this is key for the standings as well. If David loses this game, then he definitely can't really catch up Rapport unless miracles happen on the last day. If he draws, still in touching distance. It is a 2-result game. Only white can win or draw. Barring any blunders.
And Richard on 17 points. He He is in that crucial 8th place, so with a draw here, he will be on the same score as Anish Giri on 18 points. If he wins, he'll be on the same score as Abdusattorov on 20 points. And Abdusattorov, he started the day in 1st place. He's had a bad day. Or is it just other players who had really good days?
Bit of both.
Yeah.
I mean, he drew with Magnus Carlsen. It can't be that bad a day. But
exactly,
yeah, Abdusattorov did lose in the other ones. And OK, Black's rook has been kicked off the 4th rank. Some progress?
Yes, but no, because rook d2 comes, rook d3 comes.
Still ready to get active again.
Yeah. It's not really a position which feels like you should be able to objectively press here with white. But he finds a square, rook f6.
Yeah, and you know David Anton very well, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Would you say this is a strength of his, defending these slightly worse games?
Yes, I think he's very gritty. So, for example, you can give a check, you can then put the rook on b2 if you want, but I would be more interested. Yeah, I would be more interested in getting the rook active. This is an all right move.
Yeah, get rid of as many pawns as possible, cut off the white king. I think it's quite important to cut off the white king, actually, otherwise it might have stepped up and joined in the attack. Yeah, looks very nice defensively. And there we go, another set of pawns are leaving the board. Okay, first he gives a check. Very sneaky, trying to drive the white king to a bad square.
Yeah.
Not sure which way you go.
I would go towards the centre, although there is a check available if you do that. So yeah, so he moves down, avoids any checks, and now rook takes pawn.
Yeah, and you're running out of material. Also, if you look at white's H pawn, it's the wrong colour. It promotes on a dart square, so if the rooks get traded off, all black needs to do is give up his knight for white's central pawn, put the black king in the corner on h8 on the dart square, and draw, even if you're bishop down. So yeah, should be a relatively simple draw now. Okay, white gives a check.
Yes.
Now there's something.
White's pawn is still, the central pawn is still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the rook and the bishop and the pawn can coordinate to create a lot of trouble. So, okay, I think this is a nice move, attacking the rook, gaining some time. Hang on a second, is there not rook check?
King e8.
Is it? And the pawn is going to step forward.
Yes.
Massive threat on the board. Bishop check on h5.
So knight f4 is forced.
You have to stop that check. Yeah.
Rook d4.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can keep harassing.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to retreat your knight. He looks a bit flustered. David Anton shook his head there. What else can you do? You have to stop the bishop going to the edge of the board and checking the
Can he
black
give
king.
a check first?
Yeah, giving a check with the black rook does drive the white king up the board, though, where it wants to go. And, okay, the knight getting harassed. Still not easy.
Not at all.
Oh, and king. This is very clever.
What does he...
We're going to be here for a long time.
Oh, that was very clever.
He's given up his knight for white's 2 remaining pawns, and even if black's pawn drops, which it will soon, rook and bishop versus rook is a draw. But it's not an easy draw. So we'll see Rapport try and grind this one out for another 50 moves. Maybe even more.
Could be. We could be here for a while.
Yeah.
So with 45 seconds for David Anton, then, what chances do you give?
Hang on a second.
Rapport of winning.
What?
I was thinking, oh yeah, maybe they're kind of fed up.
No.
There's a possibility.
No.
No, that will never happen.
Never.
I know. It'll be like, but there's like a 0 point.
You never, ever trade rooks and agree a draw there.
No.
Ever. Even if it will secure you your Grandmaster title, just rook and bishop versus rook, there's no risk. So, okay, David Anton just wants to get rid of his pawn, and now the 50-move count starts. So if we don't see a result by move, what number was that? 74 plus 50, 124. The game is declared a draw.
Yeah, and it's so important in these that you kind of hold the 4th on the, in this case it would be the 5th and the 6th row. If you can do that, then it should be a relatively straightforward draw. It gets very complicated once you start allowing the white king onto the 6th row.
Yeah, white's dream is to get the king opposite the black king with only 1 square in between, and then the black king can never, ever cross. It's what we call the opposition. It's blocked from running.
Okay, so in this endgame, once again, to win, and Richard Report is the only one who can win because he has his bishop.
Yes.
He needs to get his white king one square away from the black king.
And then there will be checkmating ideas.
Okay.
So essentially, black's king, like Jovanka said, black's rook is cutting off the 5th rank, so white's king cannot step forward. So you kind of need your king on a dark square, bishop on a light square.
Okay.
And even if you get that, there are still some defenses. So David Anton's going for what we call the 2nd rank defense. Here it's the 7th rank, but it's black's 7th rank. And basically, he's going to keep the black rook on this 7th rank as long as possible, because then he'll be able to block some checks, he'll be able to offer trades of rooks, and there are actually some stalemating ideas as well.
Okay, so now the kings are one square opposite of each other.
Yeah, and it's already very dangerous.
Oh.
You have to be very, very careful.
But this is the nice stalemate there. For example, let's say you play rook a7 as black in this position. Let's say rook g6 check, king f8 and king f6. Looks very dangerous, but there you have the important rook f7 check. This is the key defensive
This would
mechanism.
be a bad square because of a check, and then a skewer. But
Oh, yes, sorry.
Right, Lawrence. This just to show the idea. Maybe you go to this square, and then it's not an issue, and then the stalemate idea. Checkmate in one threatened, and you'll check there. Yep, this ends in stalemate.
So king f5 is a clever little move but you've got king e7, so...
So this is why the 7th rank is so effective. 7th rank defense. You give a check now, and then you immediately go back. Always that stalemate idea. Actually, it's very, very hard to break the 7th rank defense.
Yes.
There is a way, but it takes a long, long time, and even then black can go to different modes of defense. David Anton's clearly studied this one before. I think all top players have at some point. Do you think you'd know how to draw this in your sleep, Lawrence?
No, not at all. I mean, I've studied it various times. I've taught it before, but I would still need to double and triple check how to defend this. It's just very important to keep the king and rook as close together as possible. You don't want them too far apart because you run into this check and check. So keep them close. David Anton, of course, knows how to draw this position.
Yeah, we've seen top players lose it, though, on the tour. Vidit lost it last year.
Oh.
It was funny, actually. Vidit had the endgame, and he lost, and then I think the next day he had the exact same endgame. He had the rook against rook and bishop, and that time he drew. So he learnt from his mistakes. I think Hans Niemann also lost this endgame, rook against rook and bishop. So it's not easy.
Yeah.
And will it go on, definitely, to move 124 then?
Yeah,
I would.
Absolutely.
If he doesn't win before that, Richard Report.
Exactly. I don't think many players would agree a draw here. This English Grandmaster, Keith Arkle, famously, I think he's got something like 27 wins out of 27 in this endgame when he's got rook and bishop.
Whoa!
So he wins it nearly all the time, albeit against lesser opposition than we're seeing in this tour, but it's still impressive. So white's winning chances, if you know some patterns, still decent.
So what would it be a blunder by David Anton now? Where would he place a piece now? What would be a blunder?
So essentially he would maybe put his king on the back rank, allow the white king even further forward, and then he would end up in a checkmating net where he can't escape. But as long as he keeps his rook on this 7th rank, then Lawrence's stalemate trick will always be relevant.
So he wants to avoid going backwards with his king?
Ideally. And if he goes back, he wants to force the opponent to allow him to come forward again.
Okay.
So he's standing his ground. It's like in a battle when someone's trying to intimidate you, or, you know, it's like a shield wall where the enemy forces are advancing, and you just stand your ground and hold. And if you step back, then you have to step forward later.
Like in boxing? Or are you supposed to go backwards in boxing?
Absolutely, going backwards is critical in boxing. Being able to come in, attack, come out of the danger zone, also throw while you're moving backwards. Very important.
That must be difficult.
Just repetition, training, you know, like anything else.
And when it comes to boxing, does instinct sometimes override everything that you've ever been taught?
Well, yeah, so that's a good question. Are you born with instinct to fight? I'm not sure if I have fighter's instinct per se.
You're a lover or fighter? Lawrence?
I'm a lover. But
it's like chess players. Sometimes you're born with that competitive edge, right?
Yeah.
But some players, they have a more peaceful nature.
Ooh, and
we've got a position here, but he can play king f6 exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, the king is even.
This is a good way to escape the net that was being woven around the black king.
Conventional wisdom says that if you're failing to break your opponent on one side of the board, just force their king out to another side of the board and set the same problem. Sometimes just visually it's hard. Like David Anton here, for example, he would have been used to defending just on the 7th and 8th rank. Suddenly he has to defend on the side of the board. It could look different. It could trick the brain. Then you flip your opponent's king to the other side of the board and try from every side. That's worked for me in the past before.
And even with the bishop, the bar actually did go over to David Anton's side by 0.1, but how is that even possible?
Computer's, it's tired, it needs a break.
Yeah. And I'm wondering whether black should just give a check. Just give a check.
Yeah, but when you give a check now, we actually get another kind of construction, which is the name is...
it's not the fillet, no.
But it leads to, like, some... Yeah,
well, he's managed to construct the second rank defence from another angle anyway, and this is the most reliable defence.
Maybe we can just show this because, again, he's... here, there was a dilemma. Like Jovanka said, you can actually check. You can check from afar, and this is a drawing mechanism too, but the bishop can block. Here, though, your rook is cut off from your king, so you have to be super careful. One way that, for example, I once won this one as white, with the bishop, is that my opponent went to the wrong square, and then the king actually goes and gives up its bishop, and suddenly we have this opposition that I was talking about, Kaja. The kings opposite each other, and the king is cut off on the back rank. This is winning, because rook takes bishop would allow checkmate, and the black king is trapped because these squares are covered by the white king. So this is the winning idea, but of course David Anton, like Lawrence says, sets up the second rank defense. Earlier it was on the 7th rank, now it's going to be along the g-file. This is the second rank because it's right next to the edge. Black's king, if it goes, it will be saved by its rook. And same position in the current position. If white's king goes nearer, then check. This forces the white king away because taking is stalemate and a draw. So yeah, really important one to remember at home.
And we have 21 moves to go until move 124, where it automatically will be declared a draw. It kind of looks like Richard Report isn't really having any hopes.
Yeah, I think we mentioned his negative nature. He thinks that David Anton knows how to draw this, and David Anton has proved that he knows how to draw it so far.
This is a nice move, creating some shelter for the black king to escape if necessary.
And David Anton was down at 10 seconds at the beginning of this endgame, or just when we were about to enter it. Now he's up at 3 minutes. Impressive confidence. I think the most impressive player, though, that I've seen in this endgame was David Navarra. There's a checkmate threat almost on the board. But,
almost.
Yeah. But I once saw David Navarra, I think in a blitz game, he was gaining only 2 seconds after every move, and he just kind of, it was over the board, but he was just like bang, 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 never once paused to think, and he drew easily against a world-class player.
Yeah, David Navarra actually told me that, I mean, once upon a time he'd lost his endgame and then he'd like memorized it. And ever since then, he knows how to defend it, no problem.
Yeah, and it looks like David Anton also knows how to defend it.
Yeah, just pausing to think.
Rook g1, king g7, all of these moves are...
Yep, still a draw.
Yeah.
So 26-year-old Richard Report against 27-year-old David Anton. I think you mentioned the other day, Lawrence, that you know David Anton a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we've known each other for quite a few years. He's a nice guy. I've spent a lot of time in Spain. He's in Dubai at the moment. He's been there a while from Madrid.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's living in Dubai.
Sounds nice. Warm.
Yeah, warm. He had enough warmth in Madrid as well.
Oh, that's true, actually.
He's just been a mega talent and just lacks a little bit of consistency. That's his big problem. Fantastically gifted player, well prepared, interesting ideas, has got a good foundation, but can collapse and have very, very bad tournaments.
I can imagine in Spain, a passionate country, chess is a big sport for them. Is David Anton then the biggest star? Do they have some prodigies up and coming?
Well, the biggest star is probably Ray Enigma, actually, who's a... well, he's a chess player. Nobody knows who he is, but he's dedicated his life to... so he has a costume where he has his face masked.
Like a moth suit with a checkered...
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
And he made it to the finals of the equivalent of Spain's Got Talent or something like this.
Okay.
And he's become a national hero, basically. And is recognised in the street because he got mainstream media attention. So
And
he's
is he a good chess player?
He's a very good chess player.
Like Grandmaster level?
I wouldn't say Grandmaster level,
Similar
but
to your strength.
yeah, I mean, I have.
Is it you?
I have an idea of who it might be, but when he beat me a few times, I have an idea. I'm not allowed to say, but. He's definitely the most famous chess figure in Spain. Of course, we've got other people. Got to shout out my friend Pepe Cuenca.
Oh, yeah.
Right, who does for Chess24, the Spanish channel with Divis. Pepe has made a huge name for himself commentating. Very, very popular.
Very entertaining to listen to.
And of course, the Spain #1 has always been Paco Vallejo, who's been Spain #1 for pretty much 20 years now.
Let's count Alexei Shirov, who moved to Spain.
Right.
But yeah.
Exactly.
Very strong team. Is David Anton now, he's 27 years old, is he still called El Nino, the kid?
He is still called El Nino, yeah, because he's got, you know, if he shaved off the beard and the moustache, he'd have a little baby face there, so he's still El Nino. It's a very common nickname in Spain to call a sportsman the kid, of course, the big one being Fernando Torres, the famous footballer who was called El Nino. So he likes the name. It's not a name, a belittling name. It's just it's an affectionate name, exactly.
Yeah, and meanwhile, El Nino is about to draw this one. We are now within 6 moves of the 50-move rule. White has made 0 progress, no pawn pushes, no captures in 46 moves. Well, wait, I can't do maths. 44 moves.
Right.
And we are...
Have we got 6 more moves left, have we?
Yeah, after White has made move 124.
OK.
So 5 more moves now. It will be declared a draw automatically. And he's defended so well.
Really nicely,
Yes.
yeah.
And he's used that stalemating pattern to the max, because there we saw it again. And Richard takes a step back with the king, and there you go. I mean, this is quite an instructive way for Black to hold this endgame. Just look how he does it on the side, and we've seen this position before.
Yeah, just move the Black king.
Yep.
And yeah, as long as you don't blunder your rook in the next 2 moves, you do make a draw. And it's...
After this move?
It's been a long grind.
Yep.
1 more move after White's next move. Move 124, it's a draw.
What if David Anton blunders now?
Well,
unless he blunders his rook.
He could actually do something really cool, which is take the bishop on move 1, 2, 4, and...
Oh, but you can't take a piece.
Oh, no, actually, no, you can't do it.
You can let your opponent be about to take your piece on move 1, 2, 5. But,
And look at Richard's report now. Now he's thinking.
but no matter what he plays now, the game is automatically a draw, even if he gives up the white rook. And
There it is.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's it. It's a draw.
124 moves. It's a draw to finish off the day for Richard Report and David Anton. I'm not going to ask you to analyze. I think we went through it all. It's been a fun day, you guys. It's been a lot of drama, a lot of big results. And let's take a look at the results from round 12. Magnus, his only win today came in round 12. It was against Nils Grandelius. Mamedyarov, another win for him. This time against Hari Krishna, who struggled big time in the tournament. Gukesh, another win for him. 3 points against Eric Hansen. Vidit beating Vincent Keimer, who lost 5 games in a row, really struggling, the young German. And look at that. Look at that. Aditya Mittal, 3 points against his fellow Indian, Arjun Ergaisi. That must be a big win for the young 16-year-old Indian to take him to 12th place, 12 points, some chances to qualify, but it's going to be hard. He will have to win probably all his games tomorrow. On top of the table is Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 25 points, Mamedyarov 23 points, super solid. We have Gukesh, Erigaisi, and Magnus Carlsen all on 21 points. Do you think they feel safe to qualify, Jovanka?
No one is safe. But yeah, I mean, those about the top.
Usually around 21.
Yeah, they're safe.
Yeah. And then we have Abdusatorov, who started off in first place today, but now down to 6th place, 20 points. Richard Report and Anish Giri are both just inside top 8 with 18 points. And right outside is David Anton with 15 points, Vidit and Daniel Narditsky with 14 points. What do you think tomorrow, David? Can those 3 players right outside, can they make it?
It's not going to be easy. Also, some of them have very tough pairings. But if one of them, if David Anton, Vidit or Naroditsky goes on a winning streak, wins 2 or even 3 out of those games, then still a chance. It's not mathematically impossible yet.
Well, there is that chess god, Lawrence Kaja, what's her name?
Yes.
Do you think she will punish Anish for taking that? He played a quick draw against Richard Report and played a draw against Naroditsky when he didn't really have to. Will she punish him tomorrow?
If it was me, I'd be punished. But Anish, who knows? As I said, I'm not a big fan at all of that draw. We'll see.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
We'll see tomorrow. 3 rounds to go. Let's take a look at the games coming up in round 13. Only 3 games to be played tomorrow to decide who goes through to the knockout stage. David Anton against Anish Giri, Erigaisi, Richard Report, Vidit, Aditya Mittal, Gukesh against Vincent Keimer, Hare Krishna, Eric Hansen, Grandelius Duda, Daniel Naroditsky. He starts off against Magnus Carlsen, and Abdusatorov against Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. A bunch of very entertaining games to start off the day. Tomorrow, it's the final day of preliminaries, you guys. So follow us tomorrow to find out which 8 players go through to the knockout stage and which 8 players have to go home or stay home, but they're out of the tournament tomorrow. It's been a fun day. Let's hope for some more action tomorrow. Bye for now. Bye.